right, I will. Hello, traders. Hello, friends, family, and of course, everyone else. Welcome to TopstepTV, the biggest and best show that you're going to have on the internet. We have an all-star lineup today, each and every day. We do have that. No other show like TopstepTV offers everything in one: education, trading buddies, cool swag, market knowledge, entertainment, and of course, John Hoagland's good looks. This is opening call. He's the captain, and I'm Tennille. We have an informative and educational show for you today. Each and every day, we'll be your trading buddy, your trading mentor, newscaster, fellow trader, good friend, neighbor, the kid that shovels your snow, and even that voice in your head that keeps telling you, you can't be Tennille. She was pretty and you're not. Anyway, so let's get ourselves ready.
And toenail.
Yes, let's say hello to everybody's friend, trading mentor, the guy with the captain hat on the keyboards, and that guy that I muskrat love, John, a.k.a. Hoagland. Good morning, Johnny.
Good morning. Good morning, Tennille. You're looking lovely this morning. Good morning, everybody. Hey. Welcome to the opening call, Wednesday, April the 24th. As always, our focus here is seeking accurate context, always thinking about risk management and remaining patient in our trading. Looking forward to an interesting trading day today, as always.
As always. And as Travis says, patience and persistence. Yes, Travis. All right, let's get busy. I'm going to light the wick here. We're going to get this show started. And let's take a look at the news here. U.S. stock futures ticked mostly in the green here today as investors awaited the bevy of key earnings from major technology companies. Dow futures up about 20 points here. S&P gained about 15. NASDAQ up an incredible 125. The average all moved higher in the prior session, as we saw yesterday. That was, we did see NVIDIA taking center stage there, and Tesla, Micro Technologies, as well as a surge in the streaming giant Spotify. Johnny, you got Spotify?
I do not. I think that my wife does, but I do not.
Oh, okay. I mean, I like Spotify. I like Spotify. But anyway, all right. Well, the equities in New York were given support by the tepid U.S. business activity data in April, which also bolstered hopes that the American economy may be slowing to a point that will relieve some of the upward pressure of inflation. Lawmakers voted in Senate, voted for a bill that would ban TikTok. I know you don't like social media, so I know you don't got TikTok. But in the United States, popular video platform Chinese owner ByteDance, they're saying with over 170 million users, TikTok has become the most influential apps in social media. But there's raising concerns that the Chinese ownership is sharing data with China. So TikTok has previously said that it doesn't share any of the U.S. data with China. Wink, wink. I tell you, the Chinese government's a smart cookie, and speaking of cookies, I don't even open up fortune cookies anymore. I even filter through my pork fried rice for any spying gadgets. So I'm watching for that. They're not going to get me. Johnny, what else do you got here today?
Well, as far as economic numbers are concerned, as always on Wednesdays at 6:00 in the morning, the mortgage rates and applications come out. This is something I'm always just kind of keeping an eye on for my own knowledge. And mortgage rates are almost at 7.25%. The number last week came out at 7.24%, 7.25% for a mortgage. That kind of took off some of the applications. The week before, there was a rise in applications of 3.3%. Last week, they dropped by 2.7%. Rates continue to kind of leak to the upside, ladies and gentlemen. The durable goods orders came out this morning. The core durable goods came out 0.1% lower than they were expecting at 0.2%. I think the bigger picture here is the March month over month overall durable goods. They were looking for 2.5%. That came out 0.1% higher at 2.6%. Maybe a little bit of effect in that going into the markets as we see here before the open. At 4:30, there is a 4-month bill auction as well as a 2-year floating rate note auction, and at 12 o'clock, a 5-year note auction. So we'll be keeping an eye on those for everybody, as keeping you on top of how those auctions come out. And as far as earnings are concerned, this morning AT&T mixed numbers, Boeing beating on both, General Dynamics with mixed numbers. We also had Hilton, Heineken, and Humana. Just looking at Hilton and Humana here, they both beat on both categories. That's earnings per share as well as revenues. The big story today, at the end of the day, is going to be the release of the Metra and IBM earnings. Everybody will be, I'm sure, waiting patiently to find out that information, but we've got a whole trading day ahead of us before then. As far as the VIX is concerned, at this time yesterday, it was at 18.12, currently at 15.72, slightly higher on the session, but a lot lower than it was yesterday. That rally took a lot of the fear out of the marketplace, and we're going to talk about that rally in a few minutes here. Dollar index 105.83, no major change in that. Yield on the 10-year 4.65%. That's 1 basis point higher than it was yesterday at this time. And that's what we've got as far as known economic numbers. Of course, we will not have any talking Feds today. They are in their blackout. We know that the FOMC meeting, big anticipations on this one, is a week from today. So that's what we're looking at here, Eddie. Back to you.
Oh, the drama.
Yes.
Dude, where's my crude? Well, oil prices. We do see those right now around 83.18 here. A little higher than the last 2 days on an open here, but we did see that oil prices moved higher in European trade as traders shifted their focus to easing tensions in the Middle East. Data from the API that we had yesterday saw a draw of 3.2 million barrels in the week of April 19, ducking expectations for a build of 1.8. Reading Typical talks about the similar trends from the official inventory data, and later today, as Johnny said, we will see some more. Johnny, I mentioned yesterday we had a story about the blue milk story, the Star Wars blue milk, and I like a good, nice, cold glass of milk with my box of Oreo cookies. But this one comes in here. I'm going to shy away from milk for a while. Viral fragments from the bird flu virus, I'm sorry, inactive viral, wink, wink, have been found in samples of pasteurized milk from the U.S. grocery store shelves. In announcing news, the FDA said consumers are not at risk from the inactive viral remnants. But still, that sounds a bit disgusting, whether it be chocolate, strawberry, regular milk, or even blue milk. Um, unlike raw milk, however, commercial milk is obviously pasteurized and inactive pathogens are no longer harmful. But that does not typically remove the genetic material. So the FDA says to date, we have seen nothing that would change your body chemistry and assessment to the commercial milk supply. I'd like to know how they're milking these birds. I mean, let's go to almond milk. I love almond milk, but I don't know. I could never find nipples on an almond. I don't know how they do that
Well,
either. It's amazing.
Eddie, I have nipples. Can you milk me?
Well, let's go out for a few drinks first, and then we'll talk about it. All right.
Oh, man.
All right. Speaking of nipples, tip of the week here. What you got, James? There it is. Continuous learning. Network opportunities such as TopStep TV. Remember, engaging in continuous learning provides traders with opportunities to network with fellow traders, professionals, experts, and guys like Hoag. So you're doing the right thing. You're here, you're networking, and remember, continuous learning. Take notes um, each and every day. Have that journal. Have that journal next to you, and when you do hear something that you like, write it down. Write it down. All right, Johnny, your take on the tips of the week learning.
After 31 years as an active trader, I learn something every day. That's one of the reasons I love being here, love doing coaching, love being in coaching. And I am a bit of a hoarder of trading books. Every time a new trading book comes out or somebody suggests one that I don't have, I feel very compelled to get it and read it. I've got two on the way from Amazon already this week. Hoping they're coming today so that I can start checking into that. But it's continuous learning. Markets are continually changing. People are continually changing. Situations are continually changing. So I feel like the more I know, the better off I'm going to be. It maybe gets a little bit confusing at times, but you got to parse through that information, figure out what you can use, and hopefully that's going to help you be successful for a long period of time. I said it out last week, I'll say it again. If you're not learning, you're not living. So continuous learning is extremely important in every part of your life.
All right. Another thing I want to add here before we go to our charts, if you did qualify and were part of the bell to bell, codes were sent out, excuse me, yesterday around 3:15. So check your email, check your spam. If you did fill it out, you do not see it, please contact support. And also, TopStep X, if you are just logging in here, we are now allowing the maximum equivalent contract of minis and micros 10 to 1. And that's really cool. Remember, if you're trading silver, it is 5 to 1. And please, all right, please remember to be kind to your support agents. These people are working their asses off. They're working day and night, and that's the honest to God's truth to answer all these issues. We get a lot of emails, all right? So questions, requests, they will get to you. Patience is a virtue. So take that in heart. Johnny, let's hit these charts. What do you got for our traders today?
All right. As always, starting with the daily in the S&Ps here. Friday's excess low on the daily chart seems to be looming large, right? I mean, we've seen a pretty decent couple of days higher off of that excess low on Friday. That's the tail here at the bottom of that candlestick that we put in here on Friday. How is the pullback, which I'm calling this a pullback more than a true reversal, how is it performing? How is it performing? So we're looking at the volume. Hang on just one second here. Looking at the volume for the last couple of days on the upside. It's not really bringing in volume. It's not increasing. And that's kind of typical for the equities when the market is rallying. There is a tendency for it to just kind of maintain volume, maybe waffle a little bit on volume. And that may be what's going on here. My concern is on that rally yesterday, that was, it was a nice rally. It was, pretty direct and in a P-shaped profile. We'll talk about that shortly. But volume was pretty low. It was pretty low on the New York Stock Exchange as well. And we lost 33,000 in open interest. So this wasn't new buying coming in. This was short covering. What do we look for in a healthy auction process? We look for volume increasing. That's a good thing. We also look for open interest increasing. Now, Monday, we added 2,000 in open interest on Monday. We lost 33,000 yesterday on this push to the upside. And again, that indicates short covering. That's not new buying coming in. That's probably some shorts that were stuck in the hole here, maybe some shorts that were short from higher, covering some of those shorts to protect some of those profits. I'm giving this rally, short time frame, very short time frame rally, if you want to call it that, a C minus, because it's not bringing in new business. It is getting out of old business. What is going to attract new business? Well, a lot of folks are depending on earnings, and those are things that are going to be coming out over time. What about the weekly kickoff high, 5150? What if we can get back above there? Would that incite new buying coming in? Sometimes buying begets buying. Sometimes selling begets selling. I'm just curious as to how this situation that these markets are in is going to play out. So far, I'm not that impressed. That's why I'm calling this 2-day rally we've got here a pullback against the longer term trend, more than some kind of a reversal or a healthy upside auction. So I'm watching, being careful. What does it mean for us today? All right, so hang on just a second. Let's get this scaled. So, in the short time frame, we're putting in higher highs, we're putting in higher lows. There is that spike, that excess that we put in on Friday, just kind of holding and coming back towards that level. But we've been putting in higher highs and higher lows all week. Monday, Tuesday, today. Do we have any overnight inventory to work with here? No, we don't. We looked higher. We've come back to settlement. Looks like we're going to be opening near settlement or, pretty much where the market opened last night. So we don't have any overnight inventory. No gap rules just yet. So my focus, I think, this morning is really going to be on, can we get below the overnight low and see some participation that may bring us back lower? If we hold the overnight low, do we take out the overnight high and continue this move to the upside? So, the fact that we're not opening with a gap, we're opening inside range and inside value now has me trying to stay patient. Okay, better trade locations are likely to come later on. The fact that we're pretty close to our overnight low, that interests me. Close to settlement, that interests me. Try and stay patient. The profile from yesterday, as we were talking about with D on Power Hour last night, was a P-shaped profile. A P-shaped profile indicates the possibility of short covering, and that is supported by the loss of approximately 33,000 contracts that we saw yesterday. So while it was a pretty good move, it wasn't about new buying coming in. It was about old sellers getting out. Old sellers getting out. So the auction for the last 2 days has not been performing that well. I'm giving it a C minus. The move yesterday to the upside was delta congruent, so there was no indication of like longer time frame buyers coming in or longer time frame sellers coming in. The end of the day, the delta was 7,100 positive. So just buyers coming in and covering shorts is what that looks like to me. So I'm not all that impressed with the upside auction at this time. I've been wrong before, and as we always say, anything can happen. Here's the Nasdaq now. Okay, well, much like the S&P, it looks like we've got a V bottom forming here. We have not taken out last week's low. Well, that's good. Monday we moved higher. Yesterday we moved higher, but again we lost open interest. 3,800 in open interest. Is that substantial for the Nasdaq? Somewhat. How is this short time frame rally doing? I'm saying it's not doing that well. It doesn't mean that something can't happen and new buyers can come in and take this market higher. Just what I'm seeing so far is the reason I'm calling this more of a pullback than a reversal or a healthy upside auction is again because volume was low yesterday, was low on the New York Stock Exchange, was low in the S&Ps, and again we lost open interest. 2 days now we've been losing open interest on this move to the upside. So that's more about short covering than new buying coming in. What can bring in new business to the upside is the question. We saw some big moves after the earnings last night. That's going to be a good thing. And a lot of folks are focusing on those earnings, especially knowing that the FOMC meeting is a week from today. Take a look at the 30-minute chart here. Overnight inventory? No, we don't have that to lean on. Whoa, hey, whoa, hey, whoa. Although, we are going to, with good probability, open with a gap in the NASDAQ. Yesterday's high, 17,657 quarter. We're currently trading 17,693.75. So there's a little bit more of a possible upward tint. If we don't close that gap, we might be looking for opportunities to continue this move to the upside. What's going to bring in those new buyers? We did see some good moves after those earnings last night, and we've got more big earnings tonight, Meta and IBM. So yeah, with volume lower, open interest lower for 2 days, we're not bringing in business. We're getting out of old business here. So the profile in the NASDAQ, again, was a P-shaped profile indicating short covering, which is supported by the open interest. So I'm giving the rally that we're looking at this week, Monday, Tuesday, and into today, a C minus. It's doing okay, but I'd like to see it really put its nose to the grindstone and start bringing in some new business so we can see these markets continue to move to the upside. Kind of like me at school, if he would only apply himself, he could do much better. And I think that's where the Nasdaq and the S&Ps are right now. Delta was congruent yesterday, indicating this was some traders probably just kind of getting out, whether they were short in the hole, whether they were covering some shorts to protect some profits. Either way, that's the way it looked yesterday in the S&P and the Nasdaq. All right, what about crude oil, dude? Where's Eddie's crude? So we're still pretty much holding this potential head and shoulders pattern. We pulled back off those lows of this 3-day balance. We talked about this yesterday morning, and for crude traders, it was a really, really strong move to the upside. It did increase volume a little bit and added 13,000 in open interest. So we did see some new buying coming into this market on that move to the upside yesterday. Take a look at the 30-minute chart. If you remember yesterday, we were talking about the 3-day balance. And when we're in balance, we use balance rules. We talked about this yesterday morning. If we can't, get down to these levels down here, we didn't even get to weekly kickoff low. I looked at 8,100 as the lower end of the current area of balance. We talked about that yesterday. And man, the market opened. And what did we have? How many straight green candles on the 30-minute bar did we have yesterday? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 straight green candles to the upside. I would call that one time framing. Adding 13,000 in open interest on slightly higher volume. That was there was some money coming into this market to the long side. Yesterday also was the expiration of the May contract. So we may have had some effect on this, because as that contract expired, people may have had to readjust some of those hedges into the June contract. This morning, we didn't really have any overnight inventory with which to speak of. We're inside range. We're inside value. There's a point of control from yesterday right about here. That point of control I'm looking at is 82.93. And we're kind of right at it. So the market is really kind of seeking balance, and it's seeking balance right at a very comfortable level from yesterday. I'm going to say it again. I'm going to stay patient. We're inside range. We're inside value. A big up day yesterday. Watch the overnight low. Watch the overnight high. Let the initial balance create itself, and then focus on those extremes for your opportunities today in crude oil. That opportunity off that 8,100 low here that we talked about yesterday was quite a nice opportunity for longs. And then gold. I'm going to wrap this up here with gold. All right, there, gold member. So, we're still coming off those highs. How is it performing? Volume is kind of just maintaining to the downside here. We did add 3,300 in open interest yesterday. Taking a look at what it was, we lost 4,700 in open interest on Monday on this push down. So maybe we're starting to see some naysayers to the upside here in gold, adding 3,300 in open interest on a down day yesterday, or was it really a down day? Take a look at the 30-minute chart. All right. Here we go. Scaling. All right. So, the market actually closed higher than it opened. So that's telling me that we probably did see some new longs come into this market, even though the bar is red. The day time frame where the volume was in the opposite direction. We had a nice upside move. We pulled all the way back. We settled higher. The profile was somewhat P-shaped, indicating possible short covering, but that's not being supported by the open interest. It's not truly a P shape, because there was a pretty deep pullback. We like to see the P in the upper third of the range, right? So opening in range and in value try and stay patient. I say that all the time because better trade locations are likely to come maybe a little bit later on in the session. So just kind of looking at what we did yesterday, we're still viewing this downside auction as a pullback off those highs. It isn't doing well on the pullback. As a matter of fact, yesterday adding some new longs to the market. Maybe we've started to put in a floor in gold here, and maybe we start looking at this market to continue the move to the upside. So, that's what we're looking at here this morning. Make sure you take a deep breath, stay humble, grateful, creative, and centered in your trading today. And always remember to pray for peace, be kind to each other, be kind to yourself, and let's have a great trading day.
I am with you, Johnny. Thank you very much, John. Coming up here next, Fast Markets, Andre, JD, Hoag, Deanna. We also have Brian Shannon going to be with us with Power Players. Join us for TopQuiz with myself. Made some questions with Alyssa, Robert and Mick for Shoulder Tab, Dolby and David Green for group coaching. We do have KV going to be with us here with Andre and Hoag. And to end the day, of course, the dynamic duo, Dolby and Andre and Coach Dakota. We'll be right back here with Fast Markets. Don't go away. Johnny meets you at the coffee machine. All right, time to get your birds in the gates. And good morning, Andre.
Good morning, Eddie. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Fast Markets on TopstepTV. Good morning, Diane. Deanna, good morning, John. Good morning, JD. John, how are we feeling today? What are we looking at going into this opening bell?
Well, we're getting a little pop here before the open. We're going to open with a gap, so maybe some opportunity. Unfortunately, we're right at VWAP here, so I don't know. We'll see what the opening range looks like. I may take a shot at it and see what happens, because we are opening out of the range from Friday. NASDAQ, same, opening above the range from Friday. Mm-hmm. We'll see what we're looking like. We're right in the middle of the overnight range and at VWAP, so I'm not liking that too much.
Okay.
Maybe I can go light and tight on this one. Maybe, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what happens. About good. 3 seconds to opening. Here we go.
Okay.
And we are open. Yes, we are.
All right, let's do it. Hey, JD, welcome. What are we going to be trading today?
What's up? I've got the NASDAQ up.
Okay.
Looking at a daily right now. Hoag was talking about volume and open interest on this little rally we've had the last couple days. Hasn't impressed me much either.
Mhm.
You can see, looking at this daily here, Nasdaq's had a tough time the last couple months putting together a solid string of consecutive winning days. Last time we had more than 2 winning days in a row was going back to kind of mid-March here. So yeah, my initial bias today will be to the short side. That'll change though if the market state tells me that it needs to change. So yeah, out of the gate here, I'm going to be looking to scale into some shorts right away and see what happens.
Okay.
I shouldn't say
Deanna.
see what happens, but yeah, my plan is
yeah.
to scale into some shorts for my first trade. That's what I'm looking for.
We're going to see what happens, JD. Let's see what happens. Deanna, good morning. Good afternoon. How are we looking?
Good
What are we trading today?
afternoon. Good
How are we
morning.
looking?
I'm going to stick to gold today.
Okay.
We already have the value acceptance. So we opened below value, went higher, and accepted value. So there could be some scope for longs. Not too happy with this second B period. So that's the second 30-minute COMEX candle. So I'm going to, again, stay patient. I am going to look for a very good opportunity. I have some hypos for both sides of the story. We have a bit of a slowdown on the daily chart on gold and a potential reversal from there. So that makes me a little bit reticent to kind of go long into the value acceptance when the daily chart seems to have some trend exhaustion. So again, I need to stay patient, see what kind of a day we end up. It's Wednesday, so we might have a neutral day. Usually if we're going to go straight up value acceptance, it doesn't quite look this way. So we wouldn't get like a sell-off, we would get a continuation. So from that point of view, I'm just sitting on my hands right now and just observing, aggregating the information that is coming in. So yeah, I'm sitting on my hands for now. I'm not going to do any early trades just yet.
Excellent.
I
Okay.
got short
sounds
2
good.
in the opening range.
All right.
I've taken one off at a small profit and gonna see if we can get a gap close here to settlement. And if we do that, that's going to be the overnight low. We take that out, then maybe we'll stick with this for a little bit.
All right.
There goes the opening range to the downside in the NASDAQ, JD.
Mm-hmm.
We are seeing at first a little bit of a delta divergence. We were moving lower and delta was higher. We've kind of taken that off on this push to the downside. Let's see if that divergence comes back in and see if we keep moving lower.
Okay. Well, we do have access to the house account today. We had some success on Monday with the house account, success on Tuesday with the house account. Only things we're missing some levels. So please, we'll put a link in there. You fill out the form. We need some levels from you guys in the audience. We got our trusted traders here. You got John, we got Deanna, we got JD with their levels. There you go. Let's pump that form up there, pin it to the top of the chat. We'll get those levels from you guys and hopefully execute a house account trade. We'll see if we get out the middle here. Buy some new levels, and we'll pump.
Andre, what's your preferred market to trade at it?
ES. Yeah, good question,
Yeah,
John.
like
Actually,
ES?
good question. ES. Yeah. Nasdaq's a little too crazy.
Okay.
You take an instant heat, and the size we're doing 10 lots in Nasdaq. I mean, you're taking $1,200, $1,300, $1,400 worth of heat on some of these trades right out of the gate. So let's do ES. So send in those ES levels if possible.
We got the point of control down here at 51.04 half from yesterday, 0450. Where is our overnight low? Where is our overnight low? Oh, there it is. 51.06 half. I mean, if you're not interested in looking at the opening range trade, and I don't blame you if you don't. If we can get to the overnight low, and if we can't hold below it, that might be an opportunity for a long. Okay. I'm inclined to look for shorts here. We did open with a gap. We've closed the range gap. We haven't closed the settlement gap just yet.
All right.
But in the longer time frame, it's a short would be, in line with the bigger picture, right? But a long and shorter time frame is probably, what we might be looking to do. I mean, we've closed the gap. We haven't traded to settlement. We are currently holding the opening range as the high of the session in both the S&P and the NASDAQ. NASDAQ looks a little bit more buoyant.
Buoyant, good word.
Mm-hmm.
I did just stack some offers right around the overnight high in the NASDAQ.
Okay.
Thinking possibly take out that high from overnight and then turn around and make a run at the overnight lows. That is my play right now.
Right. Yeah.
First offer at 51 quarter, 51 quarter, 56 quarter, and 60 half. Those are my 3 offers in the NASDAQ right now. I'm going to risk a total of $750 on this trade. I know where my stop is going to be right around just above this high, going back to last Wednesday.
And you're in.
All right. Hit on 2 of them.
There you go. I'll stop if you've heard this before.
Out the high of the opening range.
Dow selling off. NASDAQ catching a bid. I feel like we do this every open. It's crazy. It's crazy. Every open lately. Dow lower, S&Ps and NASDAQ. Yep. Trying to hurt cats is right. All right, JD, let's do this. Wide open. Gold catching a bit of a bid here. Trade. Ooh, now we're new high. A couple pennies, a couple ticks off the new highs here in gold. Rejection there. All right.
It's still a little bit jumpy for me here, so
Okay.
I'm gonna sit and wait. I mean, we have a pretty good initial balance range here in gold at 121 ticks. One thing I'm not really keen on as well is that we're already building structure inside the initial balance. That doesn't generally bode well for a trending day. So again,
my third
there
one.
could be a chance of a neutral.
Right.
We got JD short 3 here.
So one level in the NASDAQ here, 17,768.5 is 5% off the all-time highs.
17,768. 768. 5% off all-time highs. Jeez, we're right back there, huh? Right back there. Okay.
Yeah, we're above that in the S&Ps. I just got stopped out on my second.
All right.
Because we took out the opening range by about four ticks there. Might be a good time to short it now.
I'm tightening up my risk here. I'm going to take a total of $900 a heat on this trade. Looks like I'm going to get hit.
Did see some headlines out of the Middle East.
Oh,
Conflict continues to escalate, I see. So we'll keep an eye on that. Well, let's see me. We are trading above 83.
and we're starting to pile in some positive delta here.
Okay.
Gotcha.
So I have a question for equities. On Financial Tuesday, I keep seeing market on open imbalance, MOO imbalance, MOO imbalance. So how much weight will you give to that particular piece of information? Because I know we have the MOC at the end of the day. Does that play into any of your decisions, John?
It might. Okay. Right. There was a question about that either in the chat or in group coaching yesterday, and I was pondering that last night. And I'm, how can I use that? How can I use that? How can I use that? And if there was a way for me to use it, it would be if I'm planning or expecting to take the opening range trade in a particular direction, like if there, only 32 million on the market on open is not much.
Yeah, it's
right?
small.
Yes. So, but if I was looking to take the opening, go ahead.
Yeah, if it was big, a big number, like if it was in, let's say, 800 million or 1 billion.
Mm-hmm. And it was, in a direction that I was planning on taking the opening range, that probably would encourage me to do it.
So it would play into some stacked up information that you can take advantage
Yes.
of.
Mm-hmm.
I would probably expect a bigger opening range if it was, a billion or more.
Right. Okay. That's great information. Thanks, Oak.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's pretty rare to see an opening imbalance of over
It
a
is.
billion or close to a billion.
I think you're right.
Opening imbalances are typically a couple $100 million
Small.
in that range.
Right.
Yeah, much smaller than the closing imbalance. Renee says I was a little early. Yes, I was. I think I had the right idea. My timing was just off a little bit.
I'm gonna
Coming right back to my
focus.
initial entry.
Yeah,
We'll
we're
wait a
right.
few more minutes.
In the S&Ps, we're right in the middle of the overnight range.
All right. Hands off.
NASDAQ has already taken out the high of the overnight range. And if it's showing signs of acceptance up there, good buddy, be careful being short.
Yeah, for sure. No gap fill on the downside. Never really tested the overnight low. Just kind of ripping higher now. So
Bulls in control.
Reevaluate.
Bulls got it right now.
Adam M in the chat saying Microsoft ripping to the upside.
Let me take a look.
Yes, is going above.
Yes, it is.
Is it? This is just crushing. Yeah.
Apple's popped a little bit. Tesla's kind of rangy from yesterday. After the pop, it just kind of fell into range. It's still in that range. Meta actually heading the other direction had a pretty good dive to the downside, but is recovering now at 506.
Speaking of Meta, we have Meta after the bell today.
Yep.
Bit of a quiet open. We got
A little bit.
I've seen some sellers. NASDAQ open higher. Like John said, S&P's in the middle of the range. And Dow just hanging out to the downside. So divergences all over the place in the equities. Crude, chop around 82.88. Bit of a quiet open, which is okay.
A little bit.
Hey, hey there, Eddie. Bit of a quiet open. Is it quiet on the economic calendar there too? How are we looking for today?
Pretty much. Yeah, we had a hearty breakfast this morning with the economic numbers. But coming into today in about maybe about 45 minutes, crude traders, we got our crude oil inventories. They're looking at 1.7 million. Prior was 2.735. Also, you got your crude imports, refinery. Scrolling down a little bit, we will be having an Atlanta Fed GDP, and it's going to be at 11:30, and the 12 o'clock 5-year note auction. Otherwise, that is all we've got, Andre. And my eyes are on the prize, watching the hot wire, and we'll share anything I do see.
Thank you, Eddie. He said he is scanning the wires for any breaking news all across the globe, as well as economic numbers throughout the day.
I apologize this morning. I kind of omitted the EIA petroleum status report from my list during opening call. I don't know what happened, but
the humanity.
Yeah, oh, you're in timeout, John. Humanity. We'll forgive you on this one, but yeah, 9:30 EIA inventory is coming out. Let me post on that. Nick T says I'm short 778s in the NASDAQ. Tight stop. I'll let this play out again.
Nice.
Try to pull some levels. Try to pull some levels from you guys. Execute a house account trade. If we got a couple levels lining up, where submissions did say short 17,800s, and also said get long at 17,800. So that's a bit confusing. Need a little bit more clarity. Before we do pull the trigger on a trade, but we do appreciate you submitting your levels.
Good morning, Randolph.
Brother, is the brother in the house?
Yep.
All right.
Mm-hmm.
Quick look at the tilt. Nothing really showing. 50-50s across the board for the most part. We haven't been seeing too crazy of tilts, I'm going to say, this week. Nothing that comes to mind. YM gets a little tilty, but then again, YM sample size is smaller than the rest. Shout out to John for recognizing that. Hoag, you were all over that one. So we got to take that with a grain of salt, which is okay. Hey, but a tilt is a tilt. 90% is 90%. So
yeah,
on that.
It seems to me that these markets are just kind of hanging here, looking for new information. We've had a pretty good pullback here. I don't think the pullback, like JD agrees, it has been all that magnanimous. I've been wrong before. The market loves to make a liar out of me, but think about what we're looking at moving forward. I mean, we've got first quarter GDP numbers coming out tomorrow, jobless clams as usual. That's that GDP number might be something that we're looking for, and we know we've got the FOMC meeting coming on Wednesday. Big earnings after the close today. Big earn after the close.
Looking at a higher time frame, checking out a 5-minute chart on the NASDAQ now, it does look like some of this buying pressure is sort of petering out, drying up a little bit. I'm still going to give it a few more minutes before I jump into another trade, but might look scale into another short trade.
All right.
We'll see what happens in the next few minutes, though.
Up against the current high, JD?
Correct, yeah. Stops just above. I'll scale in with entries just above the current high.
All right, starting to see some levels here in the chat. Getting short from between 780 and 800. Ooh, short around 780 again. Might be the short.
Might be.
Yeah, switch on over. See what we got over here.
Right now, I'm feeling Munsoned out here in the middle of nowhere. This is in honor of you, JD. You got a big night tomorrow night, right?
Oh, big night. Bowling finals on Thursday. Yep.
Championship.
Big night.
Just remember, nobody messes with the Jesus.
Nobody messes with the Jesus, right, John?
You said it.
You said it, man. You said it.
Yeah, well, that's like your opinion, man.
What is so good? All right. Well, we are catching a bit of a runner here in the NASDAQ. We are seeing some shorts, saying short between 780 and 800. All right.
John Jones, the difference in the CL levels is probably because I'm looking at TPO point of control on a different platform, and that's volume point of control. My volume profile settings on this on Topstep X, we can't really populate it automatically, so I just use the volume profile fixed range, and I put it on there. That's gonna, well, it didn't fly that time, but hang on. So I'm just gonna put a little bit of it on the overnight. So that's, I go from, like in the S&P's 8:30 to 3 o'clock, and that's gonna set it. Now you may want to increase the row sizes so you get a little bit more detail on it, and the volume area, value area, I always put it 70%. So there's how I get that, and you have to do it manually right now, but I'm sure we're going to be working on that in the near future. Still inside the overnight in the S&Ps here. Still inside the overnight in the S&Ps here. John, stay patient.
Yep,
definitely John, stay patient.
Starting to see consensus about getting short at 17,800, and we're running right up to it. So,
yeah, I stacked a couple more offers at new highs up here. Right around, there's 100 lot right around 17,800.
I just saw that.
It's been sitting there.
So I'll be working.
That's probably MP.
Is it MP? MP. MP. Where are you at, MP? Yep. All right. See if we can get up to the 800s. Probably take a house account short if we get up there. We take a couple tries to get there.
Good plan. Good plan.
A lot of folks are focusing on that, huh?
Looks like it.
So it's big fat round numbers.
It's big fat
People
round
love
numbers,
trading
right?
around them.
The FRN.
Mm-hmm. NASDAQ catching a bid now. I'm sorry, S&P's catching a bid. Here we go.
Good, Gary.
All right, see if we can do this.
Hey, MP, he's listening. He's traveling. He just commented. So that 100 lot's not him.
It's not?
Unless he's trading on his phone in a plane.
Interesting, Michael. Interesting. All right, we're running here.
Filled on one, short one at 95 quarter.
You got 95 quarters?
Yep.
Wow.
Took off the high.
That's the benefit of putting in an offer.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. My goodness.
Andre, are you set up for this?
I am set up for this. Yeah, if we get up there. If we get up there.
Right.
Yeah, it looks like we're going to. I'm definitely going to test it.
I'm working another offer just above that 100 lot.
Above it, I'm working at 17,800s.
I'm gonna put my dome on the NASDAQ just to watch this.
Okay.
100 lot.
There's a 100 lot there.
Yeah. 17,800, right on it.
Yep.
You're not the only one that's looking to short there.
Apparently not.
Or take a profit, one of the two.
Or take a profit. Yes, we'll never know. But we're coming off a little bit right now. Nice filling those 95s, JD.
Yep. In the money a little bit. Just a single. I had some offers scaled in. Only hit on one of them.
Now I remember why I don't trade this.
Are you watching this, John? Do you watch this?
It's just crazy. Gives me heart palpitations. So, Dre, how many are you set up to get short up there?
Currently looking at selling 10. We did pull off here. Yeah, but I think everybody was looking at 17,800 hoop. I think you're right. Probably got a little too greedy on that entry. That was a level, so we'll stick to those levels. JD front ran it quite nicely.
Someone's asking, am I frozen?
You're frozen. Are you frozen? Will you thaw out, please?
In my soul, yes.
Oh, no.
No, generally. I'm just still watching and trying to collate all the data, so that takes a little bit of concentration.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I'm just observing, trying to come up with some hypos. I've got about 3 for now.
Okay.
So I've got that value acceptance as a possibility, but we don't have a follow through yet. And then I was talking about the neutral day type, which is now my primary hypo.
Mm-hmm. Wow.
And then I also have the continued sustained auction in case the value acceptance continues past value, and I might be able to catch a trend day there. But I'm not liking anything for now, so I'm just staying quiet and just observing. So I'm still in observation mode for now.
Good.
So not frozen, still here, still present.
All right, good. She's not frozen. Thank goodness.
Yeah. We do have some thunderstorms here, so that's kind of it's a little bit loud. I don't know whether you can hear it, but things are just very blowy and stuff. So I'm just kind of looking at one of the trees that my mom has in the garden. So I'm like, please don't smash into the window.
That would be nice.
I took that one lot offer. I took that one lot short offer, a $750 profit.
Nice,
JD.
Yeah, that's good, man.
So we get
back to that's back to bedrock there.
I'm gonna stack another offer up top just in case we make another run at the highs. Still working an offer at 0175 above that 100 lot.
John Jones saying, Eddie Horn, did you ever come up with a theme song for Andre? I thought Deanna's theme would be the Doctor Who opening. I actually like that. Bigger on the inside, yeah?
Those 95s, JD. 95s, my man. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful.
That was a
That was
spot.
nice.
That was the spot.
That was great, man.
That was beautiful.
We're currently trying to get everybody was kind of focused in the chat. We got a few people talking about 17,800. So currently have an offer up there in the house account. Just got short of it, and it has come off very nicely.
All those 95s, my God.
I know, right?
Here we go.
Meta's coming off pretty hard right now.
Oh yeah, I'd say S&Ps are definitely selling off, Isaac.
Yep. If we're looking for another run at those 800s, we should have a nice cheap trade entry to the long side right here around VWAP.
What's VWAP?
In NASDAQ, I'm showing 29, around 29.30.
Okay. We blew right through that. We are selling hard. Oh, this is catching a fall. What is Jesus? High 10.
Yep.
And we're
Who's in?
I am. House accounts in off VWAP. Targeting 800s. We got some levels. I saw 35s in here. Yeah, this NASDAQ crazy.
You're in on the NASDAQ, Andre?
I am long NASDAQ from sorry,
It was a bold move, my friend.
It was probably wasn't exactly according to the process, but we did play off view. All right, house accounts up 2,100. That was probably a little risky, probably not the greatest of trade.
Nice
In
job,
hindsight, it was a winner. It was a winner,
Yeah.
but
Nice scalp, though. Yeah, for sure.
yeah. That
Winner's a winner.
Winner's a winner, but wasn't the wisest executions. But all right,
We got our cushion. We're good.
we got our cushion. Thank you, Jay. Thanks for
There
making
you go.
I mean,
Very good.
are there any wise trades in NQ? Because it's so insane.
the
So
ultimate
anytime you
question.
end up with profit, just take it and be like, "Phew, okay, next."
I know.
That was nice, Andre. That was good.
Yeah.
Very nice.
It
Very
was.
decisive.
Mm-hmm.
Let's wait for some levels next time. I mean, VWAP. I like to play, JD. Thanks for shouting that out. VWAP, huge sell off.
For sure.
We got Meta kind of getting down near that 496 level. It's just about 500 right now, right at 500. High is somewhere up around 510, so it's come off about $10 here in this half hour. Got a little bit of coiling going on here in the S&Ps. If you can see the overnight high, this low right here, the overnight low, we've come to it 3 times. We got 3 points of contact on both sides. I really don't want to do anything in the middle. If we get to either extreme, I can lean on that level to limit risk. If we show acceptance outside of it, we go with it. We'll see what happens. But this is a good triangle formation here. This 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3 points of contact. This is one of your technical patterns, JD.
Sure is. Look at that. Got a couple more offers stacked up ahead or up above around the 800 area.
Yep. Up by the 800, you said?
Yep.
Yeah.
Almost want to get long into the move back up there. I just
targeting 800s, right?
I just have that kind of that gut feeling that we're going to take another run at the high. But
Yeah, I
You
mean,
might be on
I'm going to hold off and see what happens for now.
we're above VWAP. VWAP is rising.
Made it back alive. Got out of the south.
Hear Mick back there saying, "Wow."
Yeah.
Something
Yeah.
caught Mick's attention. Wow.
And somebody
so just
got
for-
out alive, apparently.
Yeah, is that what it was?
Yeah, a lot of people in the chat took that same trade that you did, Andre. People are saying
Nice.
getting long off that VWAP bounce.
Mhm.
That was a good trade so
That
far.
was a good trade. So just to kind of reiterate, Andre, you took that trade off of VWAP for a push back to the upside, which is currently still happening, right?
Yep.
And looking at the chart here, we can see that the market looked above the overnight high. It came back to VWAP. VWAP is rising. So I think that was a good idea. I think it was it was a good trade. Obviously, there was a bit of a profit to it, which is great. But just kind of reviewing, I'm not inside your head, Andre, but I can kind of feel your thought process on that. Well, VWAP is rising. We haven't been able to close the gap in the NASDAQ. We come back to VWAP. There's liquidity above that we're looking for the market to return to. So you took that long at VWAP, had a nice tidy profit. I think that was a good job. And just to kind of get into your head and tell everybody what you were thinking about that. And you did mention that in process, just kind of reviewing it for everybody.
Thank you, John.
Mm-hmm. As far as Delta is concerned, we are 570 up on the S&Ps, 200, just about 300 positive on the S&Ps. Nothing really all that impactful there. We're right back into the opening ranges in the equities, NASDAQ, S&P, and the Dow. The Dow still has the opening range at the high of the session. That opening range high in the NASDAQ in the Dow for you Dow traders is 38,727. And it's still in the range from yesterday. It basically inside value from yesterday. The Dow being very sticky to value here this morning.
So far, gold is going sideways. So some of my thought process is that we do have a failed auction to the downside, but we are in the middle of the initial balance, which minimizes my profit target. Yeah, so whenever I start to go, well, should I go short? Well, maybe we got value acceptance long. That means I need to wait, because that means I'm kind of flipping and flopping in my head, and it usually indicates that the market is not actually giving me clear clues. So I still need to be patient here. I'm still thinking maybe a neutral day because of the way this is just ambling around, going nowhere quickly. So for now, my hypothesis is to maybe focus on the extremes of this range that we already established over the last sort of 90 minutes or so. And that means looking for shorts around 23.40 and then looking for longs somewhere in the zone from about 23.27, because everything's a zone. And what they usually like to do is after the euro close, they like to go through any nearby highs or lows that were previously established and then reverse. So that means a zone possibly around the overnight low, which is 23.24.25, let's say. So there's like a 3-point range to the downside that I might be interested in a long. But for now, I want a better trade location than what we've got right now.
That makes perfect sense.
You're staying more market stalker than market grasshopper.
Then market grasshopper, yes. So no boing, boing, boing today. So I want to find a trade with a decent profit margin. That is the objective.
Asymmetric. Right in the middle here. Yeah. There's no asymmetry to the trade.
No.
All right, we're kind of chopping around the middle here in the S&Ps. JD, I know you're working some offers in the NASDAQ. Last we checked in, are you still working those offers? Or have you...
Still working them. NASDAQ was just jockeying for position between 30 and 40 there for about 5 minutes or so. Kind of breaking out to the upside a little bit here again.
Okay.
I might stick some bids down below VWAP, looking for that run back up to 800.
So, CME stuff, I'm going to try and catch up on the strike team stuff. I would have liked.
Stay patient there, James. James V. I can't with this market. Don't worry. We'll break out of this range.
Actually, in hindsight now, I might have missed that opportunity. I think that VWAP buy was the buy.
A lot of people called it out in the chat, too.
Yeah, for sure.
Seemed to be a consensus on that play. Huh. Interesting.
JD, you're going to have to be diligent about muting with Mick.
Yeah, I've been
holding
trying
court
to.
in the background. Who knows what horrible opinions he'll say about world events, people
Us.
we know,
Yeah.
world religions, people on air.
Yeah, this is
All right, here we go. NASDAQ's taking off.
Yeah, it was
Heading up
right off
towards
VWAP. Bounced right off
Yep.
VWAP. Just like chat was saying.
Yeah.
Just like the levels would say. Incredible. What an entry. All good, James V. Stay patient. Lesson there is VWAP. Speaking of VWAP, we'll have a VWAP expert, power players. After fast markets. Learn all about it. Why it's important.
Where is VWAP, Andre?
VWAP in the NASDAQ, I currently have it at 17,731. 17,731. S&P's 5116. 5116.
Okay.
Just a textbook setup. All the chat was all over. Shout out to the chat. JD.
Yep.
Nice entry there.
Yeah.
Call that out. Get a consensus on these trades.
That's right. JD did call that trade.
He sure
Nice
did.
job. Yep. Was I right being in your head there?
100%, John. 100%. It's almost like we've been doing this for a minute. Yep. What a turnaround.
I like that.
Gold selling off here. Dow catching a bid. VWAP here.
Yeah, that failed auction at the top in gold.
Yeah.
It would have been a big preempt, but it would have paid.
Yeah, I still have a problem with the profit margin because the stop loss that I'm using right now is about 50 ticks. So really, I would need at least 130 ticks of space before it hits the other side, which I didn't have. I only had like 88.
Right.
So from that point of view, there was not enough profit margin for me to get involved here. Like I said, I'm up on the week, so I'm not kind of itching to give anything back. Doing like silly trades, so I must stay patient. This is looking like a range bound day so far in gold, and that means we have to stay patient, be more market stalker, less grasshopper.
Yes. That's the theme of the day right now, D.
Yeah, right?
That's okay.
Gotta find something to get our teeth into here.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Dow finally moving here. Will NASDAQ make another run for 17,800? Gonna try to push. Trying to have a little bit of little steam here.
It's trying. It's really trying. It's been a nice bounce so far.
So if I can summarize,
Yeah, we've been discussing VWAP quite a bit today, and that's a good thing because as we mentioned earlier on the opening call, we're going to have Brian Shannon as one of the pioneers of VWAP and anchoring VWAP. He is going to be discussing VWAP today at 11 o'clock in our Power Players session. I mentioned I bought a couple of books, and I'm waiting for him to get here. I was hoping they would be here by now. His book is one of the books that I just purchased, and I'm really looking forward to reading. It's called Maximum Trading Gains with Anchored VWAP, the perfect combination of price, time, and volume. I'm looking forward to reading that book. Comes with very high recommendations from our good friend Anne-Marie Band. And so I'm looking forward to that segment.
Nice plug there, John. Very nice.
Yeah, that is going to be good. I've been looking forward to this all week too.
100%.
I will be in there.
Dolby Time.
Paying
Very,
close
very,
attention.
very cool. Very cool guest, Dolby Time says. So please stay tuned for that. That's what we do here at Topstep TV, bring you the best.
You know, with the theme of, you know, continuously learning, I have a kind of a love for trading books. If there's new trading books or somebody mentions a trading book, I am like compelled to go buy it. I've got a few that are stacked up that I still have to read, but I change their priority from time to time. I think this VWAP book is going to be one of the priority books now.
There's something to it, John. We're gonna find out the details. We're gonna get in the nitty gritty. There's definitely something to it. It makes sense. That's where business likes to be conducted. I mean, it makes sense. So.
One of the chat is saying, "Oh, VWAP is just a 9-period SMA." No, it isn't.
Oh, I wish it was that easy.
Yeah.
Someone just opened a can of worms. Let's hear it.
Yes, it did.
Rant number 1 incoming.
Yes.
So VWAP has a volume component to it. So it's not just a simple moving average. It actually has the number. Yes, it starts off as a moving average, but then you also multiply that by the volume of contracts traded, and then you divide it by the volume traded as well. So that's quite a different number than just a good old mean average of SMA, just simple moving average. So slightly inaccurate there. Yeah, similar, but VWAP is more relevant because of the volume component.
All right, well, thank you for that, D. Yes, not just a 9-day SMA, unfortunately.
No.
A bit more to that. Real quick, we got Robert here in the green room. I'm just told he's in the green room. Bring him in.
There
Robert.
he is.
What's up, my man? Where's he at? Come on in.
He's got some equations as well.
Yeah, something's cooking over there.
Yeah, this is I can hear. There we are. I can see now. I can see. All right, what we got behind me, everybody. I just want to pop in here real quick. First of all, I'm really looking forward to chatting with Andre and with Brian Shannon today at 11 o'clock on Power Players, talking about all that VWAP stuff. I was doing some reading last night. Great stuff. Saw some videos. He was in with Anne-Marie Band several times. Awesome stuff. Really looking forward to that. But I'm here right now to tell you something. Look at the chat. Everybody in the chat right now. Thousands of people. At the top, pinned, there's a form in there where you can submit levels. I'm getting all excited. Look at this. I got my chalkboard going on over here. I'm getting these stats ready. We're getting these levels ready. I have an AI that I'm building. There's your secret sauce. We're letting the cat out of the bag right now. When you submit these levels, they dump into a spreadsheet, and I take them, and we compile them through an AI that I'm working on, and we come up with a house trade, levels, positions, biases, all that other stuff, okay? So everyone, right now, if we could just please go into the top of the chat, click on that link right at the top. I'm watching the spreadsheet. I will see levels as they start coming through. We just had one person submit them. Thank you very much. As you enter them in, what I'm going to do is just take that data, pull it from the spreadsheet, throw it into the AI, and I will show you how that works. We'll submit it here, get you all the information. We're not going to use the stupid-ass chalkboard back here. I'm just heading to bed. Just doing that to be funny. Yeah, look at this. CL Trader. Neither nerd rule the world. Absolutely. Let's get this thing done. Where we want to call these out. We want to place big trades. We want to put 10 contracts, 20 contracts, 50. MP wants to do 100 contracts by the end of the year. We're going to make it happen by the middle of the summer. That's what we're going to do. July 4th, Independence Day. We want to get it pushed out there, but we want the help from traders. The house account is the house account. It is not Andre's. It is not MP's. He has his own. They have their own. It's not mine. It's the house account. And we're trading the house account based on the levels that our traders provide for us. And we're going to use this with do this with some help with technology. So let's get them in there. I see, look, 1, 6, 7 more levels entered in. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Here's the deal. We have 17,800, and here's the irony. 17,800 in the NASDAQ. 2 submissions for the same. One person said long, one person said short. The AI is going to fix that. So this is a cry for help. This is a call out. Get your levels in. Get them in there. Get them in there. Get them in there. MP's out today. We're going to have to drive this. We're going to push it. We're going to push it to the hill. Another 17,800 long. Another 17,800 short. My goodness. Keep them coming in here. They're coming in fast and furious. Folks, I really appreciate it. Back to the show. As soon as we get enough in here, I'll compile it. We'll get the graphics up here. We'll put the heat map up here. We'll start taking these dang trades. Thank you very much, chat. Back to you, host of the show. We'll be back to the chalkboard.
Thank you, Robert. I appreciate this. Let's gather up some levels. We'll compile them, visualize them. We'll pull a trade off of that.
So, all right, let's walk through.
NASDAQ just blew right back down below VWAP.
Right below VWAP, both of them. Both of them.
I go to join.
Getting down to the lower trend line on our little triangle here, JD.
Are you looking at the in the S&P? Yeah. Okay.
Yes. Yeah. Now this is a really kind of a cool level because, you know, if we continue this push to the downside from here, that's potential value area acceptance from yesterday. So if we get a little bit closer to that trend line, I think I can get a trade in here that's very low risk. And if it fails, we may go the opposite direction. But I remember so far we're not seeing really any acceptance inside yesterday's area of value. If we're on my screen, I can show you this in the profile. So we opened outside of yesterday's range and value. We've tested into value. Value high is basically the high of the day. That level is 51.12.5. But we've gone into it a couple of times, but we haven't been able to spend much time there, which indicates potential rejection. But if we start to show, you know, more TPOs coming into this, and we get a 30-minute TPO close, that would make value area acceptance, and that might bring us down to low value from yesterday's session, 50.94 even. Right now, I mean, we don't have a very strong low here. Let me see this. Yeah, it's not a very strong low. No excess on the low here. We're hanging inside value. We've got a couple of kind of things in confluence. We've got the trend line from our triangle on the 30-minute chart here, or even the 5-minute chart. I mean, you can see it here on the 5-minute chart as well. And we've got that potential value area acceptance from yesterday. Dee, what do you think about that?
Yeah, it's definitely possible. Obviously, we still have some earnings and stuff, so I mean that could just put a wrench in the works and give us some maybe irregular shapes and days. So let me have a look. I haven't looked at it that closely. I mean, value area, yeah, it's around these levels, isn't it, on the ES? We are below overnight VWAP, so that would give us maybe a directional bias to the downside if we can accept value. But if we turn around here, then it will be a value high reversal.
Right.
And because we still have that condition of opening just in the vicinity of value, it's still outside range, but the value high is pretty close. So to me, that would spell more mild imbalance rather than like a huge imbalance, and that opens up a possibility for further longs. So again, it's a line in the sand, depending on how the price acts around this area. So yeah, I mean, it's definitely possible, but we do need conviction either side, which we don't really have right now.
Right. Yeah, as far as Delta is concerned, we're positive 1100, but we're at the low of the session.
Yep.
I'm leaning more towards shorts, but I can't yet.
Yeah.
Which means I should probably get long.
Well, all of my average ranges are very far away, which means that overnight did not move it much. It moved it just enough to make the overnight inventory long, but the range is still open for either side. So again, from that point of view, the only reference point is that value high here. So we have to wait and see how the next 9 minutes end.
Right.
If it accepts value, then that's a cause for a short. If it doesn't, and we go higher up from here and manage to maybe go above VWAP, then it's a long.
Right.
Staying objective, looking what the price is doing, looking for momentum and conviction in either direction. Convention? Is that a word?
Got some sellers here. Don't forget about 9 minutes till those EIA numbers.
We got settlement at 5106 half.
Okay.
We got a settlement gap. That might be something interesting. Yeah, settlement gap close. Right now, it's kind of rejecting value from yesterday here.
Cool. All right, Jack. Right before we hit these 9:30 numbers, got a bit of lull in the market right now. We're kind of in the middle. We're trying to figure out which way to go. Crude hasn't done a whole lot of much, and gold in the middle as well. So, Jack, hit us with some news.
Yeah, first in honor of JD's bowling prowess right now, I just wanted to use that to give a warning from Michael.
Oh.
Yeah, I think he slacked me this exact thing. I didn't add the rest of it because this is a children's show. All right.
Nobody mess with the Jesus.
What are you doing there, Jack? You know what you're doing.
Quick news roundup here. Lamborghini. If you're looking to get a Lambo, maybe you are a Forex affiliate or something of the like. They now have an 800 horsepower full electric that they're putting out, SUV. So something to put on the wish list. I also want to give an update of, as we know, MP passed the Series 3 yesterday. And the chat had the great idea that we kind of send the book around. And Fearless Leader went ahead and started doing that. So, James, I think we have a video to share real quick.
All right, Alec, I'm headed to the UPS right there. I'm going to send you this. This is a pay it forward type thing. I have a little note in there for you and everybody else. I read this book, little tip. I read the book from front to back, both these books. That's all I did. That's all I did, both of these books, and I passed. I wouldn't say I'm the brightest one out there when it comes to book smarts, but all I did was read a book and do it. As you can tell, the corner is burnt. And Kaplan right there is the worst study guide ever. But if it worked for me, it's going to work for you. So I'm going to go in here. I'm going to ship it to you. I got your address. I really appreciate you sharing the address and you coming up with the idea. You are the next person in line, and then I hope you can pay it forward. And when you pass, you can pass it on to the next person. So he's going to help me out. Send it to you, Alec. Here we go.
So, Alex, don't let us down. Keep sending that around. And just to show the book, he indeed did try and burn it at first. Got the one
lower right
corner there.
God.
There's a little note, I guess, on the inside where if you pass it around, we want to have people sign it. And then we have one last picture of the, I wonder what the UPS guy was thinking when a guy comes in with a burnt book, filming themselves to hand it over. MP, I'm surprised you were able to get on that airplane today, to be honest. I would have figured you'd end up on some sort of list.
On the list,
but let's keep this going. Series 3. And there's your news.
Thank you, Jack. Thank you. That's a little tradition we got going. Hey, we got almost 4,000 people watching. Please click like. Please click subscribe. We're on the march to 100,000 subscribers. We'll throw a big old party, TopstepTV style, once we get there. It's something we're really working for. We thank you guys very much for being part of this community. Back to the markets.
Hopefully, Eddie can hopefully Eddie can also create that MP puppet.
Yes,
that's right.
Voodoo doll.
So have you seen what he meant? Like, it's just unbelievable. Eddie kept that one quiet. Yeah, it's amazing. Like, you can tell that it's not like, oh, it's just like some random hobby. He's really good.
Yes, he is.
Yes.
Yes, he is.
Thank you,
He's a
Dan.
pro.
Thank you, Dan.
We'll check
Eddie,
him
how
out.
many subscriptions are on your that site, Facebook site?
Actually, 41,000 members.
41,000 members.
Unreal.
All over this wonderful blue marble.
Nicely done. We're getting quite a few submissions into that levels
are.
form that we pinned to the chat a little while ago. Robert's going over that data right now. We should have some trade ideas coming out in just a few minutes.
5 minutes remaining.
Crude traders.
EIA in 5 minutes. Yeah, maybe right after the EIA numbers, we'll have some solid data to share.
A quick tilt update. Got 63% long in the gold. Everything else is damn near 50-50. Which makes sense. We're kind of in the middle here on most of these ranges.
Well, while we compile those levels, JD, you got a big day Thursday night. Hopefully, you'll get the trophy and get home safe after the big win. I'm excited. I got a friend of mine I haven't seen in a few years who actually worked on the trading floor with me. His name is Billy Pianchi. He's going to be coming in on Saturday and staying into Monday with me. And I'll see if I can get him on screen. He's an old friend of mine, good man. We can maybe tell a couple of floor stories, and I'm excited to see him. It's going to be a lot of fun. He's going to be staying with us for a couple days. He doesn't have a car. He rides a motorcycle everywhere he goes, and that includes from
even in the winter.
Yes, he drove here in November from Pennsylvania on a motorcycle.
Man, that's his thing, huh? Good on you.
Yeah,
man.
Yeah. So he's kind of in town, and he's gonna come and hang out with me for a little while on Saturday and Sunday and into Monday. So
sounds like fun. What do you got planned? Yeah. What are you guys gonna do?
You know, I don't really know if we have a plan. I mean, we're just gonna see what we feel like doing, and we'll do that. He did tell me though. He's like, if you're planning meals, I'm a vegan now. So what is a vegan? Anybody know what a vegan is?
No. What is vegan? I don't know.
No
meat. Yeah, hit me, Jack.
Throw it in the chat. Let's hear it.
Oh, I was waiting for what Hoag is going to say.
Yeah, what is it? What is a vegan, John?
I don't know.
That eats other meat.
Yeah.
Is that
the definition? A person who follows a diet or philosophy, nothing abstaining from the use of animal products. So anything that involves an animal. Wow. So I don't know. You might want to feed them some rubber,
carrots, and
paper.
Rubber food, yeah.
Indeed.
I'll have to get some tofu.
Yeah, that passes.
There is now a company called Beyond Meat.
Oh yes,
so they do some pretty I like it because I have some problem with like meats and stuff, just like physically. So I'm kind of like an enforced vegan. I mean, I obviously eat certain meats as well, but there are a vast variety that actually bother me, so I just can't eat it. And I've resorted to eating Beyond Meat burgers, and they're really good. Really good.
All right, I'll take that under consideration.
That.
Yeah. Like Soylent Green, right? Oh no, wait a minute. That's made from people. Never mind.
Yeah. Danielle says just send them outside to graze.
There you go.
Well, Nick asked a serious question, which is, can vegans trade lean hogs?
Ooh, that's a good question.
That is a great question. That is a great question.
Can they only go short? I don't know.
Hey. Hey. All right, Eddie. When we get that number, please. All right, I see a popping crude here. That number hit.
Oh yeah. Did the number hit?
I don't.
Yes, we've got it here. Coming in. Has not hit yet.
Okay.
Looking at 1.65. Here as soon as it does hit. Slow boat.
Yep.
To nowhere here.
Oh,
Hey.
guys.
They're making you wait for it.
Don't forget we got
do you
5-year
still
auction.
Do you still have your motorcycle, Hoag? Are you guys going to go riding?
No,
No.
I do not. When my kids were little and started asking for rides, and I would go riding around, and I started getting nervous. I'm like, I got 2 kids. If something goofy happens, and I didn't want them to really get into it at that age. Neither of them have been on street bikes much at all. So I just I'm gonna sell it, and maybe one day I'll get another one, but I still haven't done that. I loved it though. I loved
You
riding.
missed it though, don't you, John?
Oh, I
You missed
loved it. I loved
I
it.
can hear it.
I loved it. It was just so freeing, and there's just nothing like it. And even in the cold and the rain, and if you have the equipment to get through it, that was my main mode of transportation for years before I got married.
So cool.
I got a picture here. I'm trying to find it of when I got back from my 3-month-long bike trip. George, no, I never went east. When I took road trips, I always went west for some reason.
Go west, young man.
Go west.
I don't blame you.
We got the NASDAQ. NASDAQ's just jockeying for position around VWAP right now.
Yes, it is.
Volume's really dying out.
S&Ps too.
I'm going to start thinking about positioning another short trade if this keeps
Why
up.
short, JD? Why
In
short?
the chat here, Adam's saying that negative 6.368 for crude.
Oh, just
Here
came
it
out?
is, coming in. Yes. Thank you, Adam.
Come on,
The
Juice.
crude inventory is negative 6.368 for our crude oil inventories.
All right. Seen a sell-off now in crude. Come on, Financial Juice. Get it together.
Yeah, exactly.
Actually, Juice is
Go
showing
Quinto.
negative 0.634 and
boy.
posting 6. Crude, Juice, somebody's smoking something over in Juice.
Juice, come on.
Yeah.
My thought process behind the short is just to fill that overnight gap in the NASDAQ.
Mm-hmm.
Ho was talking about possibly, if we fill that overnight gap, seeing some acceptance back in the value from yesterday, then possibly a run at value area low, which is all the way back down at volume value area low, right around 515. That is a trade I'm scouting out right now. Let's see what this data for the house account brings in.
Yes. Let's take a look at that.
We can put on a play in the house account if it looks to line up the right way, I guess you could say.
Did you get filled on this short at all there, JD? Because we are selling off beneath VWAP.
Nope. Never threw the offer in, but still just jockeying for position. Kind of barcoding right now on a higher time frame, looking at a 5-minute chart.
Crude now moving to the upside. Boy, crude's crazy. Crude now popping. About 7 cents. Oh, there we go. About 4 cents off the highs. Highs being $83.37. Now taking a bit of a dip to the downside here. Trading 38,000. Yeah, young Johnny.
There it is.
Oh man! Wow. What's in your hand?
I was like the Beverly Hillbillies there.
Look at that.
Yeah, that's me.
Welcome home. Were you Big John? Were you Big John back then? You were Big John. Okay.
My
I love
brother
it,
Rick,
man.
who's in the chat sometimes. He may be here now. There's Pops.
Very
18,000 miles in 3 months on that bike. No fairing, no protection, just out in the wind.
Scraping bugs off your face.
Yeah, absolutely. That's how I ate. I was like a baleen whale. That was krill to me.
Just open it up. All right, crude made new highs there. It's $83.43. We're about 3 cents off of that. S&P's finally taking a dip. It's the downside, about $3 off the lows.
We did not close 130-minute bar inside value, D. Not one.
I mean, in my method, that's all I require, because especially if the value area is not massive, by the time you wait for that second 30-minute candle, you've already missed half of the move.
Right.
You know, markets might have been a bit different back in the 80s when the first original rules were being formed.
Back in the 80s.
So that's why I had to modify some. Well, that's when they created it. Peter came out with it in 1985 or something, and then Jim kind of popularized it.
Yeah.
But yeah, obviously we have some different market states and algorithms and everything that's changed the market somewhat. So yeah, every time I would wait for the second candle, I'd be like, well, it's done now. So I started to modify that. So I only require one 30-minute close, and then I give it a go. You know, I monitor it, obviously, and then if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. I bail early. But a lot of the times it will work. So you kind of front run a value acceptance with that first candle.
So Pete Stottlemyre, was an acquaintance of my dad's, because my dad was on the grain floor. So was Peter. And, you know, my dad, I think I was in 7th grade. So we're looking at 1976, 1977. And my dad says, hey, there's a guy at work that's got a new way of looking at markets. And he tried to, sit me down as a 7th grader and start talking about charts and started talking about this new way that this guy was looking at markets. So Peter was using that theory of market profile long before the 80s. I mean, we're talking 77.
Yeah, of course. I mean, he came out with a concept at that point, but presumably there's a lot of research that goes into it before you actually release the methodology out there. I mean, we took probably about 5-6 years before I was like, yeah, this is the Marcus Stalker's method. And that's because it takes time to test the hypothesis to see how often these things happen. And I can't imagine that back then we had very sophisticated backtesting that we have these days. So it must have taken him a number of years. But I mean, it's an amazing way to look at the distribution curves, the auction process. It just makes everything so objective. It really helps, especially when some of the other more traditional ways of looking at the market are not giving you clear clues. So it must have been revolutionary. I mean, I know when I first heard about it, I was like, wow.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah.
It looks like it came. Markets and Market Logic came out in January of 1986. Yeah. That's what I'm finding here on screen on the internet.
Yeah.
That may be right. Because Mind Over Markets came out in 90. I remember when it came out, I was like, it just came out, and that's when my buddy told me about it and gave me his copy to read for one night. And then I bought it the next day.
Mind Over Markets.
We based our yep.
Robert just sent a little data back from those levels we got. We're in a trade. We're right in the zone of a trade setup right now from 710 to 720 in the NASDAQ. We got a consensus of 3 longs and 1 short, total of 4 trade submissions right in this area now between 10 and 20 in the NASDAQ. What do you say we pull the chat and say, ask what they think about taking a long position here in the NASDAQ right now?
What do you think?
Let's do it.
Let's do it.
I'm just here to execute. I'm here to execute.
710, 720.
A lot of no's coming back.
142.
Nope.
No.
A lot of no's. Okay, so chat says hold off. Okay. Maybe we get a poll in here, so let's get something a little bit more quantitative.
I think Isaac Rivera was in the chat earlier, so I would like to hear what his thoughts are.
Mm-hmm.
No longs. I think it's crazy.
No longs,
short.
yep.
Short.
Everyone's saying
all right,
short.
Trades off.
Didn't even get the poll.
You know what, guys? Yeah, you know what, guys? It's trading, man. Not every time the levels line up. This is trading. We're not forcing trades here. We got three submissions out of 142. What do we got here in the ES?
I'm thinking, well,
we got 5. All right, we can go switch over to the ES. Well,
mm-hmm. Do we have some data for the ES?
We got some data for the ES. We got 5.
We're already halfway.
We're breaking hard, so that long would have gotten stopped. Good call to the chat for not getting in that one.
We're already halfway through value, so this is done now.
We got 5 submissions saying get long at 510. 5 submissions saying get short at 510 in the S&Ps. Huh.
Where am I missing this?
Slack.
There's also a couple calls for longs around between 5100 and 5105 in the
We're right
ES.
there.
We're right there now. Trading 05 half at the moment.
04 half is point of control. But I think, in my humble opinion, I don't think that we really should be looking for longs until we reach 5094, 5095 value low from yesterday. We did just trade to the point of control from yesterday, which is 5104 half, which is that level, which, it could trade. It could be right. But if we're in value area acceptance, the odds are we're going to get down to 5094, 5095 in that area.
Should be some stops just beneath 5100s here in the S&Ps. So I got 10 lot queued up in the S&Ps.
For a long?
For a long.
Where at?
I'll see this pullback. If we can see some stops around 94s, 96s. I don't have an exact entry. I mean, we are at that level right now, but I do want to see if we...
All right.
Seen some more weakness coming in the NASDAQ, too. There's some sellers stepping in.
Unfortunately, this is part of the discretion of entering these house account trades. There needs to be a little bit of wiggle room in terms of execution. I'm not an algorithm. I'm not a robot. I'm getting these levels fed to me in real time with my trusted, all these trusted teammates here. So there's going to be a little bit of wiggle room. Yeah, this is how we're going to do it.
50, around 95, you said, Andre?
95. I want to see if we can get a pull beneath 5100s. That is true, Dolby. Okay. The clone.
I got a pull. I got a pull going in. There it is.
You did it.
All right.
Nice. Long 50.
Is that your first poll, Hoag?
Well done, John.
Yeah, pretty much.
Hoag's first poll. Everybody votes. Let's do it.
I think I used to do it during Make Hoag Money, but so it's been a while.
Yeah, we do see some confluence there too, John. We got 3 submissions, about 5 submissions at between 5095 and 5100. So we got about 5 longs there. Another 5 longs, 5105 to 5095. So we're seeing some longs sentiment here. I'm gonna vote yes, and we still got 50-50 in the poll. All right.
Right, I'm trying to short in gold because we got up to that 2340. I'm still on micros because of the ranges, but I am using just like $105 to risk on this. Let me just
came all the way back up there.
Yeah. I did try a little short earlier, so I'm down like 111 from that. So nothing major. But if this one decides to go back down, and my hypothesis of a range-bound day is correct, then I'm probably looking at about a 500 profit margin on this one, even though it's micros.
Got it.
We'll see.
Got Isaac in the chat here saying long 50, 98 half. I think we're all kind of seeing the same thing there, Isaac. Take a look at the poll here.
So here's
50-50. 50-50 is the way to not take this. This is a lot of conviction going on. All right, we're still selling off here in the S&Ps.
Yep. Still
do have
more
some
weakness.
heat maps to show too of the submissions people had.
Please.
We collect them in the chat.
Yeah, do it.
Show what we're looking at here.
So here's the NQ, and you see the different levels on the left column. That is long. The right column is short, and then grouped by 10-point increments there where people were. So, for instance, there are 4 people who wanted to go long between 17,800 and 17,810. Now, let's take a look. We have one for the ES, too. This is perfect. We have the heat map is...
What do we got? What are you looking at, Jack? What's so funny? What are you laughing at?
What I was chuckling at is that the highest density on the heat map is between 5105 and 5110, with 5 submissions wanting to go long and 5 wanting to go short. So,
So what would you do if you were me? What would you do if you were me? Guess you're not. You're not. It's not your problem.
Yeah, I don't want those problems, Andre.
50-50 in that poll, guys. 50-50.
Okay.
Yeah.
A lot of 50.
So what do you do? Just keep sitting on your hands?
You're damn right I'm going to keep sitting on my hands. There's no conviction one way or another. I'm here to execute. I'm not here to use discretion. I got 5 saying do it, 5 saying don't, 50% saying do it, 50% saying don't.
Yep.
I do nothing.
Dee, what did you think of that opportunity to take a long down there, low value in the S&Ps?
Well, we're going against the value acceptance possibility. So let me just drag that up again.
We were talking about right around 50.95 to look for that long.
I mean, is it a relevant level? It's where we did the distribution at edge of the distribution yesterday.
Right.
Shape day.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Isaac.
Problem is some stats that I've collated over the value acceptances is that once it accepts value, it usually runs all the way through it and keeps going until it's somewhere more favorably in a swing extreme. So it doesn't always stop, but obviously it depends on the underlying trend too. And I think the trend is more down than anything, even though it could be a little bit mixed at this point. So this was a nice rally back up. So, do we have enough juice to keep going up? Well, it's an equity index. There's always that possibility.
Mm-hmm.
But the problem is if we end this TPO and we leave single prints, that means the auction downwards is very strong.
It's succeeding.
And going against that, so it's succeeding, it's doing pretty well. So we're talking going against single prints, going against value area, going against the sell-off that we've seen. I'm not too keen on longs, I'm going to be honest. But again, I don't trade ES this time of the day, so, take it with a pinch of salt.
Right. Do we...
Just give you a readout of what I'm seeing on the profile and all the other stuff that we've got going on right now. And we are right at point of control, TPO point of control, which is middle of the distribution curve, where most of yesterday's business happened. It's not exactly a swing extreme. So to me, it's not a,
We do have, 5110, 5115. There is somebody looking for a short there. Is this something that we can maybe think about doing in the house account? So if
What
we
would
do
what
get
would the
back
trade
up
be?
to, we could call it, let's call it 51.12, because that's high of value from yesterday. And if we get, but then we run into the idea that this could end up being a failed downside auction.
I'd love to, John, but the submissions are saying we just sit on our hands at the time being.
Sit on our hands. All right.
That's just, I'm just looking at the data, just looking at what the submissions are, looking at what the poll says. Deanna, so right now, would love to execute a house account trade. Seems like we need a lot of things to be lined up just so in order to pull the trigger, and we'll wait for it. We'll wait accordingly.
All right, I'm out of that trade is pushing higher.
Gold. Yeah. I was kind of surprised it came all the way back up there.
I wasn't that surprised, but I was just looking at the value acceptance. We did have that earlier, so that was that. This is why I used a very small amount of risk here. I just gotta test the hypothesis. You don't want to get smacked on the nose if you're just testing things out. You want to pay a bit of money for some information, because we always have heightened awareness when we have a position on. It is not always obvious if you're not in a position. We have the Asia high right around this level. That is the next orientation point, but we do have that value acceptance that could keep pushing up.
Mm-hmm.
However, because it was a swing extreme, I was like, let's try that hypothesis of a range-bound day, because we already built some structure here. And it could still happen from a higher level as long as this Asia high doesn't give us any reversals. Sorry, it could happen if Asia high gives us a reversal, but if it doesn't, then the value acceptance and a continued move higher is on the cards as well. But I'm still more a short bias because of what's happening on the daily chart in gold. Because if you look at it, how it just came off the highs, that speaks of trend exhaustion. So I will be going against that. And that's never really the best idea, statistically.
Well, we are chopping around the 5100s here, S&Ps. Vito Kigo says, ES going to break 5100s. Thinking about maybe taking along, just we don't have the levels. We don't have the confluence of consensus to actually pull the trigger. That's what makes this team trading thing a bit tricky. We're never going to get a consensus. So eventually someone's going to have to pull the trigger based on the information they have in real time. So we're working this out. For the time being, it just doesn't seem we're going to get our levels to line up.
Yeah, we'll get this process nailed down soon enough.
Yeah, we will. We will. Unfortunately, the executor, there has to be a bit of discretion when it comes to executing this, because more or less, you're going to get 50-50 on both. Pretty much every damn level you're going to get is going to be 50-50. Should you do the trade? Yes. Should you do it? No.
Yeah, that's something we should track.
5100s, buy it. So, I mean, that's kind of where we're stuck. We're kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place. So eventually the executor does have to use some discretion as to final decision maker, if you will. But here we are. So,
if we ever actually want to put a trade on, we could talk ourselves out of anything sitting here all day.
Of course.
But, eventually we're just going to have to pull the trigger.
No, we sure can. So here we are. Well, we're just going to watch. Just going to keep watching. Maybe watch some more after that. Hopefully get some more. Maybe we get some sort of level here beneath 5100s. I know Isaac liked the longs from 50.98. Then again, we also had 5. All right, cool. Jack, hit us with some stats while we chop around here at the 5100 level.
Well, I ain't no stat man, but JD is.
Who's the stat? Oh, who's the stat man? Who we got? Bring us.
Give me 1 second. I got to pull up a dashboard real quick.
Sorry, JD. He's got a lot of things getting flown around right now. Markets, man, I'll tell you what, they're tricky.
All right.
I'll give it
special counsel.
Oh, go ahead.
What's going on? I would love. I told you I'd love to, man.
All right. It's quiet. James, you want to pull up those hot streaks?
There you go.
We got them. There they are. Yeah. No change in the list again today. All traders have extended their hot streaks for another day. Arian and James both at 28 days. Faye is right behind him with 25 days. Esteban 21, and Brian. Brian barely snuck through yesterday. After fees, Brian took home $1 in profits. The usual
Green is
bet,
green.
Mortimer?
Yep.
Yes, right. Green is green. All right. Next up, let's look at the yesterday's best live funded P&Ls. Let me pull up that dashboard real quick. All right. Dakota tops the list again. 2 days in a row, Dakota's at the top. Picked up $10,300 trading the NASDAQ and the Nikkei. Gives them a 2-day running total of, where is it? 2-day running total of $21,500 for Dakota. Good start to the week for Coach DBA.
Wow.
He's up today. I think he's up today, too.
Oh, is he? I didn't see the update. I'll have to double check on that. Who's next? Nick T, our boy. 5,500 trading the NASDAQ. David T, up 3,100 trading the British pound. CME product code for the British pound is 6B. B as in boy, if you are interested in getting into currency futures. All right. David A carved up the NASDAQ for a solid $2,400 in profits. And Corey had a nice day trading the S&P, raking in about $2,400.
Well done.
All right. I think Coach Robert's going to jump in for a few minutes and talk about some of these house account levels that have been submitted. Then I'll be back in a little bit with the top 10 list. How's that sound?
Thank you. Awesome.
Sounds good.
All right, Robert, jump on in whenever you want. We're still chopping on these 5100s in S&Ps.
I'll be right back.
All right. Come on back. All right, D, just you and I right now.
Yeah.
What was that trade you were in? I'm sorry. I'm in the hyper focus on this house account thing. What's how you been trading over there?
All right, so I am trying the other side, one of my third hypos, continued sustained auction into the average session range high. Because right now, bulls are just taking over. We're going to see whether this hypo works. And again, not risking much. This is all quite unclear at the moment, so I'm just going with whatever is on the profile. So I'm expecting to see more push to the upside now. Oh, what happened there? Hold on, my position just disappeared.
What happened? Uh-oh.
No. I have no idea.
Nick T says today's like watching a car crash in slow motion with the downside. Oh, no.
So now I don't know whether I'm still in or not. Oh, no. Hold on.
Oh, no.
What happened there?
Dolby.
Nope. Okay, I'm going to have to try that again because
okay.
Yeah, I don't know what happened. The position just disappeared. I'm nowhere near my daily loss limit either, so...
okay. Seen a big bid here on the 5100s in the S&Ps, about 400 lots sitting on that bid. It's pretty sizable, all things considered. Hey, Robert, you there?
I am here. I am back. How we doing?
Amazing. Hit me with a level.
Hit you with the levels. Yeah, we're gonna talk.
Hit me with some conviction.
Had to go do some stuff there. We're not gonna do any pulled pork this morning, but we gotta slice some bacon and cut up some ribeyes. So I can get you up with that one. We're gonna get the show on the road here. If there's a plan, if there's a level coming out, we'll hit it right out. First of all, thanks for the chat for everybody that submitted this. All the information in there, the levels that we got, super good. We ended up with like 148 submissions, and it just threw in the AI. It took a little bit because I kind of crunched a little bit. I didn't do the work; it's just programmed. But the AI failed a couple times. It's ChatGPT. That's what happens when you give it a whole bunch of instructions and sorting and making graphs out of it. Sometimes it'll break. I had to do it 3 times. On NQ and twice on ES. So apologize for the delay. I hope we didn't miss anything. But hey, there's another train coming. Deanna, good to see you again. We just talked yesterday.
Good to see you. Yeah.
So it's like, all right, here we go. Go to sleep. Get up. Hey, how you doing? All right, so let's see what we have. I'm just going to talk through a couple of things. And if you see anything else, cut me off. I'm going to kind of take off my funky chart for a minute here, unless we want to see it. Let's take a poll. Let's just throw it in. Let's throw it for the group. We don't need a poll, but put in the chat. Do you want to see these messed up looking candles at Renko's and stuff, or do you want me to see a time chart? I can trade off of either one of them. I just want to do something different. So go ahead. Time or Renko. Let's call that, and we'll set it up either way. The two levels I did plot last night did get hit on the overnight. You can see the green at the top, and I will call that level out. It was a zone from 17,785 in the NASDAQ to 17,811. As long as I broke over the overnight high, I was expecting it to go to that zone, which happens to be the April's support resistance line, and it hit it like just a couple of points away, and that's not very far in the NQ. Then after it broke off the high, and it made a little pivot down. So the high up here, roughly, this is Renko, so a little bit off, but roughly around 17,790, and the low roughly 17,720. After it made this little drawing here, down and back up like this, made that V, I said, well, if you break below the level right here, which is that 17,720-ish, if it goes below there, I would expect it to hit my zone below here, which is 17,702. This is 17,692. It doesn't mean it's going to go through. I'm just targeting that. So you basically, if you know me, I'm just looking for 10, 15 point moves here and there. And we're going to load this sucker up and we'll see it with 5, 10, 15, 20 contracts. What the hell we want to put on here? So, Andre, we are getting ready. Let's take a look and see what else we have. That is for the NQ.
Hit me with anything.
Yeah.
Hit me with anything.
Well, we're going to do a consensus here. Somebody asked if I was vegan. No. You haven't been
Definitely
here long,
not.
have you, Omar?
Exactly.
Okay, so what do we want to do? Do we want to continue this NQ push down? It's currently 17,688. Yesterday's high, 17,667, and yesterday's close 658. So we have about a 20-point range in the NQ between, let's just call it 656 and 666. That's 10 points. We have a range right down there. That's between the high of yesterday and the close of yesterday. It's a little bigger so we can see it. Do we think we are going to continue to push down to that area, and why? Andre, what do you say? And then Deanna will come on to you because you got some VWAP stuff happening too, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I'm saying we get long down here. I just need some, we need some conviction in our levels. We got 5 saying short, 5 saying long. And we're about to break beneath these 5100s. Would love to get long. Chat said 50-50. D said get short. John said get long. The level said 5 short, 5 long. So basically the process says I got to sit on my hands.
The process says sit in your hands. I'm going to practice count. I'm going to take a short with 5 contracts. I'm going to practice a count.
Lovely. Love to.
We're going to get some action here. I was on a trade yesterday afternoon, and they said, "Why are you taking the trade?" I said, "Because I'm bored." So do not do that. And it's not because I'm bored right now. We have a hypothesis. I think it's going to be coming down to the yesterday's high area. Roughly, I have the target 17,665. And we're going to risk actually a little bit more on this. We're going to risk it 17,688. If it goes up against us, I should have checked my settings first. I hope I don't stop out with a personal loss limit of 1,000. So we'll see how that goes. Right now, house account looks like we're sitting on our hands. I'm in 100% agreement with that. Deanna, do you agree with that? Let's chat. We got to sit on our hands.
I agree. Yeah, if there's no consensus.
Okay, I'm closing that trade. I just closed out that trade at $550 profit, slippage of 436. That is how it's done. If I was and it just hit my target right there. I'm not being impatient. That's exactly what we're looking to do. We just talk through it. Mm-hmm. I know I'm talking quick, but we want to get the show rolling. We want to talk these markets up and talk them down and talk through these trades. And with that, sip of coffee. Good morning, everyone.
One cup of Joe. We are selling off.
We are selling off.
So to the 5 that said get short, good on you. To the 5 that said get long, oof, we're taking some heat.
Yep.
Yeah.
I put the short on again. 5 contracts. I'm in a practice account. Yep. Deanna, what you talking? I'm talking over you. What are your thoughts on this, please?
I mean, I said that I'm not happy about a long because we're going against the value acceptance. And then if we left the C period single prints on the TPO profile, that means the auction was a success to the downside. So longs were not on the cards until we can at least take that out. That didn't happen, and it just pushed straight down. So that's why I was like, because I've seen this happen many times in the past. So I've just learned not to go against certain clues that I can see. Similarly, we are seeing an opposing trade in gold, which I'm actually in on right now. I'm only on 5 micros. I mean, I say only, but I'm still risking like 275 on this because the ranges are like absolutely insane. So here's my Topstep X. So I tried a couple of shorts before, which is why I was down a couple $100, nothing major. And now we're seeing a similar trade play out in gold, only to the opposite side. So we had the value acceptance up rather than ES having the value acceptance to the downside. And because of that, I got involved in a long. Then my trade disappeared, so I don't know what happened. So I actually entered at a slightly worse price. My initial entry was around 23.42 or something. And then that just, I don't know, it just kind of vanished. So I re-entered, and now I am sitting on a bit of profit of about, well, coming up to about 288, $300. I'm going to keep that going because I don't look for small base hits, especially not when we have the auction in the same direction. So I'm going to try and ride this out for a while. Usually these trades that I call them the post-NY cut trades. If you guys look at financialjuice.com, you will see something like FX Live posting the option expiries in Forex markets for that day. Gold has a very strong correlation with Aussie dollar. So every time you have 10 a.m. Eastern, which is 9 a.m. Chicago time, you get a huge influx in volume, which can bring about either a pop or a reversal. Now you have to obviously follow clues to see which of those is going to happen. See if this file, obviously if it starts to aggressively sell off, I'm going to close the trade. So right now there's nothing else for me to do. I'm just waiting, following what's going on, sitting on my hands, not over managing. So we found an entry, found a trade, and now we wait. That's the whole point of this process. Most of my trades will be anywhere from about 30 minutes up to about a couple of hours long. So I don't know whether I'm going to be booking profits on air. If I don't, you guys can get maybe an update of how this happened and what I did with it later on. But yeah, I mean, this is for now looking like a nice follow through to the value acceptance that we had very early on in gold, already in the first half an hour, which I don't really like, and I don't really trade during the first hour anyway. So yeah, I just look for the right day, I look for the right clues, and then I just let the trade play out. And I always look for those slightly larger risk reward setups, which means I don't need a super high accuracy, even though at times I will have a pretty high accuracy as well, but that's not realistic. So if you take all of the trades through good times, bad times, you're probably looking at about 43% accuracy, and that means that I have to keep at least 2-to-1 on my side. But usually I aim for about 3-to-1, 4-to-1 if I see the type of a day that is conducive for that kind of expansion of the profit targets. So hopefully that makes a little bit more sense. If I go to my charting platform...
We're getting a little feedback loop or something there, a little distortion.
Robert has entered the void.
We're in the matrix. We're in the matrix. Selling off right now in the S&Ps. So for the 5 that said get long, we're taking some heat. The 5 that said get short. Yeah.
So this is exactly the same trade, is my point. So ES is selling off, gold is going up.
Right.
We've seen risk-off sentiment that has been playing out on quite a lot of the days because of the Middle East conflict. So effectively, this is the same trade, only I'm using a different product to express my position in the market.
If I can, if you guys want to go to my charts, I can do. I think this platform does a really clear job of kind of explaining what Dee was talking about with the value acceptance. So as soon as we can get on my charts here, okay. So this was yesterday's regular trading hour range, right? So we opened above range, we kind of balanced above value. And when we started to show signs of acceptance inside value from yesterday, that kind of gave us the idea for a potential short. We were kind of looking at this low here as rejection of value from yesterday, but when we started extending the range and it kind of accelerating to the downside, now the value area special situation play is on. It just now traded to low value, so the value area special situation play is over. Does this make this a potential long and low of value from yesterday? It balanced here yesterday. There may be a potential for a long, and we want to see some sort of structure begin to form in the daytime frame. But we did leave single TPOs from the IB low at 51.10 half, and we've got those single TPOs now down to 51.005. We've completed the value area special situation play. If we did take that short, this would be our exit right at value low, and we've taken a little bit of a bounce off of that. So, while we were thinking about a long here, it would be a cheap trade. Once we started extending below that, that's kind of telling us we're probably accepting value. The move is to the other extreme of value, which it basically went almost to the tick. So that's really a good, clear explanation of the value area special situation play. Once we accept the previous day's value, odds are it's going to go to the other extreme, which it just did. So that's kind of a forensic look at that opportunity. The nuance was saying, yeah, you were probably going to check low value from yesterday, and we did.
Yeah.
All right. That was a nice little breakdown. I'm just going to talk. Can you all hear me out there? Make sure I switch microphones. Okay. You thought you could get rid of me, huh, Jack? I know you said you muted my ass. We're going to switch microphones and change it in the back end, and I'm back.
It sounded like you were taking off in a flying saucer or something, Robert.
That's so weird. I got this really beautiful Yeti microphone that I've been using here, and it's on my desk. When the PC is on the floor, it's a hardwood floor, so I moved it onto the carpet, and James said it got worse. So I don't know. We just switched microphones. I'll come back to this. We'll be good.
So we'll figure it out afterwards.
Sounds good. But we're back. Markets are still selling off. NQ still selling off over here. I heard some of that. I'm going to take a switch over to ES, and we're going to take a look around that. Darling, see if we can have get a house account trade going on here. We're not going to force it, but if there's something there, we'll get a consensus and we'll go for it.
Yeah, consent. Okay, so Robert, let's talk about what does a consensus look like exactly? Because I got a hunch that we'll never get anything more than 55-45, 45-55. Anything over 60-40 would be shocking. From what does consensus look like? What would a consensus look like? I'm being serious. Let's
I know you're being serious. Yeah.
We're handcuffed right now. We're handcuffed. We're handcuffed right now.
Yeah, it's gonna see what makes the most sense. And as we saw when I was doing the AI stuff, just compiling all the data, we saw that the ES had the same level, the same amount of traders, both exactly. I think it was 5 traders. All agreed on the same level, and there were 5 long and 5 short at the same level. So that's what happens in trading. If we watch the tilt for any length of time, we see that. We see like, oh my God, look at this. We have the NQ. It's going up, and it's 52-48, for long to short. We see that all the time. It's like welcome to trading. So what we're talking about for the house account, we're going to get a consensus for the couple of pros on the screen and say, hey, we're looking at this. It's matching our rules. It's matching our criteria, like Hoag's opening range trade. We see that every morning. This is where it is. We have a gap up. We have orders coming in. We're looking for a retrace back up. It's back opening in value, and he talks about it much better than I do. But it looks like it's going to be long on the opening range. 1 minute later, we are in a trade, and we all agreed on that. And that's just what we're doing right now. And I think we're all in agreement for at least right this second. We got to sit on our hands, and that's also part of trading. So I'm going to bounce around a few different areas, and it's not like we're looking to want to trade, but if something's moving and I'm not looking at it, or we are not looking at it, we won't see it. So I'm just going to fly through a couple of other instruments, gold, oil. Let's take a look at some of the other ones. Let me put this on a regular chart so everybody, just like a 5 minutes so everybody can see what we'll look at the same thing here. All right, I just looked at the ES, and I'm going to go to 15 minutes so we get a better view of things here. So I'm on the ES chart. I'm on 15-minute, and it looks like it's about 3 days back. I'm going to do a quick little like line draw stuff. I have a high marked out over here, and I have the current level. I say a high, I say over here, meaning 50.75, and I'm marking it to the next resistance point, 50.90, called 50.95. So 75 to 95. This is a 20-point range, and we're right at the top of it. So now we get to make a decision and get to talk about this. Do we think we are going to break below 50.95 somewhere through this area, target 3, 4, 5 points? Or 10 points for that matter, and go down towards the 50.75 area? I personally don't think it's going to go that far down. I don't think the ES will go to 50.75. Just because it's a support area 2 days ago doesn't mean it's going to go there. The second half of this is we already had a high, overnight high of 51.29-ish, and we bounced off 51.24-ish. And we've already dropped down. It is 94, but we've already dropped down 30 points on the ES. Now, what does it usually move like? I don't trade the ES, so I'm going to throw it back to you guys that know more about the ES. Is this move too far down, and are we going to bounce off this resistance area of 50.94, or do we think we're going to go down a few more points? And we'll come to that consensus between us. We'll hit the chat up. It's a group effort and say, what do we think? I saw Dakota's in the chat earlier. Eddie's in the chat earlier. He's in there now. So let's put the consensus out there right now. 50.95. Are we going to be going below there, or are we going to reject off of this potential support level and pull back up a little bit? What do we think? We have Hoag and Andre. So will you guys take the floor in that, and let's go with 50.95 on the ES. We going up or down, and for how far?
Oh, that's not for me to say. I'm simply here to execute. I'll lean on our trusted traders like John D in the chat here. We did take that poll, and it literally came back 50-50. Unfortunately, maybe we can dip another toe in the water and see what the temperature is this time around. But last time we did it was 50-50, so that was a set in our hands. John, what are we looking at here in terms of levels? We are at the lows here in the S&Ps. You know, it kind of feels, I'm not gonna lie, it kind of feels like we're trying to force this trade a little bit, and we're not letting the market come to us, so to speak, because we are selling off right now, 50.93s. So, but you know, screw it, let's force it, let's do it.
Well, hold on. You know, Robert, that 50.95 level. Okay, I mean, I've got value low from yesterday at 50.94. Okay, so our value area special situation play is pretty much over. However, there are some weaknesses in structure below in yesterday's profile. We've got single TPOs here from 50.92 even down to 50.89 even. So if I'm going to start looking for longs, number one, we're one-time framing lower. We're putting in lower highs and lower lows. As JD and I talked about earlier, we weren't all that impressed with this 2-day rally that we've had because it cut off volume and it was lower open interest. So technically this morning, we should have been looking for shorts, which we were doing earlier. And, you know, it is proving to be successful. So, you know, in your zone down there, where was that zone again? It was like 50.95 to 50.85.
50.75, and that was a high of 2 days back. That's a gap between those two, because once we broke through, we kept going. Yeah, so it's 50.75 to 50.95. I just threw two volume profiles on as well, so keep going, John. I'm going to load up my chart with 2 more things.
Okay, so yeah, the high from the regular trading hour high from Monday was 50.76.75, basically 50.75, right? So we've got a 20-point gap in there that we could easily fill because there's weaknesses in structure from that move up yesterday. Do I like a long here? If only because it's the low of value from yesterday, and it's where the market rotated, and that low of value from yesterday again is 50.94. The high of value 51.12.75. Once we accepted it, the market did what we thought it would do. It would move that down to the low of value. But in the current market state, I'm not a big fan of trying to front edge along in that zone. I want to see it go into that zone, maybe even get to the other side of that zone to limit risk. And again, the other side of that zone being 50.76.75, 50.75. You know, everything is a zone, right? So I'd rather, if I were going to be looking for longs, have that gap kind of filled and then start to see some sort of structure to lean on to help me limit risk if I were looking for longs. At this juncture, I'm not, because, you know, we've got a downside auction in the day time frame that really began at the IB low today, 51.10 even. And once we started, kind of leaving that initial balance, again, 50.10 even though the initial balance low, and showing acceptance of value, the trade is to the low of value, which is again 50.94 and a quarter, 50.90, 50. Let's just call it 50.94. Okay, everything again is a zone. We're still sitting there. We've had a what was the term yesterday? We've had a deflated ball bounce. Okay, we're not doing the whole cat thing anymore. It's a deflated ball bounce. We're not seeing any buyers coming in and bringing this market higher. So if we're going to be looking at that zone, Robert, that you're pointing out, I'd rather get a lot closer to the other extreme of it before I start looking for longs. Make sense?
I totally agree with you. And while if we can switch back to my charts, I want to show you something. And I want to get a feedback from Deanna here because I am short. I took a short right at that zone. I am in a 150K combine. I didn't think I had a combine laying around, but I do have one that's like maybe $2,000 away from lose. I play with this stuff all the time. When I'm coding and I'm doing crap back here, I just throw stuff up. So none of this stuff is real. You want to see my real account? I'll show you. But this year, we're going to go short. We are short. We are short at 509.4 in the ES. Okay. And what I did on my chart here, John, it's going to be, I think it's going to work right in with what you were saying. I looked back 4 days and I put 4 volume profiles on today from the start of the Asia last night. And then the day before starting of the Asia, day before that, and day before that. So 4 days back, I started the Asia open and went all the way to the current time right now. But then I went back yesterday, the day before, and day before that. And I only plotted those days' point of control so we can see. And I know you love point of control just like I do. And we have naked one down here at 50.30. That's way down there. But the last 3 days, the point of control is like 3 points away from each other. The last 3 days, if we go from the Asian market 3 days ago, today, yesterday, and the day before, and we go all the way from when it started till right now, they're all just within a couple of points of it. 2 of them are right on top of each other. That tells us consolidation, right? So we're not going to really go too far in any one direction. However, if we start dropping down like we're in this short right now, and we break down out of the zone area, we do have a naked point of control from 4 or 5 days ago, 50.30. And then the point of control for that day only is at 5,005. So we have a lot of room to the downside. And I'm going to stop for a second. John, you gave your information. Andre's got his finger on the trigger just in case we're going to jump on this short going down. And Deanna, what do you think about this? Yeah.
Well, like I said, I've been in favor of shorts because the value acceptance short. Do I think this is a good area? Well, if I look at the volume profile on my chart, there is a low volume area just underneath here. Couple of problems with low volume areas. They can act as reversal points, but if the market slices through them, then your short is excellent because it means that the market usually goes through those areas pretty quickly. I have my levels of interest for a long much further down, although not as low as 50.35. I do have them at 50.64 because that's where the average daily range low is located. And then right underneath that, I have the average session range low as well, which is at 50.58, thereabouts. So that would be the area where I will be looking to take profits if this starts to run. So I don't really have a level here. There is a value low from yesterday, but I dislike value lows as reversal points because I found that value low, value high from the inside are really only highly statistically probable on inside days. Today we open outside of value. So to me, that's not matching up. But I like your short because usually I see the continuation past value. So that's why I like your trade there, Robert.
Thank you. And Hoag was in the same agreement on that. So I'm still short with this, and I'm liking this to begin with. But if it doesn't go my direction and it just kind of hangs around and starts to flip back, I'm just gonna get the hell out. If I make $50, I'll make $50, right? But I have a stop at 51.06. It's an eyeball stop. I am not doing any particular risk reward ratio here. All I do is I put the stop up far enough away to let the market have some fluctuation. This is ES. It's not going to fly up 50 points and take me out like the NQ does. So right now, I think we're looking pretty good. If this comes down a little bit
Yes, we
further,
are.
we're at 50. Yeah, it's looking.
Yeah.
We're
Yes.
up a
I
little
like
bit.
your stop.
Great,
I like
great.
your disaster stop because it's above the round number of 5,100. Whenever I'm doing a trade, I always try, if I can, to put my stop loss away from the round number. And that's exactly what you've done. Not only is it above 5,100, but it's also above 5,105. So I like it.
In the point of controls. Actually, thank you.
Yeah.
Let's see if it plays out.
Yeah, let's see if it plays out. Yeah.
John, what do you got for
That's
Delta?
all we can do right now.
Negative 6,400 in the S&Ps.
Thank you.
That was not a fire drill, by the way. That was me.
NASDAQ negative 2,000. So here's, if we can go back on my chart here, there's something I want to show. So when the market becomes directional and you believe that the market is going to continue in that direction, just like Dee was saying, there's a low volume area here that between 50.92, let's call it 93 down to 50.88. That's a low volume area that could end up being somewhat supportive. If not, it should go through it relatively quickly. One of the things that I've been successful in getting into directional markets with is looking for the low volume nodes in the daytime frame. So you can see when we broke out of the IB here at 51.10, we had a low volume node right at 51.0675. The next bar came up to 51.05. That's 6 ticks from the low volume node. When we look at where we are now, we've got a volume bubble right here between 59.80 quarter and 50.93 half, 50.98 quarter, 50, or let's just call it 98 and 93. We've got a bubble there. So if we do get a pullback up, and I call them shoulders, in the upper, the upper side of this high volume node, between the high volume node and the low volume node, high volume node being, let's call it 94 half, and the low volume node being, let's call it 99 half, 99 even, 50.99, just call it that. If we can get up to that, this low volume node, the same way D is saying the low volume below price may be supportive from yesterday, just it might be resistance for us to be able to get into a continuation move. So if we do get a pop, we might, you might think about looking to short it, let's call it 50.98 even. And if we use this low volume node, and again, that low volume area is from 98 half up to 10 even, right? D likes those 10 evens. Your stop has to be on the other side of that. We could look at like 50.10.03, 50.10.02 for a stop, because that's going to take out that low volume node. We don't want it to take out the low volume node above price if we want price to be going lower. Does that all make sense to you?
Makes sense. I just marked it on my chart, John. I want Deanna to chime in on this too. I don't want to take the whole show here, but I just marked it on my chart as you were talking. I put a caution level up there at 50.99 because we know if we get up there, we're going to be careful. If it comes up and heads over, we have point of controls from the last several days are right around 51.05. That's probably going to be the junk, like call it a day. It doesn't have to go all the way to my stop, but once we get over this 50.99 level, we start breaking over 5100, and we see Delta coming in, we see buyers coming in. We're just going to close the trade. It just didn't work at that point in time. No need for me to lose $800 on this trade. I'll just cut it off early.
Right.
But let's see what happens.
Right.
It's pushing up now. This is all new to me. This is a 15-minute chart on ES. I've looked at this like a year ago. So, Deanna, what do you say?
Just looking at Bookmap to see if I can find some other reason. Now, here's why you don't want to put your stops at round numbers. What you will find is blocks of orders around the round numbers. Now, we don't know whether these are new shorts or whether these are stops, so that's something that we can't actually know. But you don't want to put your stops right at the round numbers. So if we're going to get a continuation, I mean, there is a chance that we go up to test 5100s and then we smack back down. We have Euro close coming up in a minute, which always brings a bit of a wiggle in price. So we can't let that shake us out of the trade because those never last. It's literally just a knock-on effect from everybody in Europe closing off their positions. So that's something to keep in mind. I'm still liking the short, especially because it's being defended by this block of orders. So until they're still there and until we kind of run through them, the trade is still valid. So I like his stop loss placement. I like the direction. We are working with the profile. We might have another single print trail left behind in like a few seconds coming up, which would then mean we have a multiple single print trail, which is always a sign of a very strong directional day. Don't go against it.
What level is that? Or is that the order block up there?
It's 5,100 all the way up to about 5,101 half, let's say.
Should we add? Should we add to our position? Should we add to our short position?
I don't like adding,
at that
so
level.
I can't. I can't.
What level? Wait, Robert, where are you getting your levels to add to this short? I'm not seeing the levels to add to this short, please.
I was listening to Deanna, what she was saying, about that 5,100, 5,101. I'm not saying add to it, so let me clear this up. I'm not saying we're adding to a losing trade. What I'm saying is we came back up, pulled back into it, almost like buying the dip, right? We're just shorting the push up here. So I personally don't like doing that. And if we have our crew here, consensus that says, we don't like doing that, and we're at that level now. We are. I say that level. We're at 50.98. I have a caution level marked at 50.99. Deanna just called that the London's closing soon, so we're gonna get a little pop there. Don't get shaken out. So the question is, do we want to add a short at 50? Awesome. That was that little pop. Do we want to add a short at right around now, 5,100 to here, and then just if it still doesn't come back down, just get the hell out, or do we just want to be patient and let this one lot run?
So we went right to the low volume node we were just talking about, Robert.
Perfect.
The low volume node was 50.99. That was your caution level there.
Correct. Do we want to add to our short position? Let's take the on-screen census, yay or nay, and we'll ask the chat.
I'll say no due to the delta.
Okay.
I'll say no too.
Okay, John?
I'll say no because it is kind of eating through that low volume node.
I agree, and we have 4 of us on screen right now, TopstepTV, agreeing we are not adding to this trade at 50.99. We're going to let it go. We'll ask the chat. Looks like the chat is running out and saying no, no, no. I am in 100% agreement. Yeah, we are all. This is a consensus trade that we're talking about, doing this group thing. Now, my stop is like Deanna said. It's. I'm not at 5,100. That's just nothing. I'm not at 5,105. I want to go over it. I'm at 5,106. It's 0.75. I don't know, 5,107. If you want to make a round number, doesn't matter. So that's where I'm putting on my stop. I'm not going to let it go that far. We're going to take a look at this. If it turns around and say, hey, we get delta coming up. We have buyers coming in. We're making single prints up. We're going to take it out, right?
Don't get out yet.
No, not yet, but I don't have to let it. I have a fail safe. I have a catastrophic stop at 5,107.
Right.
Okay. For this short. I'm not going to let it go there. There's no need. I mean, that's 7 points away. I'm not going to let it go that far against me. Right.
Yeah,
but I don't want it to pop up like when London closed. If it popped up 2, 3, 4 points, I don't want to get stopped out. So.
I mean, technically, we still have single TPOs here. There's just a couple of them, but they're still there, and we're eating through that low volume node, which makes me nervous. But I mean, technically, it's still valid for now.
Okay. I'm going to extend the volume profile in my charts over to the next 15-minute candle. Looks like they're all the same. So let's I'm just going to extend them over. And this is the volume profile right now is an indicator that we add to the chart. We won't have the main one that like automatically updates isn't in Topstep X yet. So we just kind of, when we put this on there, I just have to keep dragging it over to the right once the candle closes, and we'll go from there.
And now we're at that big round number.
We're still exactly. Now we'll see what happens, right? So are we in agreement, the 4 of us, that says if we get out of this number
George.
and we keep pushing up, we're just going to close it, get the hell out of this trade, call it a loss, and wait for the next one. We don't have to let this thing go against us. Do we agree with that?
Yes.
All right, back up to 5,100s here.
Just close out the single TPOs.
Okay. Thanks, John. Look at Deanna. How's Bookmap looking up in that consolidation area up there? Once we get through it,
it's still there.
Then if we get good. If it disappears and we get through it, we start pushing high, we're just going to get out and call it a loss. It looks like it's pushing up, but I'm not going to get scared out of this. And I'll let you talk to me and see how that works.
Yeah, I mean, we can look at it. For now, it's not going through it. It touched 5,100, and we are getting some sellers coming in.
Awesome. Great. I'm going to do something really funky here. I'm going to split my window on my Topstep X, and I'm actually going to change the right the right chart to NQ. Let's get crazy.
So the market has kind of closed up that low volume node we were discussing trading short against. And it's really only a couple of ticks now. And it's just above that 5,100. It's like 5,101, 5,101 and a quarter. That's how small that the low volume node has gotten, but it's still a low volume node. And there it goes.
Okay, so the orders have disappeared. Yeah. Yeah.
Should we close?
Disappeared now. Yeah.
Yeah.
Should we close? Everybody, should we close our short? Chat, everybody on screen?
I think,
okay,
yes.
I'm out. Close it. 377 loss. That's okay. We came to consensus. We had an agreement. We had our levels on our trade, and such as trading, sometimes you take a loss. And we did it here. All we're doing, we're just
a lot of
talking
the levels
through
I
this
was
whole
seeing.
thing.
A lot of levels I was seeing was trying to get long around 50.95. Those big levels there. Isaac Rivera in the chat, one of our trusted traders in there. Dakota as well. Thought we could have probably possibly taken long there. Value low. Thank you, John. 50.95 was kind of the entry we were looking to get. Couldn't get the confluence. Couldn't get consensus. So yeah, we that's why we sat on our hands, I guess. But 50.95 is value low. Isaac Rivera and the heat map. We had that level. We had that entry, but we just could not pull the trigger, which is okay. That is trading. That's how you do it. Isaac Rivera, we did not take your ES long. We did not. Still working through the process here. We are trying to fine tune this. Unfortunately, we're just working through it right now. We got there. We tried to. But yeah, Robert, I saw what you saw. Sometimes we got to force a trade every now and then. But yeah, we'll try.
I wouldn't even say that was force on it because, I wouldn't. I'll say we didn't really force it. We were looking around to see if something was moving, and then when we saw that gap, we saw the single TPOs. Deanna chimed in, looked at book maps, saw the volume areas. We all literally said, we took our on-screen poll, 4 of us. Yeah, we're all in agreement for short. We were all in agreement that we're not going to add to this trade when it came back into an area, right around the 5,100. And then we agreed to get out because it looked like it was pushing higher and going up. It's okay. I mean, this could continue, right? We don't know. I don't know what the hell's going to happen in this thing. It could go, but I don't know. This wasn't a guess. And I want to be clear that we didn't just guess. We just looked at it, broke it down, switched instruments, switched time frames, talked through it, and I don't know. $370 loss didn't kill anybody. I don't know. So we'll see how it goes.
No. House account trades going to be 10-15 left. Obviously, the gains and losses are going to be a little bit more magnified, which is okay. Okay. Well, we do have the house account up right now. We are looking for levels. We are chopping around 5,100. So we got about 13, 16 minutes left here in fast markets. We do have some top 10s, I believe. We can pull those. JD, I don't know if you're there or not. I've been watching this trade, chopping around here.
Yeah, I am still here.
What's up, JD? Hey, man, shout out on that VWAP trade, man. That was good stuff.
Hey, cool.
Shout out to that.
All right, let's take a look at our XFA P&Ls from yesterday.
Okay.
All right, there they are. Hang on, I can't see them. All right, here we go. Another fresh list of names for our XFA traders yesterday. We got Nikolai pulled in close to 15 grand trading the NASDAQ. Earl with 11,000 trading NASDAQ. Thaddeus is trading both the NASDAQ and the Nikkei for $9,500. He must be a slow markets watcher. Emmy, $9,500 trading the NASDAQ. And Kobe with 8,900 also trading the NASDAQ. A lot of NQ traders out there. All right, let's take a look at our top 10 list now. Here is the bottom half.
All right.
Okay, there's only one change on this end of the list today from yesterday. Our boy Isaac is back on the leaderboard. You see Isaac in the chat right now. Throwing out some trade ideas.
Yeah,
all
right.
Isaac. Yep. Despite taking a drawdown yesterday.
Yep.
Despite taking a drawdown yesterday, he still maintained a strong enough account value to keep him popping back up on the leaderboard time and time again, Yeah, account management is how do you say it? Account management is real. It's a real thing. Protecting trading capital is really just as important as making good trades, and Isaac proven that by sticking around in the leaderboard. He moved into 9th place. Him moving into 9th dropped Pin down to 10th. Isaac. Oh, by the way, Isaac was in 15th place yesterday. He popped into 9th place.
Nice job.
Pin dropped down to 10th place. Sammy and Solomon swapped positions to Sammy was in 7th place yesterday. Simon was in 8th place. And then Philip held on to the 6th spot for another day. So nice job on the bottom half of the list.
All right,
Eddie,
all
in there?
right, all right. Fire 'em up!
Here we go.
Woohoo! Here we go. No
right.
changes to the names in the top 5. There was only one change in position.
Yesterday's best up there.
Oh, I got yesterday's best up there.
Nice catch.
There it is.
It happens.
Thanks for the heads up. All right. Like I was saying, there was only one change in position yesterday. Jerry has taken over the top spot from Dakota. Jerry spent about 14 grand across 3 XFAs and bumped Dakota out of first place.
Man.
Yesterday, they were only about $250 apart. And Dakota had a really nice trading day, too, yesterday. We mentioned him earlier on the live funded P&L list. He made more than $10,000 trading in the live account. He's been putting up some pretty big numbers all month, in fact. Let's see how he closes it out. Next Tuesday is the last trading day of the month. Mark your calendars. Outside of that, Ryan, Adam, and Daniel all maintain their positions in the top 5 for another day. That is our top 10 list for today.
Oh, look out, Jerry. Dakota's coming for you.
JD. Thank you, JD. I do think, Eddie, if you got some plugs for us, please hit us with them.
Yes, sir, I do. Report card. We want your feedback to help make TopStep TV even better. Here's the post. I'm going to post it in the chat. There is the link. Post-it link. Come on, link. We're going to be sharing in chat right now to provide feedback directly to our on-air crew about each and every segment on TopStep TV. There is the link. Also, if you're new here and you haven't heard the good news, Micros update. Micros and TopStep X are now 10-1, and all TopStep X early access traders can use this. Remember, it's only for TopStep right now, TopStep X. We will be looking into this, and we've got it in the works to add to other platforms. And just a heads-up note, silver is 5-1 right now. So there you have it. Andre, back to you, and let's trade.
Thank you, Eddie. Thank you. Thank you. All right, just taking a look at the markets here. We are past the Euro close. Got about 10 minutes left here in fast markets. Still top around this 5,100 level. I haven't given much looks to the other markets going on around us. John, if you don't mind, what's happening over in gold? What's happening in crude? Having hyper focused on these equities right here. So I'm just going to why don't you take us around the globe, if you will? What do you got going on in crude and gold?
I mean, crude at the 930 bar here, there was some gyrations, but it's really just kind of come right back into balance. Not a lot going on. Yesterday was such a strong up day, added a lot of open interest. What was it? 12 straight up bars on a 30-minute bar yesterday from low to high. It's really just kind of now digesting that information. It's really, price action for the regular trading hour session is really focused right around the point of control at 82.93. So we're really just kind of digesting this level, I think, because of that big move to the upside yesterday that really did perform very well as far as volume and open interest is concerned. Yesterday was expiration for the May contract, so that may have something to do with that big move to the upside as longer time frame traders adjusted inventories for that. I'm going to take this off because this has already been checked in the regular trading hours. So really range bound, sort of here in the NASDAQ, and that's just looking through the 30-minute chart. As far as gold is concerned, we opened, we had a really decent pop to the upside that traded us right to the point of control from 2 days ago, which was 48.90, I believe is that correct level, 48.90. That's the TPO point of control from the 24th. And it really just kind of ran out of buyers there. We've got some excess on the profile there. This looks like a pretty good opportunity for a reversal in the day time frame, and it's already coming back into range and into value from today. But most of these markets are still inside ranges from yesterday. Gold is inside range from yesterday. Crude inside range from yesterday. NASDAQ just kind of getting into range from yesterday. There is the potential for the NASDAQ now to have
selling off hard.
A value area special situation play. The NASDAQ opened with a big gap. We've closed that gap now, the range gap, and we're now trading inside of value from yesterday. Value high in the NASDAQ yesterday. TPO value high 17,650. Point of control is all the way down to 17,592. And the low of value from yesterday is all the way down at 17,550. And we're showing signs of reacceptance inside that area. There may be, especially in the NASDAQ, a lot more downside to this move, and it is currently continuing to push into that value area. This could target 17,550, ladies and gentlemen. Still a decent downside move here.
Hey, John, I just want to jump in there because I did take 2 trades on that. I wanted to jump in, let you finish what you're doing, but I wanted to clear out my P&L there. I marked while we had the news going on. I marked on my NQ chart a potential target zone once it broke the previous low. So the previous low being around 17,635, and I did my calculations and I marked off a intraday targeted zone, which we can see right here, and that began at 615, and it's right down to the point of control from the last couple of days. When we broke that pivot down, that 1 wick down at 635, I shorted, and when it got into my target zone, I closed my trade. You can see them in a list down here. I also took that short that we got out of earlier on the ES just to claim back some funds there, and we can see that my P&L is now $1.30.
Nice.
But so here's what we were. Now let someone talk. I'll talk over. I'm getting in trouble by chat.
I think you could have married that one though. To be honest,
we could have.
I think you could have married that one.
Yeah, for sure. So we were right on the trade. We were all right on the short on the ES. We had the timing right. We had we had the entry right. We had enough room for wiggle room. But once we saw things turning around and blowing through those TPOs, absorbing all those upper orders, we decided we don't want this to go against us anymore. So when I lose trades, this is how I lose them. I'm right, but early. This is how I lose all my trades, most of them. I'm right, but I'm early, which makes me wrong. Okay, so I'm glad this played out on air because I'm going to go back to the show afterwards and watch it and see what I could have done differently. First of all, it's ES on a 15-minute chart, which I'm terrible with. But we had consensus. We all agreed. We were all right. We were just all early, and we're still here. So
yeah, and we do have a tendency to keep our stops just a little too tight too.
Sometimes we do that, right?
Yeah.
It's we got to think about where everybody else's stops are going to be, and we got to be outside of those.
Yeah, and I think we had a clear thing. Deanna even said that we get the round number. We had point of control there, and we just kind of peaked it up just a little bit more. Now, if we stuck with that, we'd be golden right now, right? But we also had our like Deanna used the hypo. It's like, okay, this is our trade, this is our stop, catastrophic, but our hypo changed when we said, hold on, we came to this level, we stayed there, buyers came in, we got rid of all that liquidation, and it came up through, and we decided, nope, this doesn't look right anymore. The hypothesis changed. The OODA loop, we adjusted it, we got out of it. So there you have it. I mean, it is what it is. It came back to that level. I shorted again at that level. I shorted the NQ at the same time toward my target zone. Took them both off, coming away with $1.30. We'll get more. It's early in the session, but I'm going to shut up now.
Yeah, I'm having a few issues with disappearing trades and brackets and with stuff, so I'm just going to report that.
Okay.
I'm not sure what's going on there. But yeah, it's carry on. I just need to tell this to Casey.
Catching a bit of a bid here. Not seeing a whole lot of levels down here, John. You just see some continuation. The downside, it just feels like we sell off. We do catch a bit of a bid here.
Yeah. The thing is, in looking at the things that Dee and I are looking at in the profiles and all of that, there's nuances for both sides, right? There's nuances that say, well, this is a good long, and there's nuances that say, this is a good short. And it's I guess it's experience or understanding, which nuance is most important in the current context, right?
Yep.
So when we, Dee and I are thinking and looking at things in a longer time frame than a lot of the traders that we have. Some of the faster, more scalp type traders that we have on there. So it kind of strips my gears because I'm listening to what they're saying and hearing what I'm thinking, and it makes it difficult to make a solid decision because we're kind of melding time frames. So when Dee and I were talking about the special situation, the value area special situation play, Dee was saying, typically when we do this, when we open outside of range, we get to the other extreme of value. That can kind of continue for a while to the downside, and that's the time frame that she's thinking in. When we were looking at that long in the S&Ps at value low, which was where Isaac was getting long, right? He was getting long at like 50.95, which was value low. It turned out to be a decent trade, but it was a see money, take money trade because the move and the nuances are all saying, well, we're one-time framing lower. The up move was weak as far as what JD and I were looking at. So there's a longer time frame nuance that says, okay, we've taken out the low of value. We did the value area special situation play. We've taken out the low of value. We've been unable to get back inside the initial balance. We still have single TPOs above. This is still a short in my mind, and I'm sure in Dee's mind, right?
Oh yeah. I just the thing is, I don't like taking trades from value low because of this. Because it just kind of runs through and keeps going, and we know that we had some space below. So I would have preferred that we actually took that short from a value acceptance trade somewhere closer to value high and initial balance low. But when I'm away from those levels, I always err on the side of caution that if things don't just run immediately, I get out of the trade. So I don't want to see, a stack of orders getting taken out in the opposite direction, because that's generally a bad sign. And then you're just taking heat for no apparent reason or for no good reason. My whole idea was to take a short all the way up at 51.03, 51.02. So when we moved away from that, that's when you have to be a little bit more careful, because you're at risk of the markets turning around. But this is still a short. It's still a short. I just think that with all the consensus and stuff, we are quite late into the trade ideas, and then we end up kind of faffing around low probability levels. So that's the only thing I'm not really liking about this process. So we need to find a way to be a little bit more efficient and faster. So if we have a level, we need to enter around that level. And I know someone was saying 50.95, but I don't know how many people were saying that. I think a lot more people were saying higher up for the shorts, if I'm not mistaken. So I just think we need to be a little bit more.
It's a process we're working on.
Process work. It's actually 50-50. 5 said long, 5 said short.
50-50.
Then we went to the poll.
That's not great, is it? Yeah.
It's tricky. It's tricky. Jacket confluence, you got to just kind of sit in your hands. We're just going to be chopped around here on the lows. It's okay. Well, we'll get it.
What that does tell us is a lot of people are focusing on that level. It might actually end up being a good level one way or the other. It's the consensus on what to do that's difficult.
Yes, exactly.
So really quick before we head out, I wanted to show, I actually had Robert in the background. I was going to give Eddie some material. We did get a few iterations of possible MP puppets. None of them are perfect yet. Whoa. This was the first option. The hair's not quite right. He's smiling too much. Not just but I think this
that's
is more
way
puppety.
Too smiley for MP.
Option number 2 was kind of terrifying. This is more of like an Abe Lincoln looking FP.
Ooh.
He's wearing the Hoag rally sweater.
Yeah, the Cardi's sharp.
You know, from the picture that I used to do this, the clothing's actually pretty spot on. It's good with that. But we'll do a few more iterations, Eddie, and then if you can build our final one, we'd much appreciate it.
Thank you, Jack. Thank you for that.
So, D, do you have any kind of iterations on how we're trying to do this process that we might be able to improve the speed of it?
I mean, I don't know. I've never really done it. It's very hard because you're trying to take the voice of the crowd and then to translate that into an intraday trade. I mean, it's very tricky. Yeah. But I mean, I'm sure we'll get there. We just need to, keep trying different things and keep trying to get more efficient with, level, direction. Maybe we should kind of have like a process where it's like level, direction, consensus, go. And it needs to happen like in minutes. We can't sit around for 40 minutes
100%.
and arguing of what should happen. So I'm not sure how to solve that. I mean, I'll give it some thought.
Please do.
You're spot on,
I'm starting to think there might be too many cooks in the kitchen on this process. I'm starting to think.
Well, that's part of it. It's part of it.
Yeah.
That's why it's
Well, D, you were right on with that because we posted the forum last night. Sorry, Andre. We posted the forum last night. Posted again this morning. We had 4 entries, 4 submissions. So we're like, we want to put a trade on. And jumping into fast markets really quick like that and snapping fingers and say, hey, what do we get for a trade? We tried it today. I mean, I threw it into our own internal thing and said, hey, let's just nail the audience here. Let's poll the chat and see, let's get that form going. I took 2 more shorts. I'm coming out of this and I'm closing, hit both target areas. We are now up $200. Sorry, I was trading and I was making puppets, not MP. We are all multitasking here, folks. We are all multitasking, and I'm talking too much again, right, chat? Sorry. That's exciting to me. I'm never on fast markets. This is exciting.
It's been great to have you here.
Thank you. Oh, look, I'm $193 after I closed out, so I'm going to have to take a micro trade, get over $200 to qualify for my payout.
That's typically been a bad
you know
idea.
What? Yeah, I know. But we hit our zones. We hit the areas that were called out. We plotted them out, and it jumped into it, pulled back. I got right back into that trade again on the NQ on the right, that zone area, 616. Took it down for a few points. Re-entered the ES trade for a few points. I figured I was up. It was 200 and something. I just marketed out. Gave me 193. So I'll grab a couple of dollars afterwards and classify this towards a payout day.
Yeah, good job.
Well done. All right, well, I think that brings us to the conclusion here. About 3 minutes till the top of the hour. Don't forget, we got power players coming up. Very, very special guest. Everyone, make sure you stay tuned for this. Brian Shannon.
Can't wait.
Master of View app. He's coming in hot here in about 2 or 3 minutes. Anyways, I really appreciate that. Thank you for joining, Robert, John, D. Thank you very much. Hey, shout out to JD, everyone that helped there in the chat. Really appreciate that. Yes. All right, let's go over to power players. Thanks again. Let's see how these markets, we are seeing some downside action in the NASDAQ. Let's kick it over to power players.
everybody, and welcome to Power Players. We have a extremely special guest. We have Brian Shannon here, author of 2 very well-known books, Technical Analysis Using Multiple Time Frames, as well as Maximize Trading Gains with Anchored VWAP, the perfect combination of price, time, and volume. Brian, thank you so much for being with us. We have a lot of fans of your book, and they have a lot of questions about Anchored VWAP. Oh, also Robert's here too. Hi, Robert. So Brian, what can you tell us about yourself? Just a brief history. Chat wants to know. They're very excited.
Sure. My fascination with the stock market began in the early 80s, just, hanging out, watching my dad, who would dabble in the market a little bit. In 91, I graduated college and went straight to Lehman Brothers in downtown Boston and began my career there. Moved out to Denver in 93 and was a broker for a couple of years, then started a day trading office for a company called Generic Trading out of New York, which I don't think they exist any longer. The Carlin Group, I think they still have. But have been a trader since then and, have created a couple courses, wrote a couple books based on my experiences and just continue to this day to love the market, trade every day and, help guide other people to, not make mistakes, number one. Well, actually make money, number one, provide education and help them not lose money. And here we are today, still doing the same thing. What's that?
Well, I think we're all on the same page then, because that's kind of our mission too. Is that we want to make sure that traders are not risking their own capital in the markets, and if you can help and we can help, and hopefully all the retail traders out there can trade responsibly and manage their risk and use some tools to help them trade better. And it sounds like you did develop one, the Anchored VWAP. How did you kind of arrive at that? There's a lot of interpretations of VWAP. Why do you like the Anchored VWAP?
It's something I kind of stumbled upon really back in 03 or so. It was a study on a charting platform called Realtick, which I don't know if they're still around. I think they merged. They called Convergent for a little while on that. Anyways, they had a trend line called VWAP, and I would look at it, and when you draw a trend line straight across the chart from 5 days ago to today, it would draw a VWAP line, but it would just be a horizontal line and it would go up and down. And I would notice like it would hit in certain spots and go, what the heck is this thing? What's going on? So they had a daily VWAP on the chart. And I figured if I could use my starting date 5 days ago, I could still have that VWAP. And it began 5 days ago. And I started to notice how relevant it was to trading. And then, so it was already in existence, and it was invented as an analysis tool by Dr. Paul Levine in 1991 or so. 1988 was when the concept was first introduced in a white paper. But I don't want to go through the boring details of that. It's more that, it had evolved as a benchmark for trading to say how well is an order executed versus the average price for the period of time it took to execute that trade. Typically a day is what it started out as. And then it's evolved into an analysis tool. And I kind of have been the adopted father of it by, mentioning it in articles and in my first book 16 years ago and just, tweeting about it every single day and getting more and more trading platforms to include it on, because it wasn't really until TC 2000 and about 6-7 years ago put it on theirs at my request, and then now we've got it on pretty much every decent trading platform.
That's really good, Brian. Thank you for that. I did do a little homework on you last night. I did see the book. We have it put into the chat now, so if anybody's interested, I know Hoag this morning said it's on the way, so a little while ago. I have a couple of questions for you, just some clarification for this, but thank you again, first of all, for being here. We always like to talk trading too, so those who were watching the last session, I did take more trades, 2 more shorts on NQ, and we are up $308, so I do qualify for a payout for today. So I wanted to put that. I said I was going to do it, and everybody's like, no. It's like, now we're going to do it. So Brian, Anchored VWAP. You anchor to 3 specific areas. I'd like you to clarify those for me and or just elaborate on those. 1, anchor at price events. 2, anchor for time events. And 3, anchor on fundamental events. Can you run through that thought process for me, please?
Yeah, so highs and lows, for instance, the swing high, the swing low. You're looking at my chart right there. Last week's high, that red one, and we're looking at the Qs. So, just basically multiply it by 10 for the NQ, right? Or not really by 16, I guess, or whatever the number is. I don't trade the NQ. So anyways, you would by 40 maybe, is that right? I think 40.
There's not a chance they're
Anyways,
going to get me to do public math here, Brian.
yeah. I'm embarrassing myself doing the same thing. Let's go to the SPY. It's by 10. So much easier. Anyway, so this is the NASDAQ. On the right, we have the 30-minute time frame. And this was last week's high. And really what kind of started this sell-off is the way I look at it. So to me, that's an event. I could maybe anchor it to that gap over there. But this is yesterday's volume weighted average price, and the green is the week to date. I also have a 5-day moving average, and that's the month to date. So what we're looking at is, one, this is an event right here, is that, the gap up and reversal failure. 2, we have the week to date. That's a time, and the month to date is a time based. And then yesterday's VWAP, which we're losing right now, that was a target of mine this morning for a short that it came down to, and we just switched to a 1-minute time frame. So this is yesterday's volume weighted average price. And I had gotten short in here this morning over in this area with my stop just to have been above this little peak right there. We got rejected at VWAP. We came down, we broke a new low, and this was my target on that trade. So I'm out of this currently, but this is today's VWAP and yesterday's volume weighted average price. And like I said, the week to date, which if this market continues maybe to do something along the lines of this, today, what I'm thinking is maybe we start to get a little bit of a midday counter trend rally, and then later in the afternoon drop down to the week to date volume weighted average price. The week to date is also of interest because that's where we have this 5-day moving average, which is of importance to me, and where we have that the week to date and the 5-day moving average in that area. So those were 2 of them I think I covered there, which was time and, highs and lows. As far as an event goes, so for instance, let's talk about Tesla today. Tesla, what we want to measure going forward is who has control here in Tesla since the earnings report. Okay, so we would look at let's look at a 1-minute chart. And you can see it's kind of been back and forth here this morning, but now it looks like the sellers have gained control and are maintaining control with that rejection from the daily VWAP. So it was a little bit of back and forth in this area, right up to the 20-day moving average as well. And that's also the month-to-date anchor, which, where's my month-to-date anchor? Right in here, that purple line. So what I try to do, and I realize I'm kind of jumping all over the place here, is tie them all together and say, from this event, who's in control of Tesla right now, the buyers or the sellers? Well, you can look at the stock and say, well, it's up 10%, so the buyers are in control. But not the buyers from today. The average price today, for people who got involved in this stock today, the average price is right up here at 163, let's just call it. And the stock is down to 159. So the average buyer is down 4 points. The average short is up 4 points. So the sellers are in control from the open. Does that make sense to the way or did I jump around too much in there?
No, that makes total sense.
It's great. I have so many. I think Robert and I probably have like a million questions, but I think Robert has one right now.
Yeah, just to the follow up on that, and thank you for answering that. This is great, and I hope everybody's listening. This is like a masterclass in the making live here right now with this with Brian Shannon, a master at this stuff. Believe me, I started coding indicators in TradingView a few years ago, about 6 years ago, and we were always talking VWAP. And there was always Asian market, start. And then I was like, well, wait a minute, VWAP, the V in VWAP has volume in it. Asian market has different volume than London, which has different volume in the US. Why don't I make 3 of them? So that's like one of the first 2 or 3 indicators I made on TradingView was calculating the VWAP at the start of all 3 sessions. So that was my question to you is, I did see you on another, I believe it was with Anne Marie actually, and Anne Marie Band, who's on here all the time. And you said,
yeah.
you know, I don't use volume in my calculations. And so I have to ask Brian, V and VWAP is volume. So can you elaborate on that for me a little bit? I'm pretty logic, like 1 and 0, black and white. So I don't use volume, but volume is part of VWAP. So I'll throw it over to you and you can explain yourself. I'd love to hear it.
No, that's a great nuance that I kind of am known for this phrase, only price pays. And I repeat it all the time because a lot of times what you see and what the typical trend with volume is that volume expands in the direction of the trend, peaks at the end of that trend. So for instance, just here on the SPY, we saw volume expanding on the way down, and the heaviest volume comes in at the end of the move. That's the way it goes. Now, we didn't know that was the end. We might have thought this was the end because that was the heaviest volume of this move. And then it rallies on lighter volume subsequently. And that's all good to know. But what most people are doing is they're, saying, I'm going to short below this level, but I want to wait for volume confirmation. They go, oh, there's the big volume. Now I'm going to get involved. So if you're waiting for volume, in other words, to confirm your trade, you're often going to be late. Volume peaks at turning points, expands with the trend, and diminishes on the retracements, which is exactly what we're seeing here. Now, what the VWAP does, though, is it says, okay, we're expanding, we're rising on lighter volume, but who has control? Well, this week we opened on a gap. The buyers initially, a little bit of profit taking, buyers took back control right here. And then they defended it at the end of the day, Monday. Well, now maybe we're going to pull back into this level today, and we'll see if that becomes an important level. I would certainly, if I was short, look to cover in there. And what we want to understand is the psychology of what goes on in there is that people who are short up in here are maybe using this as a price target, saying, I'm going to cover down in that area. So instead of adding supply to the market by shorting more, they're saying, okay, I'm riding my short down there and I'm going to create demand in that level. So they're not saying I'm going to create demand, but this is the net effect on the market, is to understand the psychology of what happens in these areas and to say there might be sideline cash from earlier in the week that says, you know what, it got away from us earlier in the week. We think that was the low. We want to average into our buys. We don't want to chase it and buy into these gaps when it's extended, but here's a logical place to buy, the week to date average price. So that is a potential level of support, is the way I look at it. Doesn't mean it's going to be, but it's certainly an inflection point that I need to be aware of and look for evidence of possible support in that area. So, if I was short the SPY or the ES, I would definitely be looking at that area as a place to possibly cover a short. And anyways, I think I got so the volume, yes, I'm aware of volume and the volume relationship, but it's not part of my decision-making process is, hey, the volume is doing this, therefore I have to do that. Most of the time when I get into a trade, let's say I was looking for this market to, instead of, bounce in that area, well, I would expect it to bounce. So if I'm looking for the bigger trend on the daily time frame to continue lower, I would look for a bounce in this level, a lower high that might get trapped underneath yesterday's VWAP, come down and hit the week to date again, make another lower high, and then start to break down. And then what would happen with volume is something like this. The volume would start to expand and peak, at the next bounce point and then diminish in there. So, over here, if it breaks down, it's going to be most likely on lighter volume, and it's going to be lonely if you're waiting for volume to confirm. But if you look at it and say, I'm shorting because it's below the week to date volume weighted average price, meaning the average bounce buyer is now losing money. The shorts are maybe going to get more aggressive. The people up here are trapped and losing money. They're going to look to get out. So if I get short in here, it's going to be lonely because there's not a lot of volume. But if I say, we had this high, and this high, if I put my stop above that most recent relevant lower high, then that's my trade. I don't care what everyone else is doing. Everyone else will start to recognize after the fact, like they did over here, and they'll start to wash out. And I'll look to cover when the volume starts to do something like this. So it's not instrumental, but I'm aware of it, and it's more of how it fits in, like we said, with what's going on with the anchored VWAP.
I have so many questions. So this is so good. Something that you just said that I really, really liked that is different about your approach to anchored VWAP versus other indicators is that I feel like people use like the RSI. It's like, overbought 80, oversold is under 20, moving average crossovers. But something that you said that was so cool is that you use the anchored VWAP to see how other market participants might be feeling about their positions in the market. Is that accurate that you're using this more for trying to interpret other trader psychology?
I think it's the ultimate, I said this in my book, it's the ultimate sentiment indicator. You can poll people and say, are you bullish or are you bearish? But you can point directly to the chart and say, that's where the average price is from the beginning of the week. I know that above that level, the average person who's been involved this week is feeling bullish. They're feeling okay about their trades. They're not really concerned yet. I know the average short seller is saying, man, I'm trying to, average into my short, and maybe I'm going to get it down to there and break even, hopefully, and see how it goes. But I think it's always, that's what technical analysis really is. People get confused with cups and handles, and I'll point them out when I see them, but heads and shoulders. What is a head and shoulders pattern? Let's say this is a reversal pattern, and we can call this a shoulder, and we can call this a head, and let's say this turns into a shoulder. Well, the only thing a head and shoulder pattern is that we have a pattern of lower highs and lower lows, and then what do we see? We have a higher high, and then maybe a higher low. So that is just the definition of trend changing from a pattern of lower highs and lower lows to a pattern of higher highs and higher lows. Instead, people are just, focused on, hey, it's a head and shoulders pattern. I read in a book that that's bullish. Okay, why? Why is we no longer have a pattern of lower highs and lower lows, definition of downtrend. We went sideways for a little while. That 5-day moving average starting to flatten out, saying the 5-day average, which has been a great, one of my best trend indicators, is now saying it's the buyer's game to lose in here. So if it comes down and makes this higher low and breaks beyond there, well, then you can start to look at the height of this measured move pattern and saying that it would then indicate a price target up near 518 or so if this is a head and shoulders pattern.
That's a great breakdown. And I got to say there, Brian, I am entirely with you on the patterns. Not saying that they don't work. I'm just saying that they can be subjective, right? And you can break them down to anything. Well, what is this? What is this? Well, this is a whole head and shoulders pattern, the one you plotted there going to the upside. We should go long. Well, if you're on a 15-minute time frame, that might just been a V. If you're on an hourly time frame, you're still looking at a down candle, right, with a little bit of a retrace. So they just a little bit subjective. And what I would say is, trade the time frame and the chart you're looking at. If your trade times are like 5 to 10 minutes, and you're looking at a weekly and daily chart, it's kind of a tough sell. Look at a 5, 10,
you got no
15-minute chart.
business being there. Yeah.
Contents in there. Yeah. So and I'm also the very, very non-subjective person. Like, a head and shoulder or any type of pattern is subjective, right? One trader can see it differently. But you know what yesterday's settlement price was? The same for everyone in the world, right? So we have a really good point. What was the open price? It's the same for everybody. No question, non-subjective. It's a head and shoulders? Nah, I'm on a 3-minute chart. I'm on 5. I'm on a 20. It's just really different. I want to ask you about your VWAP because I want to make sure we keep you on the show here. I read also that you don't use standard deviation bands, and those seem to be very, very popular for those who do use VWAP in their trading. I'm kind of curious as to why you don't have those in yours, whether it's the 1.5, or 2 standard deviations. I know they're really popular. What What are your thoughts on the standard deviations?
I'm a trend trader, so I'm not worried about overbought or oversold or mathematical deviations. To me, it's as you said, you're very objective about it. Well, the only objective way you can look at the market is if we're below the VWAP, the sellers are in control from the beginning of that measurement. Now, you can measure it from anywhere you want. You can measure it from right here and say, well, from that little peak where we touched yesterday, where we failed at yesterday's VWAP, the sellers are still in control. So you can break it down as low as you want. You can say, well, from this bounce, the buyers lost control for a little bit, but now it's just kind of, we're looking at a 1 minute chart and a VWAP 12 minutes ago might be a little bit too close to the action to make sense. But it is 100% objective, as you mentioned, and the standard deviation bands mean nothing to me, only because I can tell when we're a little bit overbought. I can tell with, to me, it just clutters up the chart. And I'm going to be involved. So yesterday was a perfect trade in the SPY, actually, because what happened in here was, is we got back above the volume weighted average price early on. And my point wasn't, hey, we're, this standard deviation away. A standard deviation band might look like this, right? And then look like that, and two standard deviations like this. Well, I wouldn't look to sell the extremes. What I'm always doing is once I'm in the trade, I'm looking at it and saying, I want to be involved from a scalping standpoint. If I get involved here and it breaks below that low, well, that's the most recent relevant low to me. I'm out. It makes a new high, my stop goes under there. It makes a new high here, stop gets raised. Makes that high, stop goes under here. Makes this high, stop goes under there. Makes this high, this high over here, stop goes under there. And then it stops out right here. And that's exactly where I got stopped out yesterday. Again, so if it's a standard deviation, 1.5, 2, it doesn't matter to me. I'm looking at it I'm involved from the bigger picture on a shorter term time frame. And as long as the definition of trend exists, myself as a trend trader wants to be involved and hold on to it.
Thanks so much for that answer.
Great explanation. Yeah, go ahead, Dobie.
So, Brian, we have a lot of new and aspiring traders here at TopStep. What would be your advice to someone who kind of wants to dip their toe into the VWAP waters? I don't think we have the anchored VWAP in TopStep X yet. We have a normal VWAP. How would you maybe coach through a new trader on what they should be looking for if they do want to start incorporating VWAP into their toolbox of trading strategies?
Well, I'm not here to do a sales pitch, but I wrote a book about it. I mean, that's a great place to start.
We did it for you.
I set you up. Is that what I'm trying to do?
I feel like I walked into it. Thank you for the setup. Yeah, and just observe, right? I mean, learn the basics. I've got a ton of free stuff on YouTube about it. Follow my Twitter. I put stuff on there all the time. Just, like any tool, you can understand the basics of it, but one, does it make sense? Why does an RSI make sense? Does it to you? It may or it may not. Or a MACD, what am I trying to say? Divergence. What does it mean? What does it mean on the chart? Well, the sellers are less aggressive because the pressure isn't as strong as it was on the previous low. Okay, great. The VWAP, though, is something that just makes sense. It tells me with 100% certainty who has control of this session. Well, if we're above the daily volume weighted average price, I know the average person from today is making money. If we're below it, the average person today, well before the market went negative, the sellers were in control. You don't have to wait for the market to go red to say the sellers are in control. Now, as compared to yesterday, after yesterday's gap up, are the buyers in control? No. In fact, sellers said, hey, we're back to yesterday's prices. That's our break even, basically. We're going to add pressure there. Now we've got the 1 and 2 day. The next level of potential support is down at the week to date anchor, and it just makes sense that we're going to get there. Now, being midday right now in the quiet period of the day, it's not the best time to probably initiate that trade. I always point to Linda Bradford-Rashke's quote that the market will do the most obvious thing, go down to here, but in the least obvious way. And you have to look at it from where are we middle of the day. Maybe we're going to have a quick spike up there. People get excited. Maybe a Fed governor says something, and then we go down here and then shit the bed down to this level. And the nice trade is, at the end of the day, as it often is.
Yeah, awesome. Appreciate it. Thank you so much for that.
Yeah, spot on again. This is absolutely amazing. I did read, Brian, that I'm in Worcester, Mass. That's where I'm from, and I read somewhere, little birdie, that Worcester. I see, you knew it already. You knew it. Of your days in Boston and all your low jack stuff going on over here. So
yeah,
you got quite the background, sir.
Yeah, you go out to the Central and watch Iron Maiden and Ozzy and Judas Priest and Deep Purple.
May I ask your age, because I was at those? I'm 55. So
yeah, same age. I'm 56.
All right, so yeah, we were in the same. It was Centrum then. It's called the DCU Center now, but I saw Boston back there. Aerosmith. It's amazing. Oh, okay, no more. All right, off of that. What your setup? I read that you use a 5-day VWAPs on 15-minute charts.
Not a 5-day simple moving average.
I'm sorry.
5-day simple moving average. Yeah.
5-day simple moving average on 15-minute charts. Is that your base setup? And then what do you do from there?
So I use a 5-day moving average on a 65-minute time frame down to a 10-minute time frame. So the 5-day moving average is, a lot of people will put, they'll go to their 10-minute chart and they'll put 5 on there. And when you put 5 on there, you'll see that it just squiggles around real close to the price action, because what they're doing is they're putting on a 5-period moving average that might look like this. This is a true 5-day moving average. And what it is the market. So we're talking U.S. equities. That's where I specialize. 9:30 to 4 each day. That's 6.5 hours in the regular trading session, where 95% of all volume occurs. So that's what I'm interested in most important. So the market over 6.5 hours is open 390 minutes each day. 390 times 5 is 1,950 minutes for 5 days. So when I look at a 10-minute chart, what you'll see here, the setting is 195 periods. So I've got 195 period on a 10-minute time frame. That's 1,950 minutes. If I go to a 30-minute time frame, you'll see it's 65 period, because 65 times 30 is 1,950, which is a 5-day moving average. So you'll see that it's in the same place on the 30-minute, the 15-minute, the 10-minute, even on the 130-minute time frame, where I have a 5, 10, and 20-day moving average. But most of my analysis is done around the 5-day moving average on a 30-minute down to the 10-minute time frame. So it's always an equal period. So you'll go back to here is, a 65-minute chart. Why not an hourly chart? And that's simply the math is that if you have an hourly chart, what you're looking at is 7 periods per day. One of those periods is 30 minutes long. 6 of those periods is 60 minutes long. So you've got, 1 apple and 6 oranges. If you say we've got 390 minutes in a day, well, 6 times 65 is 390. Each of those candles or bars gets equal weighting. Not that first half hour of the day gets a double weighting, basically, which, kind of screws up the math on all of your indicators if you're using something other than something equally divided into 390, which is why I have a 195-minute time frame, 130, 65, and you could go down, you could get a 78-minute time frame, which is 5 equal candles per day. 38-minute is I don't know, 8 per day or something like that.
That's nice. Math works. That's how you break it down.
It's 39-minute rather. So
39
these are
minutes.
all these are equal into 1 minute, 2, 3, 5, 13, 15, 26. You can all divide that into 390 equally.
Oh, that's pretty cool. That is nice. I feel like how that works out. I never thought about
Yeah,
it like that.
keeps it
That's
clean.
awesome. Yeah, no kidding. We do have the markets rolling over right now. ES is trading at 5,084, broke through the previous 5 minute, and even the NQ is starting to take a little dip, trying to get down to 17,549 in the NQ futures. Brian, it sounds like you enjoy trading trends. What do you do when the market is, let's say, range bound for a while? How do you use anchored VWAP to either help you stay out of the market or help you get into trades depending on market state?
You just nailed it. Keep you out, right? And people will sometimes say, well, Brad, I'm looking at the anchored VWAP on this chart, and it just doesn't make any sense. It's got all kinds of mixed messages here. Well, when you have mixed messages, you either switch to a different time frame, a different market, or say a mixed message means a very clear message. Leave it alone. Just leave it alone. Otherwise, get involved and do what everyone else does. Just get involved and get chopped up and lose your money. That's the option.
Right.
Three positions, right, Brian? Long, short, and none.
In cash, yeah.
In cash, yeah. Brian, is it true that quite a while ago, I believe I used to follow you when I was getting started in trading, and I want you to see if you said this and also clarify it. The statement, come failed moves, come fast moves. Is that something that you've said in the past?
Yeah, from failed moves come fast moves. Absolutely. That's,
Yeah.
People refer to as traps, whatever, bull trap, bear trap. Everyone gets positioned in one direction. And then, you'll see a breakout that fails. On a daily chart, you'll see a stock. If I can think of one, I can't think of one right now, but you'll see a daily chart that fails. It breaks out, it fails, and then you see a very strong move in the opposite direction. We've seen a lot of those recently, actually. That people get trapped. They chase the breakout. They don't have risk management. They say, hey, well, I'll just give it down to this level instead. I'm not going to give it to the 5-day moving average. I'll give it to the 10. Well, it's not going to find support there. Well, the 20 definitely got a hold, because that's 38.2% retracement of something, and we've got a full moon as well. And then it slices right through that. And then you say, okay, well, I can't sell now. It's too big of a loss. We've got the retracement off of that low and the 50-day moving average. I'm going to double down here. And then that's how so the key, obviously, the point I'm getting to is, risk management. So your stop before you're involved. Just as I was, waiting to come on here today, I saw you guys take a small loss in something you all agreed on. And that was the right thing to do. The market turned around and went the other way. It doesn't matter. You're going to be wrong. You're going to have losses. And, people are expecting, I think people come from regimented backgrounds, engineers, doctors, people who expect certainty in science, right? There's the science of technical analysis, which you can hang your hat on if you really want to, or you can say, listen, this is a guidepost for me. This is the art of interpreting it and saying, where do the odds potentially lie here? And if I'm wrong, I'm not a technical analysis first. I'm a trader first. I don't care what the levels are or how they line up. If the price starts moving against me, I've got to listen to the message of the market. The market says it doesn't agree with me. Why would I argue?
Said some good stuff there, and thank you for catching on to that trade this morning and all the agreement that we had and did go against us, and we did close out for a calculated loss, but then we did get back in and took that same trade back down again. So you're 100%. I'm glad you commented on that, because too many traders get fixated on, dang, I just lost a trade. It's like, no, that's just part of it. You just swing and a miss sometimes. That's all. And the other thing you said about the technical analysis going on, I'd like to hear a little bit about your Lehman Brothers when you first started out. And if you can start with that, with your technical analysis and how you work with the firms as a broker and the trader and director at MarketWise Securities. I would like to hear about that side of it. And if you could go that and then segue that into what do you think about the markets today with all the AI stuff going on? Let me qualify that by saying we've had automated trading and technical trading like that and bots and high frequency stuff for decades. What I mean about the AI stuff is it's now taking human emotion and calculating it into the mix, not just technical, not just numbers and not just algos on a stock exchange bouncing things around and fighting with each other. It's actually looking through the socials and scanning the net and taking human emotion is where the AI stuff comes in. So you can start with the technical side of the Lehman Brothers and segue into the current stuff and your thoughts on AI, please.
Yeah, you know, at Lehman, I got pretty lucky actually. I worked so I had just gotten my broker's license, and to become a full broker working at Lehman, you kind of did this a little cold, you were a dialer at first. We were allowed to dial the phone number and then send the call to, once you had someone on, to a qualifier. The qualifier would then say, "Hey, Mr. Jones, this is Brian from Lehman Brothers. Can I have your permission to contact you once or twice a year when we have a really exceptional idea?" And then you would qualify the person and they'd say yes. Say, "Okay, well, how much do you typically put into an idea? 10 to 20, 20 to 50, 50 to 100. And you're trying to weed out the small guys and get the big accounts. So then your goal was to get 10 of those per day. And the math was you pitch 10 of them, you get one account. And once you got 10 accounts for at least 10 grand, a new account, 3 months in a row, you could become a broker at Lehman Brothers. So that's the way it worked. Now, I was qualifying people and pitching and opening accounts for a senior broker who worked with fundamentals, but he worked with earning surprises. But 95% of what he did was looking at the daily graphs chart books. And he would, say, "Brian, take these pages, go blow them up, and we'll look at these ideas." So he would look for positive earning surprises on charts that are breaking out, and he would trade. And I saw him be, he was the number one broker in the office for a reason, because he was making money for his clients. And he also did a pretty good amount of velocity because he was trading, 2 or 3 months at a time. So I got really interested in technical analysis, read Stan Weinstein's book. It made 100% perfect sense to me. So that's how I got into technical analysis, and just have been, it's what's made sense to me ever since then. Today with AI, AI, in a sense, what is technical analysis is understanding, money flows created by people. And similar to what I was saying about what's the psychology of the 2-day VWAP, what's the psychology of the head and shoulders pattern? Well, we've got these higher lows, lower highs and lower lows going to higher highs and higher lows. What's the psychology of the VWAP? So, I think that if there's people out there doing that successfully and reading the crowd emotion, I think it's another great tool. I think it's kind of like seasonality, where it's good to be aware of, the crowd is leaning this way, but the crowd can be right for a long time. Like, it was common sense that the cat guy was wrong about GME, that it wasn't going to just keep going up forever. And that whole crowd was wrong. They've been proven wrong, clearly, by price action. But for a long time, they were correct. And the people betting against them, lost a ton of money. Had that, what's his name? Plotkin went out of business, right? Smart guy, but just didn't get it right. Same with AMC. They have been 100% correct, the short sellers, but that didn't help them when the stock was $600 a share. So
Right.
the short answer is, I think it's a great tool that can help a human intelligence decipher another key point of market data, and then decide, with trading experience and trading knowledge, how to use that information to find their edge and base a trading plan around a risk management strategy where price action lines up with, hey, we're going to fade the crowd. Hey, it's, seasonally weak period of time. people always talk about sell in May and go away. Well, the last 5 years, the market has had great, summer months. And it just hasn't made sense. If you use that as a trading strategy, it's like touching the 50-day moving average. It's not a trading strategy. It's a reason to look at the stock on a shorter term time frame to say, is there evidence the buyers are gaining control and the sellers are slowing down their actions? And then can I go in here and find a low risk, high probability trade based around risk management for my time frame? So long-winded answer. I'm sorry if I went on too long.
No, that's great. We are going to wrap it up. Dovey's going to take it out here for us.
Yeah, perfect guest. Wrapped up right on the minute. Thank you so much. Brian Shannon, not nearly enough time with you. I think chat still has like 10 or 20 questions left to go unanswered. We would absolutely love to have you back as long as you have the time. Please let us know. We will absolutely give you space on Topstep TV to help educate our traders. They loved it. We loved it. Please check out his book, Anchored VWAP. Just put it into Amazon. It's going to be the first thing that comes up. Excellent book. Hoag is going to read it. It's also in color too. Isn't that right?
It is. Yeah. It's self-published for that reason. I didn't want some hack publishing house that's been around 100 years telling me it's got to be a 5x7 book in black and white and have no personality to it.
Oh man, that is awesome. And it's self-published. Brian Shannon, thank you so much for coming by. We do have TopQuiz up next. That is going to be with Eddie and Alyssa, a chance to win a free reset. So let us go to TopQuiz. Brian Shannon, thank you so much for coming on, and hope to see you soon.
You got it. Thanks for having me on, everybody. Bye.
Welcome to Top Quiz. Yes, the mysterious realm of TopQuiz.
You absolutely sure you want to set foot into such a mysterious realm?
Well, let's give it a shot. And
You might get lost in there and not be able to find your way back.
well, hopefully we will find our way back. We got some questions coming up. And Alyssa, how are you today, Alyssa?
Hey, Eddie, I'm doing well. How are you? Great to see you on
I am
TopQuiz.
fine. I'm stoked. Yes, I'm excited about this. I love doing this. This is the time where traders need to take a time out, and you need to do that each and every day. And it's healthy. And in case you are having a bad day, hopefully this puts a smile on your face. But let's get this going here. I know we still got people sort of logging in. Get your email in there if you want to participate. Remember, Jack, are you with us here? No? Okay.
Yeah, no, I'm here.
There you are. I was going to ask you, as we did before, the rules and how can I win a free reset?
There's going to be 4 questions. If you get 3 or 4 correct, as you answer them on your device, you'll be entered into a raffle for one of 50 free resets. And we will show those winners during Power Hour. Lastly, if you have won but did not get an email, talk to support. It means that the emails are not going through to you for whatever reason, but they do exist. So there you go. Answer on your device. We're on a delay. You know the deal. Eddie, back to you.
Thank you.
You got it.
Yes, we got it. All right. Names are still popping up here. I think we're slowing down a little bit. Remember, snooze, you lose. Get quick on the stick. And I think we're ready here to launch our first question. All right, here it is. The mysterious realm for Wednesday, the 24th. Here we go. First question is cockroaches. Cockroaches do what approximately every 15 minutes? Do they lay eggs? Do they twitch? Do they mate? Or do they fart?
This is kind of a disturbing one. I hope it's like twitch or lay eggs. I think it has to be one of those. Let's go with lay eggs.
Lay eggs?
No.
No, it is passing gas. Yes. As a matter of fact, they are one of the they pass the most considering the size of their bodies. So hopefully you got that right. Hello, top step number 1. We got 4Q. We got a smiley, Dolby full port, and futures forever. All right. We ready for the second question?
I could not be more ready after the first question for the second question, Eddie.
They get easier. Working. Gladys West is known for her work leading to which invention? Hint, her name is appropriate here. Here we go. X-rays, GPS, vegan burgers, or Croc shoes?
It couldn't possibly be the GPS, could it, Eddie?
It could be, it could not be, but yes, it is GPS. Very well done. And thank you, Gladys. Otherwise, I would be lost just getting around town here. All right.
Yes, we all thank you.
We all thank you. Yes, that's pretty cool. Forever Futures, Smiley, Micro Bullet, and Vash the Stampedo, and YOLO FOMO are top 5. All right. Let's get to our third question. All right, third question is, who co-wrote the Oscar-winning song "Can You Feel the Love Tonight" from The Lion King? Was it Elton John, Billy Joel, Gigi Allen, or Peter Gabriel?
This is one I do not know, and I feel like I should know this. Is it?
Well, I'm going to help you here. Don't pick Gigi Allen. No, he was far from that.
Oh, I wanted to say Elton John.
You said it. All right, good enough. Elton John is the answer. A lot of people knew that one. Who voted for Gigi Allen? Shame on you. All right. Let's see where we stand here. Futures for Smiley taking the lead here. Futures Forever, Macro Bullet, YOLO FOMO, and Vash the Stampede. Little mix up in our top 5 here, but this might determine the top 3. And our last question is, Marilyn Monroe was married to what famous athlete? Was it Jim Thorpe, Joe DiMaggio, Seabiscuit, or Rocky Marciano?
Oh, yes. This is a great question that I should also know the answer to more than I do. It's Seabiscuit. No.
Joe DiMaggio. Good answer. And yes, they are actually entombed in a vault next to each other, which is very sadly romantic. So yes, Joe DiMaggio. All right, let's see who our winners are today. And if you're wondering, yes, these questions were out of my corrupted mind. And I apologize for that first one, Alyssa. All right, so we've got Did I Win? Smiley, and number one is Futures Forever. We like that one,
Nice.
And we got the runners up there, but we will be sending out, remember, 3 out of the 4 questions does make you eligible for the random drawing. Jack's going to do that. And we will have our winners probably around 2:30 p.m. Central Time in Power Hour. So if you need to find out if you did win, you were picked, join us for Power Hour. You should be joining us anyway for Power Hour. But Alyssa, thank you very much for being with us here. And well, did you have fun?
I always do, Eddie. It was a blast. Thank you for the first question. I don't know how I would have slept tonight without knowing that.
I tell you, yeah, be careful of those cockroaches. Just make sure you're not camping with a cockroach in an enclosed tent. There you go. All right. We've got coming up here next. We've got lots going on here today, but coming up next here, Shoulder Tap with Robert and Mick. And we'll be right back.
welcome everyone. Thank you for staying around with us today. This is Robert. I'm here with Mick. This is Shoulder Tap. Mick, before we get, hope you're doing well today, but before we get into these lovely cards you have pulled up, we're going to do a little screen share. There's been a lot of questions on the move to break even feature. So we were asked to just jump on that real quick. We'll cut over to my screen and we'll show everybody real quick where the break even feature is.
Yeah, give me one moment here, Robert. Was not prepared for that
you.
one. Hold up.
Curveballs here.
Curveballs.
There's a last second ad right there.
Always good to let the producer know. Take a second here. All right. I am the wind. I am the wind. Oh, Robert. Talk amongst yourselves for one more second here, Robert.
Okay, Mick, how you doing? This is quite the day we had going on over here. I love these trading cards that you prepped up. Looking forward to hearing with those. So I'll tell you what. How about if we do that? Why don't we just start? I don't know, Jack. Is it best to just start with one of these cards and then jump over to it? We can do that.
Well, it's best to follow the template. 1 second. James, if you're in here, I got this. Just give me a few seconds to get Robert pulled up here.
I'll kill a little time. I'll start with what I wanted to start with before we get into the trading cards. So props to all the viewers that are on here, not for this segment in particular, but for the fast markets in the morning. Very, very pleased to see what you guys all did on the house account yesterday. $9,900 winning day, followed by today, a $2,000 winning day. So I wasn't able to chime in and listen in, but really nice calls, really good trade management on that account. It's nice to see some profits in the house account. If this were the Friday roast, and Jack, I know you're listening right now. If this was the Friday roast, I might have something else to say. But really good profits, 11 grand. Actually, yeah, almost 12 grand in 2 days. So like to see that. Good job, everybody. While we're still working on showing the break-even feature on the Topstep X platform, I have an update. On Monday, I know we shared some exciting news about one of our live traders, Nathan, who in a live account, he was up $57,800 at one point or something like that. He ended the day up only $10,400. He had wrote out a 15 lot in the markets on Monday, made huge profits. Then that NASDAQ, it rallied, and he took a pause for about an hour, but then he came back in and he started shorting. He went from being up over almost 58 grand to being up only, I think it was like 12 grand. And then he went up to 30 grand, then back down to like 18 grand, back up to 30. And I had called this guy all throughout the day, only got voicemails. As a reminder for those of you that are in the live accounts, you're required to be available at all times while actively trading. I couldn't get a hold of him. Saw him, and I left him in a voicemail. I said, if you get back down to 10,000, flattening your trade and I'm locking you out. That's exactly what I did at 10,500. So pretty big shame from Monday. He missed out on like 47,000 in profits because he just couldn't help himself. And then yesterday, I know Brett talked about him and reiterated what I just shared from Monday. $3,000 daily loss limit yesterday, $3,000 daily loss limit again today. And Robert, and for everybody watching, I remember when we were talking about him, I had his trading card up on Monday, and I said, it's a little early to determine whether or not Nathan is a big swinger or not. And, maybe these $3,000 daily loss limits that he's hitting are just fine if he's going to continue putting up big $57,000 or $20,000 winning days. Well, he didn't put up the $57,000 winning day, or he didn't lock it in for that matter. And I remember saying something about, Robert, we talk about account balance maintenance levels a lot. If you're a big swinger, you need to maintain an account balance maintenance level that'll allow you to have a high number of losing streaks in a row, or high number of losing days in a row, weather a losing streak, be able to, live to trade another day. And I wasn't sure at the time on Monday when I was talking about it, but I was like, you know what? Maybe he doesn't need to. I was wondering if he was going to take a big payout. And I was like, don't take a big payout because, you might need to maintain a high account balance. Well, now, come Wednesday, after what I saw on Monday especially, I hope that if Nathan can actually string together 5 winning days of $200 or more, that he takes a 50% payout on what his account balance is. Because if you can't manage your money and you walk away with, I forced him to walk away with 10 grand. I took him out. I locked his account. I forced him to walk away with 10 grand. If he can't manage his money like he should be when he's putting up those numbers of winning days, Nathan's someone who's only going to find short-term success, and if he's got an opportunity to take a payout, in my opinion, he better take it, because he's probably going to get very few opportunities to do that. I'm being very cut and fresh about that, but very upset and displeased with the money management on that account. So I'm hoping that he can string together a couple winning days and get that payout. Jack, I hear you in the background. Does it sound like we've got the break even? All right.
You're talking about a fresh thing. So I'm going to use the hard cut here. So we'll have a cut and a fresh. Here we go, Robert. Your wish is my demand.
And there it is. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mick. We will make this super quick. This is not what this section is about, but it's been asked over and over again. We just want to be very clear. If we look on the right-hand side, I have an order panel. I have it linked to yellow. I have it linked to yellow. I have it linked to yellow for the DOM and chart. We can see right in this area, it says no active position, my bid and ask on the order card. Right here, no active position. Let me switch over to a practice account so I don't lose my profits over here. What I'm going to do is I'm going to make sure I'm in practice, and let's just take a short. I'm going to sell the market. Okay, now that I sell the market, let's move these out of the way. We can see it shows my position on the DOM, and it shows my position on the order panel. Right next to that, it has BE. Now it's grayed out because I am not in profit. Okay, technically I'm short. There's my stop loss way the heck up there. Now there's my break even. It's now lightened up. I'm going to click it, move it to break even, and it moved my stop right there to break even. That's all there is to it. So those that are saying it's not there, it is there. It's not going to show up. Two things. One, you need to be in a trade in an open position. And two, it'll show. And then two, that open position needs to be in profit before you're allowed to before it becomes active. And I'm going to flatten that position, and we're going to be up $480 in our practice account. Mick, back to you. Jack, thanks for taking care of it.
Thank you. Can we go back to that and keep that up for 1 second? Because I want to point out one very, very important piece to everybody that's using TopStep X, that's going to be using this break-even feature. It's very important to note that this break-even feature and that stop that goes in at your break-even, your average price on your position, it is a stop limit order. It is not a stop market order. And I want to talk about the distinction between the two of them. Stop market order guarantees to exit you from an open position. The price is not guaranteed, because once that price is triggered, it triggers a market order. So you could get slippage. There's no guarantee you get out at that price. Our break-even button, our break-even order, places a stop limit order. So that stop limit is limited to being filled at that price only. You will not get slippage on a stop limit order, but there is no guarantee that you actually get filled at that price, because the function of a stop limit is it's limited to getting filled at the price it's entered at. If you're trading a thin market that's moving quickly, you have to be aware that there is the potential for that market to kind of trade through that price. And if there's not a pause in trading or enough contracts that are traded at that price, that stop could get left in the dust. So I want to point out that very important distinction there. The break-even feature is super awesome on TopStep X, but as we're using order types and different order functions on our DOM, on our order entry book, anything, it's important to know how those all work, just so you can be aware and prepared for what's going on. So I wanted to add that. Really cool feature, though. I was using it a little bit yesterday when I was kind of playing around with the platform myself. All right, so I've got a couple things I want to talk about before we get into the trading cards. I know that there have been a lot of viewers that are familiar with the name Alexander T. I know he's been at the top of the leaderboard with very, very big profits. I know yesterday it was mentioned, I think JD, while he was looking at the leaderboard, it was mentioned on there that on the air that we were either looking into this trader or he was under investigation. I just kind of want to clear the air there. So Alexander T, I've spoken with him on multiple occasions over the last couple of days. We had noticed with some of our data, there was an anomaly with the trading activity that was taking place in one of our systems. And what we had done was we kind of put his account on hold while we looked into this. We weren't looking into him as an individual. We were looking into the numbers that were associated with these express funded accounts. So I just wanted to say that Alexander, I appreciate he's been very patient with us, very understanding, and just a really nice guy while I've spoken with him over the last couple of days. We did find out that there was some error in one of our systems that was saying that these profits were larger, I shouldn't say larger, that these profits were what they were. We've since worked with him. We pinpointed the issue. We've addressed the issue. And Alexander's going to be starting from scratch in 3 new express funded accounts. He's in great standing with us. I feel like I've strengthened my relationship with him as one of our traders and really appreciate him. So I wanted to give everybody an update. Going forward, you won't see him on the leaderboard right now, but I have faith that he will resume a space up there on the leaderboard in short time. So just wanted to give everybody an update on that. So Alexander, thanks again, man. Really appreciate working with you and your patience while we looked into everything. We figured it out. We won't have those issues going forward. And I'm sorry that we couldn't, share the excitement of all those profits, but no doubt that you'll find some more profitability here in the near future. Before I move on, I have some shout outs. Oh, shoot, I left my shout out card over on my desk. All right, so we've got Jesus V up over 10.
Go through them. Run through
Go ahead,
them,
Robert.
Run through them. We're running out of time. We had a couple of things off topic here, so let's blow right through these, my friend.
We've got time. We can get through the cards. I'm not worried about it. I'm not going to not give our traders shout outs. So we've got Jesus V up 10,000. See, that was the big one. Now some of the other ones. Oh, I'm so tempted to slide back into my back to my desk and grab
it. 3 seconds. 3 seconds. We'll do a countdown. All in the chat. Mick, spin around.
All right.
We're gonna count down.
Thanks for the permission, Robert.
Oh, he's
all
back
right,
already.
Jesus V up 10,000. We've got Remy up $2,000. Nice day for Remy, and why I wanted to give them a shout out for $2,000 in profit in the live account is they doubled their account balance today after that trading. Nicholas T, I should say, he's up 4,200 in the live account. I know we've been talking about him a lot lately. Andy's come on; he's been doing really well. Dakota, light trading this session. He's up $850, but that's nothing to balk at. And I want to say that despite Dakota getting roasted last week, his account balance is back up around the $128,000, $129,000 account balance. Not too far off the account balance highs of $140,000 there. So nice job, Dakota. He strung together some really good winning days the last 2 sessions. And I always like it, Robert, for a trader who can put up big numbers like Dakota. He's only up 850 right now. It's not a small day by any means, but it's on the smaller side of his average winning days. That just tells me, whatever he saw in the markets, he was able to, scoop up that money, and he's not looking to press or force anything. A lot of times, newer traders, less mature traders, maturity comes with time in trading. They think that if they're putting up $5,000 winning days, that every single day is going to have to be $5,000 or not. Not what I see out of Dakota. He takes what the market gives him. And, that's why we talk about him so much with what now is about $129,000 account balance. So something, that's kind of something that I think everybody watching should be aware of. We want to be learning from, all this Topstep TV stuff, learning from traders that are better than us. That's how I've done it. That's how everybody in this business has done it for the most part. So I'll always be learning and take that as a learning experience from Dakota. Someone who can have big winning days. He stops at 850. He might trade a little bit later today. Nobody knows other than him and what the markets show, but that's good stuff out of him. With that, let's move on to our cards. I want to pull up Austin S. and talk about Austin. He's doing very well in his XFA. Not a big trader, Robert, and I always like that. He's been profitable. We've got some great metrics. Not only Austin is a shout out card today, but all the cards that we're going over today are shout outs. I don't have any shoulder taps I'm sharing. So really good stuff here. He keeps it very close to the vest. And in doing so, I always think it helps with the high winning trade percentages and the 88% winning days that he's got. So high winning days.
One second, Mick. This started to come in because people were asking the chat about the stuff with Alex T, and who I think is in there and said, all good guys, let it be. There was a glitch in the sim that was giving crazy fills that were way off the market or something like that, right, Mick?
Something along those lines. I wasn't going to go into details on it, but yeah, we can say that.
All right, sounds good. Sorry, back to Austin.
No, I'm glad people are asking, and I'm glad Alex is in there answering. And thanks for stepping in, Jack, and asking about that. So back to Austin. This is good stuff here. There's it's kind of straightforward. I don't have anything too juicy to share, but you know what? It's usually the people that kind of have. I'm not dissing Austin by saying this is bland, but this is just good trading. Sometimes the good trading is bland. There's nothing juicy. We've got high winning days. He's a small trader. He's a selective trader. He's averaging only 2.5 trades per day. Average winning trade's $200. Average losing trade is less than $200. His best day is only $308. His worst day is only $184. And he's trading some micros. But believe it or not, most of this trading is in the S&P contract, which I had to go back and look. I was like, how are these P&Ls on the smaller side of things for someone who's got 42-minute hold times on their winning trades and 38-minute hold times on their losing trades? Trading the overnight session when things are a little bit more quiet. So there's not that same volatility as the day session to get you, shaken out of any losers or have you hit your profit target very quickly. So with this trading and all these metrics looking so good, some people might be wondering, Mick, you said he's in an XFA. Why is he not in a live account? And the reason being is, he's been pretty good about taking payouts from this live account. And the account balance maintenance level is not very high. He doesn't have a huge balance. I would like to see a bigger balance because for someone who's in, and granted, he's not showing me anything about reckless trading or letting losing days blow up on him, but he doesn't have a huge account balance level, and he's got a $3,000 daily loss limit. So I don't want to move someone to a live account where on day one they could bust. We're just not going to do that. But I want him to keep up the good work. If we get that account balance level a little bit higher and we continue to see him not taking large risks on these trading days, he's someone I want to have in a live account. I just don't want to put him in a bad position where it doesn't work out. If for some reason he continues taking payouts and draws this account down to zero, I don't think he needs to be in the 150K account. So I hope it doesn't come down to this, but if he ever has to go back to the trading combine, this is someone who could sign up for a 50K combine and be operating just the same with a little less expensive evaluation. So Austin, keep up the good work. We really like what you're doing. And with that, I'd like to move on to Brian D. I'm pretty excited. Excuse me?
Quick note from myself from Austin, real quick. I noticed he traded micro Bitcoin, and I noticed he traded the micro ES. Micro Bitcoin didn't do that well. Micro ES had one winning day for $1. It means he's doing super good in the minis. Works well for him. I just wanted to make sure we threw that out there. So hopefully he sticks with the best ones.
Yeah, thanks for bringing a little bit more color to that one, Robert. I appreciate it. All right, so Brian D. out of Sarasota, Florida. I think everybody here watching knows our friend Isaac Rivera. He's out of Sarasota, Florida. I know he was on yesterday. I was happy to see he was puffing on that day trader cigar that I sent out to him on the segment yesterday morning. Yeah. So just coincidence there. We got another funded trader out of Sarasota, Florida. Brian, great trading here. He's taken I like everything here. Obviously, 100% winning days, 91% winning trades. He's traded 16 days in his XFA. Average daily P&L is $680. So that's pretty good for someone who's day trading. Especially, I think I have this mentioned somewhere in the notes here, maybe, but really impressive for someone who's trading on a shorter time frame. The average hold times on the winners are only about 2 minutes. Average hold times are a little bit longer on the losers, 3 minutes. But to be a short time frame trader with 91% winning trades, I find that impressive because I always find it to be very difficult, as a scalper in these markets. Risk reward's about 1-to-1. They're really selective with their trades, though. They're only taking 4 trades per day, which, again, is really impressive for someone who's trading on a short time frame. Typically, we see people on the shorter time frame taking many, many more trades per day. So they have a strategy that they can implement a 1-to-1 risk reward on and still be wildly profitable on a per trade basis. I like to see this, too. Their best winning day, there's a lot of good metrics to unpack here. Best day, about $2,900. They haven't had a worse day because they haven't had a losing day. So that pans out to, average winning day being exactly what their average daily P&L is. What else do we have here? Okay, so with all these great metrics, Brian's taken quite a bit out in payouts. He's taken 3 payouts over the course of these 16 days in the account to the tune of $7,500, which puts his account balance kind of on the lower side. I mean, I wouldn't say a daily loss limit hit in one trading day would wipe him out, but it definitely put his back against the wall. So something that we're thinking about when, same as I mentioned with Austin, we don't want to call anybody up to live who's going to lose their account in a single day. So just want to say, great job, Brian. Keep it up. I'm happy you're paying yourself. I do want to call you up to a live account. So maybe continue to build that cushion and let me, get you over to a live account and feel comfortable about doing so. So we will not, have to worry about you busting. That's it for Brian. And then someone I don't think we've featured on Shoulder Tap yet is Mikhail Del C. I wanted to feature him for a couple reasons. Yesterday was his 30th trading day in the live account. Yesterday was also his biggest winning day in the account. He made a little over $6,000. So big shout out to him. We always like calling out new account balance highs. We always like calling out new P&L highs for these accounts too. So there's a lot I want to talk about here. There's a lot to unpack, and it's a lot of good stuff. I really like, so you might, before I jump into the things that I like, you might look at these metrics, 40% winning days and 40% winning trades, and be like, this might not be indicative of, the greatest of trading. However, it certainly is. Take a look at the best day and worst day. Best day, over $6,000 in profits. That was yesterday. Worst day, $1,700, Robert. Risked, his biggest losing day was just over 50% of his daily loss limit allowed. So he's got a personal loss limit in mind. He's keeping the losses contained. From a risk team standpoint, we love that. The average winning day here is $1,700. Average losing day is only $750. I really like that a lot too. His risk reward ratio is almost at 3-to-1. He's taken down $1,350 per contract and only risking $500 per contract. I love that. I don't normally talk about hold times as a ratio, but his hold times are 5-to-1 for his winners and losers. He's spending 5 times more time being patient in his winning trades at a total of 54 minutes on average per winning trade than he is being impatient with those losing trades where he's only spending an average of 11 minutes in the losing trade. So it's a 5-to-1 not risk reward ratio, 5-to-1 holding ratio on his winners for his losers.
Right.
It's really good. And then another beautiful thing here is 1.5 trades per day. They're trading anywhere from 1 to 3 contracts per day and only averaging 1 trades per day. Usually I see the best traders being selective with their trading. Like I said earlier on the last card, not in regards to the trader on the last card, but it's very hard to scalp intraday and be profitable. So I usually see the best success on the most selective traders. He's very selective, and I just really like that. This is a recipe for success, despite not being right half the time on a per trade basis or on a per day basis. You don't have to be right more than half the time to be profitable. And, over the course of the 30 days Mikhail's traded with, $230 average daily P&L, he's taken out $9,500 in payouts over the course of 2 payouts. So, what's not to like here? I'm really happy that they are in a live account trading with us because they're taking money out of the markets. So I know now, Robert, we are running down on time, but really happy with the group of people that we talked about today. All shout outs, and this one was a fun one. Happy to be on with you, Robert. And again, traders that are viewers that are watching, nice job on those house accounts. I love seeing house account collaboration, talking about directional bias, money management, trade location management, risk reward. Really proud of everybody out there.
That's a good thing to hear from you, Mick, talking directly with the risk manager here, or one of the risk managers. We have several, but hearing that the trades, this morning are all the house trades, we're talking through and having good risk management, that's the key. And it showed it right there, especially on that last card with Mikhail there, or Michael. I want to make sure I pronounce it correctly. Having 40% winning days, but his wins are twice as much as his losers, and he can't ask for much more than that. Mick, always a pleasure. We are going to sign off now. We're going to hand the reins over to Dobie. It's Dobie time for group coaching, and he has David Green back. That's always a good segment. I'm looking forward to seeing it myself. And I would say thanks to everybody that's here that saw this today. And all my team in the backgrounds. I'm going to be signing off. I get some minor surgery tomorrow. Going to be out a couple days. Nothing big deal. I appreciate all of you, and I just want to make that all clear here on the web. So, Mick, great production, great chat, great. See you guys in a couple days.
welcome to group coaching. We have the dashing David Green on, and it looks like you got some new merch. Is that a Topstep TV ad I see? And is that a
Very
hoodie?
excited.
Or is that a full zip or a half zip you got on there?
That's a full zip. I'm not going any further than that, but that's a full zip.
That was the best answer right there. So, David, how's your trading been this week? How are things going?
It's been very, very good. Yes, excellent.
That is fantastic.
NQ's been a wild ride today. Actually, just put an order out here, guys. I think we missed it by. Oh, look at this.
Yeah,
we got in. We got in.
All right, so
we got in on our 200 EMA right here at 73. Boom.
You have a short?
We got in at 73. Yep, on a short. Right, we rallied up hugely to get up there at 73. So I just took some for 5 points at 68. We'll see what happens with the rest of it here.
Nice. Well, you just bringing in the trades already. Love to see it. We do have some questions here.
Yeah, let's do it.
Yeah. Hi, Coach. How to manage when you learn trading alone to be patient and consistent? How do you develop patience and consistency if you are trading alone or learning alone?
Yeah, I mean, that's tough. First of all, with Nick and Topstep and all these guys, you really never have to be trading alone. Hold on, guys. I'm just going to cover this. You'll hear me cover. I just covered some for 10 points. Listen to this.
I don't know if your sound is in there.
Fill.
There we go.
So there we go. I took 5 and 10 points from 73, exactly hitting our 200 EMA. And I'll be flat when we get to this support right around 61, which just hit. Now I am flat for that trade. So I wish it came up. We caught up 1 minute earlier, so I could have. But I mean, again, it hit our 200 EMA. That 200 EMA is our strongest moving average, guys and girls, especially when we see that we've gone up 70 points in the last 5 bars, right? So what I'll look for now is, and then I'll get to your question, I promise. But I want to, if we're getting live trades setting up, I want to do live trades.
Oh, yeah, 100%. Take them.
What I'll look for now is if we can pull back to one of our trend lines, or if we can get some momentum now back above this 73. And then I have a VWAP up at 92, which I definitely will short. So I'd like to see a pullback to one of our trend lines now. I can show you earlier today we had some great trades. So let's answer this question. This is hard enough to do with a group of people who know what they're doing. To try and sit there and do this on your own is very, 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 very difficult. You know, I have some people who have taken our course. They'll come hang out with a month with us, and then they go on their own. They have the system down pat. The segment you had earlier, I have to mention this because it was a beautiful segment for everybody who was watching it and showing how the people who are doing very well, the one thing that all the people who are doing very well have in common is their money management and their trade management, right? I heard you talking about someone making $5,000 or $6,000 and their biggest loss was $1,500 or $1,600. You know, once we learn how to do this, that's the most important thing. But as far as sitting here and trying to do it alone, it's I don't know. When I first started trading, when I left the Florida Exchange in 2000, right? It was 23 years ago. I was going crazy sitting there doing it by myself. And first of all, I didn't have any system, so all I did was lose money. But it's just very, very difficult. You know, you can spend, and correct me if I'm wrong, Nick, you can spend all day with the people on Topstep, right? And they're constantly teaching you, and we're doing these coaching sessions and things like that. So there's no reason for anyone to have to be alone, and it doesn't even have to cost you any money. But it is very, very difficult, and it's hard to keep your patience and your discipline and bored going out of your minds. I mean, you know, I think we had 3 or 4 good trading setups today. That's it. I'm bored most of the time. I mean, good traders, the bottom line is should be bored most of the time. You're sitting, you're waiting patiently, you're waiting for your trades to set up, and that's it. You know, sometimes we get 1 trade, sometimes we get 10 trades. It's not an easy thing to do. It's just very, very difficult. It's hard. Yeah, we were also talking about, I heard you guys talking about directional trades, which are, for those of you who don't know what that is when we can get in the same direction that the futures are going for a long period of time. That's where you can really, really take, 40, 50, 60-point gains out of it. And it actually happened to us this morning, okay? And I can show it to you on our screen. This morning, we saw the NQs just going down, all morning long, right? Here, if you look, guys, this is my 200 EMA. When we were going down here, and we'll share all our technicals with everybody who wants them before we get out of here today. But we had gone down about 80 points, exactly hit our 200 EMA, which is the strongest of our moving averages. The price here was about 17,690, and we went up, 25 points from there. That's a scalp. That's just a trade. That's a scalp when it hits a certain level. But once we set up down here, and this is our trend trade, okay? This is a trend trade. This is when stocks are down and they get up to our 9 and our 15 EMA, which are our trend lines, okay? They're the weakest of our moving averages. They'll only work when stocks are in trends. But we captured this trade when it hit our 9 and our 15 EMA. And let's just say it was 17,681. That went down over 100 points, okay? And there's no reason to get out of a trend trade when it's going in your direction, right? So we didn't get out of the full trade until it broke the trend right here, which was about 17,611. So, on the last little part of our trade, and we're always taking profits on the way down, that was 68 points on the last little portion of our trade. So when we can find these trend trades, and it doesn't happen very often, especially in the futures, Nick, these things are all over the place. Almost
good
every
luck
day.
finding a trend in NASDAQ. Not my market.
Yeah. When you find these things, guys and girls, and you have the technical analysis that we use, and we'll share it, this is just the most beautiful thing in the world when you get something like this happening and you stay in it until it tells you that the trend is changing, right? This was another trade we looked at right before we got on air. And this is what I call a momentum trade. We push against the level, we push against the level, we push against the level. Finally, we get above that level, okay? And when we get above that level, I'm going to get long this with a market order. I'll have my stop at the bottom of this bar, which was like 10 or 15 points. And the breakout was above 32, guys. We almost just hit our VWAP at 92, which would have been a short. I wanted to do that, right? We got up to 88. So check this out. We had our VWAP up at 92, and we missed it by 4 points, and it went down 20 points from there. So that would have been another perfect technical spot based on our VWAP to get in on a short. It just didn't quite get there. It missed. I don't get frustrated when things miss my levels because it happens to us every day. And sometimes it happens to us multiple times a day, right? So what I'll look for now is let's see if we can get a pullback to one of our trend lines. And my first trend line is about 17,650 and 17,640. So I'll get ready for this. It doesn't mean it's going to happen. Maybe it happens. Maybe it doesn't. I don't know. But I'm going to put an order in at 17,640, which is my 9 EMA. Okay. And I'll do one there. And then 17,630, which is my 15 EMA, I will do 2 contracts there. So I'm putting my actual orders in if we can get a pullback down to that level. And this is what we do on every single trade that we do. As this was going up here, I would have had the order up at our VWAP at 92. It would have hit us. We would have taken a quick 10 and 20 points out of it. To me, the whole tone of this day has changed now. I mean, it's pretty obvious that we started out pretty poorly this morning. And now the whole, what the hell is that? Hold on one second. Get rid of that.
There you go.
The whole trend and the whole feeling in the market has completely changed around. So, there are a lot of trades that we can look for during the day. We have our regular moving average. We have our trend trades. We have the momentum trades. We have 5 different setups that we look for. Today, and again, none of them work all the time. Nothing works all the time, guys. And if anyone tells you that they have something that works all the time, they're full of shit, okay? Because we know that that's not the case. But we had, 3 or 4 really nice trading setups in this today, just being patient. Would I short this up here now? I don't know. We came kind of close the first time. I think we might have just tickled it now at 92. Yeah, we got to 91. So I probably won't do this now. The momentum in the market is very strong. This first time up is where I wanted to get the trade because we got a 15, 20-point pullback from there. What we look for now is maybe we can go sideways here for a little bit and then get above this because we have a crap load of room above this with no real resistance coming up.
I got a question.
For me, the better trade would be to get a pullback now, but we could get a momentum trade over all these levels.
Yeah, and I hope we get to see that. George has a question here. When you're talking EMAs, are you always trading off the 5-minute chart for Nasdaq, or will you go up to like a 30-minute chart and like full levels?
Great question. And the answer is, it's simple. If I have some support or resistance on a 5-minute chart, I don't have to go any further. If I don't have any, like we were heading down this morning, right? And we got to 17,567. I'll show you a level I had. I think it was around 59 based on one of my charts. And it missed us by like 6 points. Let me just see if I can find it. Here we go. Check this out. Okay. So I had to go to a 30-minute chart. This was almost the bottom, the exact bottom of the NQs this morning. Check it out. That's my 30-minute chart. So as we're making these big down moves, yes, I go to a 15, I go to a 30, I go to a 4-hour or 1 hour. But our 200 EMA here at this time, okay, was 17,573. The low that this made was 17,567. It went 6 points below that after going down 150 points. And I would have had a stop order if it got below it by 15 or 20 points. You got to give it some room. But from that level, what are we up? 120 points? So the short answer to your question, yeah, well, again, we wouldn't have held it for 120 points. I would have got out at this resistance, but, that's 50 points on a 30-minute chart, all right? That would have been the first spot that told me to get in it. So the answer to your question is absolutely. And we just showed you a perfect example. It went 5 points below that. On my 5-minute chart, guys, I had nothing anywhere. But go through your 15, go through your 30. And that, again, that's if you're using the same technical analysis that we're using. I don't know if anyone is or not. The technical analysis that we use, I will post every single thing that we do. I can't post it, but EMAs are 9, 15, 30, 65, 200.
And I got chat warmed up here, so we're starting to get some questions coming in. So from Roberto Torres, what was your risk reward for the trade you just put on? You saw the 10-point reward. Do you go 1-to-1, or how do you approach that?
That's a great question. I am okay going 1-to-1, and I'll tell you why. Because by using our technical analysis and trying to put the odds in our favor of every trade that we do, if I'm like 70 to 75%, which we are, I'm fine doing a 1-to-1 risk reward. Think about that. If I make 10 points on 7 and I lose 10 points on 3, and you keep doing that, you're going to end up way ahead of the game. Yes. So I try to use, and again, it depends on what situation we're in, but I'm okay doing an even risk reward on a regular trade. If I get into a trend trade, I'm in that until the cows come home. I'm in that trade until it tells me to get out of it. But even if you have a 55% win rate and you have an even money risk reward, you're going to make money on balance, right? Yeah. My question to everybody is, how do you know unless you're doing a journal on your trades? How do you know how many trades you're winning on and how many trades you're losing on unless you keep track of the trades? And it's also a good thing to look at that because you can adjust based on that, right? I made 10 points. I lost 10 points. Okay. I made 10 points. If I would have given it 15 points on the downside, it would have bounced up and gave me all my money back. So by journaling every single trade that you do and then going back and looking at it, if you don't know your hit rate when you're trading anything, you shouldn't be trading. Because to me, journaling, and Nick and you guys say this all the time, it is the mega most important thing. I have to know how many trades I'm winning on and how many trades I'm losing on and how much I'm making and I'm losing on. And then you can adjust when you see something's not working or something's working more than others, then you adjust from there. Yeah, so for me, when I'm just, when I'm doing exactly right. When I'm doing one of my trades other than a trend trade, I'm okay having a 1-to-1 ratio. But I will also look, if I get in for a technical reason, sometimes I can get a lot more than 1-to-1. Here, I'm not going to do anything now because we're testing this again. But if I was in at 91, my first support is 73. I would look to get 18 points out of that trade. So if I have a couple where I get 15 to 18 points out of, that more than makes up for only getting 10 on some other ones.
Yeah. I got a question here from Toby Kelly. We're going to try to fly through these because it's a half-hour segment now. So from Toby Kelly, David, how do you determine which levels to use as the trading session progresses? That is a great question. You do have a lot of lines on your chart, so how do you figure out which ones are relevant in the moment?
Okay. Well, you just answered the question. It's which ones are relevant at the moment. That is the question. That's the only thing I care about, right? All this is history, right? And it's easy to look now and say I bought it here and it's up 120 points, right? But my technicals don't change at any point during the day. They're going to be the same at any point during the day, okay? And I don't adjust them when the day goes. The prices are going to be adjusted as to where they all are, right? We can see that they've greatly changed all the prices of where my moving averages were. Whereas early in the morning, everything we had was resistance, and now everything we have is support, right? And you see why I didn't want to short it at this level again, because we tested it too many times, right? And we broke up above 92 and quickly went up 12 points. That's a little momentum trade. So if I grabbed a little of this at 92 and took 10 points out of it, I just have my stop at 92 now. I took 10 points out of some of the trade. If it goes back to this level, I'll get out. But I'm not going to get out of all of it until I have another resistance level. I mean, do we have any? I'm going to look. Yeah, we got double tops from this morning. Which, by the way, guys, look at this morning, okay? We hit a pivot point here after going up 50 points in the NQs. It stopped exactly at that level. And so when we did this technical trade this morning, it was 84. Well, my support, guys, where I finally got out of the trade was 47. That's 35 points. So I'm going to get in for a technical reason. I'm going to get out for a technical reason. Some of them are 10 points. But if I'm getting in for a technical reason here, here's where I get out. That was 35 points. So, it varies from trade to trade on what our profit target's going to be.
Well, and this is trade we get. Yeah, I have a really good segue here because Kevin has a question. How do you determine a trend trade versus a scalp?
Okay, because they're very different setups that we look for, right? So when a stock is going in one direction for a long period of time, okay, and it's going through all my moving averages on the downside. We got a good trade here. That was it. Then it's going through all my moving averages on the downside. That tells me that this stock has started into a trend, okay? So the only thing I'm going to be looking at now is where can I get into that trend trade, right? We keep making new lows, new lows, new lows. I have no moving averages as far as support. So all I'm looking at is to get into this trend trade. And when it's set up here, we got in on a 9 and 15 EMA, and it never went against us till here where it went above. So there's specific rules, and we only have 10 minutes. There's specific rules for every single trade that we look for. There's different for a regular moving average trade, different for a far from moving average trade, different for a trend trade, different for a momentum trade. So there's different rules for each of the trades that we do, which, by the way, and I'll say this once, guys, our course has 150 hours of this stuff in it at WSGTA.com. It teaches you how to do all this stuff. It teaches you how to find these levels and what levels we should be looking for. Okay, so I would have got stopped out break even on this trade. Now I hope for a pullback down to one of our trend lines to get long.
So when you're operating during a day trading session, are you primarily sticking to the 5-minute chart as your home base?
Yes, unless, like we just said, there's no support or resistance on a 5-minute chart. That's when I'm going to switch my time frames. That's how we found the level all the way down here this morning in the NQs on our 30-minute chart. Okay? So if I was staying on a 5-minute chart at this time, Nick, I would have never seen this. I would have never seen it. I would have never found it. Go back to the 5-minute chart. All we were doing was spiking down. We had a 30 EMA at almost the exact low of that. So I'm starting on a 5-minute chart. If I have information on there that gets me into a trade, I don't have to go any further. If I don't, so my advice and how to use this, guys and girls, is when you see something, let's just talk about the NQs. When you see it making a move like this, all right, making this giant move down, just go to longer time frames in your chart. When we spike down 40 points here, go to your 15 EMA, go to your 30 EMA, go to your 1 hour EMA. When I have no technicals on my chart, that's when I start looking. And all we had to do was go to the 30 this morning, and it was just, spectacular off the 200 EMA. Short answer is I'm always starting on a 5-minute unless I have to look for something else that I don't have on a 5-minute chart.
Oh, that's interesting. Okay. A question from Kevin here. What would you say is better, shorter take profit, more contracts, or less contracts and a longer take profit? What do you
It's
prefer?
6.5 on a dozen of the other. It's really the same thing, right? Look, it's not the same thing. I'm a trader. Everything I do is based on my technicals. Okay, I have journals going back for a long, long time. I know what works for me. I know what doesn't work for me. Okay, so when I do a trade, okay, when I do one of my trades that's set up, I'm going to do my full amount of shares at that level. Two things are going to happen. It's going to work or it's not going to work. Okay, I'm either going to lose a little money or I'm going to make more than I'm willing to lose. So to me, I rather do my maximum amount of contracts when it lines up for me to do the trade. That way I don't have to make, 20, 30 points. Look, if I do 10 contracts in the NQs, right, each point is $200. So if I make 5 points on that, I'm making $1,000 on that trade. Is that enough to make in one day? To me, it is, right? To almost anyone out there, it's going to be, correct? If I do, 5 ES contracts, okay, each is 100, each point is $250. So you make 2 or 3 points, you're making $500. So to me, I'm consistent and I do the same amount of shares on every single trade that I do, whether it's NQ or ES. I mean, it's obviously true. It's obviously true if you do more contracts, you don't need as big a move. Go ahead, Nick. I'm sorry.
Right. Oh, no, not a problem. I got a question from James. Can you walk us through an entry based on your RSI? So how do you incorporate the RSI into your moving average system?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it happened at any point today, but let me just look back. All right, I can use this as sort of an example, okay, but it didn't quite get there. What we're looking for, especially in the futures, is if the relative strength gets below 20 or above 80. That's what I'm looking for. With the relative strength gets below 20 or above 80. And in the NQs, I usually look between 30 and 20 if we're going down, okay? So if I can get my relative strength down to between 30 and 20, that's when I will start to look for what we call the far from moving average trade. That's when I will go to my 1 minute chart, look for the reversal bar, and then jump into the trade with a stop order at whatever the low sale just was. I mean, here we went down. Let's see how far we went down. We went down 08. We only went down 32 points. That's why it didn't quite get us to that RSI. If we went to, and in the NQs, write this down if you want. I usually look 50 points. If the NQs are 50 points away from one of the moving averages, chances are you're going to start to get that oversold or overbought, and you can start looking for that far from moving average trade. And I use 10 to 15 points in the ES. So 50-point move in the NQs, when we get away, you'll start to see this RSI really get low. And again, that's just a quick trade, right? Let's say the RSI did get low here. The low is 74, and we went up 24 points. So, this worked. It didn't quite get down there, but it's still an example of it working. It went up 24 points off of a 32 RSI. So imagine if we got it down to 20, it would have worked even better than that. So relative strength below 20, above 80, 50-point move in the NQs usually sets it up. 10 to 15 points in the ESs usually sets it up.
Oh, that's nice. So yeah, so basically, it's a confluence of indicators. So you're looking for, a tango of setups between the two to get the trade on.
Correct.
Yeah. So probably our last question here. How do you, if you trade this spike short? Oh, I'm not sure how to read this question. Hold on, I can try to translate this. How do you trade this spike short? Is it an old level or is it still good? Is it fibs? I'm not sure. Up market 5, if you could rephrase that question, I would love to ask that. So how many setups do you have in your toolbox, David? I have 1.
5.
You have 5. 5 setups. And that spans everything from trending markets to range-bound markets. You have an answer for a market type.
That's it. It encompasses anything a future can possibly do. If we're going sideways for a while, we'll find a momentum trade. Up too far, down too low, we'll find a far from moving average trade. Trend trade, we'll do a trend trade. Regular moving average trade is when it hits a pivot point or a 200 EMA, we'll get a trade out of that. So yeah, and it's not as complicated as it sounds, guys and girls. I mean, it's not. It just gives us a lot of opportunity during the day to look for a lot of different things. That's all. Nothing. Look, the harder part of what I do and what anybody's doing and what TopStep does and what all their teachers do, okay, which you guys are blessed to have, by the way, is the mental aspect of this game. That is by far the higher part. Trust me when I tell you, we have taught thousands of people the technical analysis part of it, and they get it. It takes time. It's not something you're going to learn in 10 minutes, right? I'm in my live boot camp this week now, and we're going over the entire course and trading live in real time as things are happening. So it just takes some time. That's all.
Is that a free webinar, or is that a paid webinar?
No, the boot camp is people who purchase our course as part of the course, they get a 40-hour live boot camp where we go over the entire course, all these trades that we do, talk a lot about psychology, and we're trading the markets live as it happens. Yeah.
Yeah. We got 2 minutes here. I do want to ask this question. I want to get your opinion on it real fast. This is from Junior Australia. If the government starts, not the government, but if the New York Stock Exchange starts allowing 24/7 market trading, what's your opinion? What do you think the impact is going to be?
I think that it will. I would hate it. Let's put it that way. I think that would just really take some of our trading away if things are open 24 hours, 7 days a week. I mean, what's going to be the busy time? What's going to be the slow time? First of all, I don't think they're going to do it. Okay. And if they do it, I think it'll be on a limited basis with some things. But I have enough trouble doing what I'm doing for 8 hours a day. I don't need to be sitting here 24 hours a day. And trust me, some people will do that. I can tell you this, the longer that you sit here in front of a screen, right, the less patient and disciplined you're going to be. So I would not like to see that happen in any way, shape, or form. But we'll see.
Yeah,
you know what? If it happens, Nick, if it happens, we'll adapt to it. We'll have to have shifts.
It's not going to change my life. I'm just going to wake up on Monday and do what I normally do. I don't need to go watch the market on a weekend. Good God.
Yeah, mine either.
Sounds awful.
100% not.
Traders need breaks. Traders have a really hard time taking breaks. Really hard time. And just feel like that's going to enable a lot of degenerate retail trading, in my opinion.
No question about it. I guarantee people will do worse, not better, if that happens. That'll be my guarantee.
I definitely agree. Maybe there'll be like some good range trading setups where algos will just sell tops, buy bottoms. Maybe. Who knows? But David, thank you so much for coming by. Have fun with your webinar. I did put your link in chat if you're interested. Definitely check them out. A lot of very, very, very high quality content. Also, you're looking sharp. I like your Topstep TV hat. Still got the sticker on there. Yeah, if you want me to sign it, I'll come down there. Maybe I'll sign it for you.
Absolutely. Then it'll be worth $20 instead of $15.
Yeah, right. It might go down to $5. But David, thank you so much.
Always a pleasure, Nick.
Yeah.
Thanks
Next
for having
segment we got is going to be Andre and Hoag and KV. Patience with KV. Hour-long segment. Stick around. Then we got Power Hour. David Green, thank you so much. Have a good webinar. We will see you 2 weeks.
And welcome back to our regular Wednesday, 1 p.m. Central segment, Patience with KV. That is the man in the middle right there. KV, what's up, Johnny? KV, you're not in your chair. Where are you? You're not in New York, are you?
Not in New York. Well, even if I was in New York, I'm actually moving apartments. I wouldn't be in my chair either. New office upgrade. We're doing a lot of changes recently. So, but currently right now in Albania right now, and then going to London on Friday back again. So a little bit far away from home. It's what is it now? 8 p.m. here. So a little bit different. I've been trading London session a little bit lately, just because it's early on here, so I don't have to wake up at 3 a.m. to trade out like back in New York. So it's been a little bit different with the trading sessions here.
Let me ask you about that. And I've always wondered this myself. Let me ask you about that. I've always had this dream or fantasy, if you will, about trading in Europe. Just because of the hours, you get a little bit more sleep. You get to trade the entire session, London and New York. How do you like trading out in Europe in terms of the hours?
I like it and dislike it at the same time. Yes, you can trade more sessions, but I would say it gets a little bit tiring towards the end as well, because New York sessions opens up at 3:30 p.m. here, so
right.
It's a little bit of a tricky situation, because you've just had lunch and it's that post lunch here, and you're kind of tired, you're sleepy a little bit. So I'm not sure if it works out the best to trade the New York session after having lunch.
Makes sense.
I do like the afternoon session though. I mean, it's night here, so you're calm. But London session, I would say, works the best. It's similar to trading New York session while in New York, right? You wake up, you have some breakfast, you're on the screens, and you're trading it. Do I recommend trading all sessions? Probably no, right? Probably it's a bit too much, but as long as you're active, you're looking at charts, doesn't necessarily mean you're opening positions, but you're just watching for opportunities. If something comes by, why not take the risk, right?
I like that. That's very well said. All right, John. Wow, what a morning, what an afternoon, what a lunchtime trade, what an afternoon. We got the sell-off, then we got the big V-shape. I mean, that is a textbook V-shape bounce right there. I'm doing it with my hands. I don't have the charts up right now. That is a V-shape. Now we're starting to sell off. What do you make of this, John? Did we hit a technical level here in the S&Ps or NASDAQ? What happened? Did the shorts get caught in the hole there? I mean, we had a negative delta going into this, but boy, that was a really, really strong recovery, strong rally.
And we still do have negative delta, at least in the S&P and in the NASDAQ. If you look at this 30-minute chart here on the NASDAQ, or on the S&Ps, excuse me, we haven't taken out yesterday's low, right? Yesterday's low was approximately, let's just call it 50.8875. When we did come down, I've got the 50, the 100, and 200 simple moving averages on this 30-minute chart. I tend to keep those on my charts just because they're very familiar to me. And when we hit that 100 session moving average on that 30-minute chart, it came in at 50.81. What was our low there? 50.82. So that was I think enough to kind of scare some of the sellers, brought in some buyers. We haven't taken out the high of the session yet. We haven't even taken out the high of the opening range. If we look at the profiles, you're going to see that the market came all the way back up to the opening range, and that the afternoon pullback high right now is 51.16.5. 51.16.5. All right, well, we'll keep an eye on that for future reference. The NASDAQ, was a little bit of a different situation. I don't have the moving averages on here just yet. The NASDAQ came down into yesterday's range. It took a long time for us to even get into the range from yesterday. And we showed acceptance inside value from yesterday. However, in the S&Ps, we completed the value area special situation play and then some. We have not yet completed the value area special situation play in the NASDAQ. Take a look at this on the chart. We opening range, let's just call it for reference, 17,746. We looked higher. JD was looking for shorts. He was doing the right thing there. We both agreed that the pullback that we've been going through for the last couple of days hasn't really been performing that well. So we were looking for opportunities to look for shorts. But the NASDAQ came down into the range from yesterday. Value high from yesterday, 17,650. Value low, 17,550. So about 100-point range there. It did not get to the low of the range from yesterday. So we're seeing the market in the NASDAQ. We never really got back to the IB low, the initial balance low, as we all know, is the first hour of trade. It got back, that IB low would be 17,711. 17,711. Where did we get up to? 17,705. We got within 6 points of it, six handles of it. We could not get there. My thought is this is just a vicious pullback. And I'm still, as long as we don't get back into the initial balance, and as long as we don't start, ratcheting higher, I think this market could tumble and come all the way back down and to take out or check to the value area special situation here in the NASDAQ of 17,550. That's a big move. Market funny things lately. And we could not inside the initial balance. Again, that initial balance in 18,000 is something that's saying something to me. We can look at the profile in the S&P as well. Okay, we did take out the single TPOs below the initial balance. We traded back to the opening range. We've been having trouble holding above the high of the day from yesterday in the S&Ps, which was 51,1275. It was a weak high. That's also the high of value. So as long as we stay inside of value and we don't continue this push to the upside, I could see this rolling back to the downside as well. These are just nuances, trying to keep things in context. Anything can happen. These are just kind of thoughts, not suggesting that anybody take any trades off of this. But that's just kind of the way I'm seeing things right now. And I have a question for KV, but Andre, I'm sure you have a kind of a regimen or some things that you want to kind of talk about and go through. Can I ask KV?
Yeah,
right now?
yeah. Oh, 100%, John. 100%, John. Go ahead.
Okay, excellent. So you're trading on the road, basically. Do you have some sort of a setup that you bring along with you? I mean, you're not in your normal environment with probably you've probably got fewer charts. You're in a different time zone. Have you done this a lot, or is this something that you're just trying for the first time? I think you do some good traveling, right?
Yeah, I do this a lot. I do this a lot actually, and it's a must to have the right setup because you need to feel as close as to your office as possible. Obviously, it's not going to be 100% the same, but to get as close as possible. So I travel with a laptop, and then I also have two portable monitors as well that I bring with me that you can just USB-C connect them. And it's similar to what I have at home. Obviously, things are a little bit smaller. It's not the big screens I have at the office, but I make it work. And I think sometimes I perform better, and I've been performing honestly better the past few days that I've been away just because there's less things that I'm looking at. So I'm more focused, I think. Whereas when I'm back home, I have charts here and charts there, and then I'm looking at this, and then this is driving attention and then taking attention away from this point. So this way I'm a little bit more focused on what I'm looking at and a little bit more selective as well to what I actually want to put on these screens. So sometimes it works better just because of that. But yeah, just a monitor, just a laptop, two portable monitors does the job. Doesn't have to be, you can just buy them on Amazon. It's pretty cheap. Just connect them with, your laptop and they're good to go. The biggest thing obviously is that, and also having good internet connection as well. And I would say, places outside the United States, even in the UK, internet is not the best, honestly, compared to like what we have in New York or other places in the United States. It is, I don't know, it doesn't get close to the speed or just being as reliable, in my opinion. So having good internet connection, either maybe you're at your hotel or Airbnb, Wi-Fi, but I'm also always having a plan B where I can have that 4G personal hotspot connection, right? So if something happens with the Wi-Fi, I can just, do that 4G through my phone, and it works. It works. But yeah, um, it's
Good
it's a little
info.
bit
Can I
tough,
can I
right?
follow all that up with one question? When do you disconnect? When you travel, if you're trading all the time, when do you have time to do anything else?
It's like, for example, after I'm done with you guys, I'm going out. It's going to be around 9 p.m. my time here
Ooh.
after I finish with you guys on Topstep TV. So I'm going out.
Clubbing.
It's a little bit tricky as well, because before New York sessions, I was out for lunch as well. So I was getting as fast as I could back home because I had just finished lunch. I was eating outside, and so it's a little bit tricky, right? I mean, if you're managing time correctly, shouldn't be that bad, but you need an agenda. You can't just stare at the screens all day. You got to tell yourself, okay, I'm going to be trading during this and this hours, and then try and make your itinerary according to those hours as well. Because if you don't do that, you're just going to be, wasting time as well on the screens. But it's a little bit tough because, again, time changes, and you have to, depending on where you're traveling. If you travel to Europe, you have to take more advantage of the morning because it's um, early morning or late night in New York, so there's not much happening. So take advantage as much as you can of that early morning up to New York session. So you wake up, you have lunch, and maybe until the afternoon, I'll take more advantage of that time. Unless you want to go out after 9 p.m., which is, or even 10 p.m. if you're waiting for the market to close at 4.
Interesting.
It's
All right,
bedtime
KV.
for me. I'm not going out at 9
KV,
o'clock.
we're not gonna keep you a minute past our allotted time here. We do want you to be able to go out, hit the clubs, go get some dinner, have a night out in Albania, the mother country. Real quick, we have seen some selling coming here in the equities. Big sell, not big sell. S&P's down about 12 points.
Not big.
Off its recent highs of 51.14. We are now currently trading 51.04, so down about 10 points there. NASDAQ seeing some selling there. Dow as well. We saw a pop in oils, which had me asking Eddie here behind the scenes, did you see a headline at all? Because you kind of see this, sequence of events. We see crude pop. Typically, you'll see the gold pop as well, and then you see the equities kind of fall off to the downside in sequential order. We didn't really see that, so Eddie was looking, didn't see anything. If you do see something, please throw it in the chat. Well, guys, this is a volatile trade right now. There is movement. I don't know that you can just catch a trade and just ride it to the moon, so to speak. KV, how do you navigate this type of market environment? We are in earnings season. We are seeing volatility.
Yep.
We are kind of in a range. Granted, it is a wider range, but we are in a range. How do you attack an earnings season like this, where we do have the volatility, but we are in the range and we do have earnings? And let's not forget, we also have headlines coming across the wire from the Middle East. How do you navigate something like this?
And we also have PCE on Friday as well, which I think
Your
it's
favorite.
the main number this week. We have GD tomorrow. I don't think GDP is going to do much, honestly. PCE
It's
on
just
Friday
an estimate.
might do some things. Yeah, so let's see how it does on Friday. But yeah, it's volatile. Very interesting today though, because we saw trends. We saw sell off and then a bounce as well at the zone in the, what was that, 17,580 on the Nasdaq. But keep in mind that it's a very slow grind higher and a very slow drop as well. You're not seeing one of those aggressive, except for this drop maybe here around what is that, 11:41 New York time. Except for that, there wasn't nothing crazy today. Very slow candles. It was slow. You have to be very patient, I would say, in this type of market. You can't expect those quick in and outs like we usually get. So I've even noticed myself holding positions for much longer, where I'm
really
more of a trader where sometimes I'm in and out within 1 minute candle in a 60-second time frame. It's not the case in this, especially these days like this. It's a very slow grind higher. You got to be comfortable seeing opposite candles as well, right? So if you're in a long, you got to be comfortable seeing those red candles as well come across, even if you're holding for a couple of minutes. Like we saw that on the move up. It's a very slow grind higher. If you're not patient enough, if you panic from the small pullbacks here, it doesn't work out. So in these scenarios, what I think helps best is understanding before you enter, like what your profit target is going to be and so on. Because if you overanalyze it, you're going to sell too early. because you're just overthinking it. You see a pullback, you're like, oh my God, maybe the move is over. But it's just a pullback on this bigger trend, which again, it's been happening on the way up and it happened on the way down as well. I didn't like this drop. It's a nicely sized drop, but I didn't like it from when we broke the opening kind of range there around 10:35 or so. I didn't whatsoever. Too many pullbacks, too slow. I'm not a fan of it. So personally, I'm trying to be as much patient as I can. I'm also traveling, so I definitely sized down more this week just because um, I don't know. It's been working better, I would say, but I still size down. So it's obviously sizing down with what we talked about last week as well, because of the volatility, because of the unexpected news and unexpected earnings and so on. For people that do trade, stocks and options as well, definitely look at the earnings, guys. Did very good with Tesla this morning, which reported earnings last night. The money is flowing into those stocks, right? Flowing out, flowing in, doesn't matter. Volume is there. So keep those on the calendar, especially if you're trading NASDAQ as well, because we are, and this week and next week as well, we have the top holdings for the NASDAQ as well reporting earnings. So there will be more volatile mornings, okay? And sometimes it might be mixed as well, because you might have two big tech companies reporting earnings on the same day, or maybe one overnight, maybe one in the morning, but they will still have that effect as the market opens. So if they have different movements, more than likely NASDAQ stays sideways, just because you have a big move up, a big move down, and there's a lot of volatility in those two. So the markets as well kind of stay in that range, which again, if you do get those different earning results and we're not getting, a lot of one directional earnings, we might see a lot of sideways price action on the morning sessions for NASDAQ, at least, the next 2 weeks.
That makes sense. All right, John, stop me if you heard this before. We're trading around 5100s in the S&Ps. It seems to be a big magnet there. I mean, there's got to be a lot of volume traded at that price. What do we do? We are in the middle. This is the middle, pretty much. 50.82 to the downside, 51.24 to the upside, 20 points above, 20 points below. We are in the middle. What do we do? I mean, I'm guessing you're going to say we just got to wait and stay patient.
Well,
with this level in the S&Ps, what are we looking at here? This charts, we're all over the place. Right now, we are in the middle, taking a breather. What are you looking at?
Me, I'm saying don't diddle in the middle. We had our opportunity on the extreme, which was the opening range in the S&Ps for an execution. We had an opportunity in the NASDAQ at not being able to reach the IB low. This was an opportunity here. But you were right, Andre. I mean, we're sitting here pretty much in the middle of the range. And so there's no asymmetric opportunity for me here. And what I mean by that is if I buy it, my risk is to a new low. If I sell it, my risk is to close out those single TPOs below the initial balance. So there's no, there's no asymmetric opportunity here, because the risk and the reward are exactly the same when we're sitting here in the middle of this range. We were talking about when Brian Shannon was here, we were talking in the chat about, if you wait for confirmation, it's going to cost you in trade location. And if we were looking for some sort of confirmation for the shorts on those recent highs in the equities, we've missed a good trade location. So sitting right here, I'm not thinking about doing anything right now.
The way I look at it, if the people in the chat want some levels as well, for NASDAQ, which I'm looking at right now, 620 is my interest zone. 620. If 620 doesn't hold for the NASDAQ, the way I look at this, more than likely we go back to day low. That's the biggest demand zone, or biggest support level that we have right now. So 17,620.
Me too. Me too, John. Believe me, John. I am writing this down.
If that doesn't hold, it's more than likely we go back to day low. Now, if we do see a comeback, and we're trying to make a base here, not sure if it's just a short-term pullback like the last one here, but if we do actually make a base here and really see that push back to VWAP, wouldn't be surprised if we actually go for the opening price, which is New York session opening back to 731, because the zone here, which we're kind of trying to bounce, is strong as well. Look at the bounce that happened in the morning at 11:25. Happened at the exact same level it's bouncing off right now as well, right? Which was previous day close, right? Or what do you guys call it? Settlement, right?
Right.
Previous day close right there. That's where it bounced in the morning. Again, that was a short-term bounce. Not sure if it's going to be the same one right now, but it's reacting to it, and because it's reacting, it's a key level, right? So I just want to see for another move higher. I want to see obviously this zone holding, and if you want to, another more confirmation, VO up, right? So we had the VO up fake out here, which we kind of stayed above it, but then failed to push higher. The second a move should be a more nicer move to the upside back to the opening price there. Volume is missing though. I mean, we see this up and downs in volume as well. It's not something that's consistent with volume either. So let's see. I mean, right now, as Hoag said, it's at a new territory. I wouldn't take a long or a short right now, unless you might be, the type of trader that likes to open a starting position. The way I look at this right now, without any, candles in the next few minutes, you could open a starting position to the longs, but nothing's confirmed right now. It's just a pullback. I don't like to open starting positions. Either I'm in or I'm not in.
Yes. I know. So you did say that you get in and then scale out. You never scale into positions, if I remember correctly.
I only scale out. Yeah, I only scale out because I have one entry point, but then I might have multiple targets, right? I never have multiple entry points. Just I don't know. Again, there's traders who make it work. Just to me, I don't know. I can't make sense of that, having multiple entry points.
Amazing. I think that's the beauty.
Unless it's a long-term investment, which you might be going into a position for years and years and years. That's different, right? We're always buying stocks and ETFs and all that. But in terms of day trading, I just can't wrap my head around that.
Yeah, I find that longer term trading or investing, you're a lot less price sensitive, right?
Yeah,
you're making a choice, and you're just you're buying in. Maybe you're a day trader on the day you invest, but if you're looking to stick in something for a long time, and an investment type of situation, price isn't as important as when we're day trading. We need good trade locations when we're day trading, right?
Yes, 100%, and it's more volatile as well. So it can get very, very scary if you average in, average down, whatever you want to call it.
Yes, it can.
And don't know how to manage a position properly, because it can get very, very for you. Like because if you have a plan, maybe, but still, even if you have a plan, it's a little bit tricky. But if you don't have a plan and you're just averaging, it's like, when are you going to stop, right? It's like you get into that domino effect where, okay, maybe it's going to hold this level, I'm going to buy in more here. Okay, this broke, but maybe it's going to hold this level, let's buy in more here. Like
TV, we call that the moron trade.
Yes,
trade goes
like
you put more on.
When it goes to zero, right? So if it doesn't hold the level, it doesn't hold the level. For me, it's that simple. I rather accept, I rather accept the loss and re-enter when it gives me another confirmation than stay in a big trade and start averaging it until it goes there. So I accept the first loss, and then if it gives me another confirmation, I just re-enter. It's simple. Like, why do I have to stay on hope here and hope bounces on this level, on this level, on this level, when I can just cut the loss and re-enter on that position, where if we just cut the loss at the right time, when we do re-enter, you could probably make double or more, because you cut at the right time, and now your targets, when they do get hit, you're making up for the loss as well. Just, I don't know, people don't like to accept that they're wrong, which is a big thing. I've been talking with a lot of our traders lately as well, and it's probably one of the biggest things impacting traders right now.
Nobody likes the biggest things. Nobody likes that.
Yeah, but nobody likes it, but you got to look at the bigger picture, right? If you don't accept that you're wrong, you're not going to get that far either. So you got to
Right.
do what you got to do what most people don't want to do, and what's that saying? Do what's uncomfortable, and because if you just do what everyone else is doing, you're not going to succeed, right? I mean, 90% of traders, day traders, right, lose money in the markets. Obviously, it's different for long-term investments, but like day trading, you got to do something that other people out there are not doing, or have trouble doing, or are too lazy to do. You just gotta do what makes you uncomfortable, and that goes to a lot of things, journaling and all of it. So, and sometimes like what's uncomfortable a lot is basically when you're having a rough time trading, for example, the full contract minis on NASDAQ, switching to micros. Do you know how difficult that is for some people to do? They're like, oh my God, but I don't want to trade micros. It's not as much profits. But
It's an
you're
ego
only
thing.
switching to micros. Yeah, you're only switching to micros to become at your execution. You're not switching to micros to make more money. You're switching to go back into the market, get back into that groove, and get back up from like the hole that you dig yourself. But again, not a lot of people do it. Oh, never mind. I got this. I'm just gonna give it a try next week again. And they don't switch. But when you switch to micros, in my opinion, after having a rough time, it really helps because you don't trade from your P&L anymore. You actually trade from the chart, which is what you always have to do. But
Take
when
some of
you're
the
on a
pressure
full
off.
mini contract, you put the pressure off. Yes. When you trade on a full mini contract, a lot of people focus on the P&L, and that's the problem.
Very well said, gentlemen. Very well said. We are seeing gold take a dip here. I did see in the chat we got Dakota short from 23.36.60. We are currently trading 23.34.50. So in the money on realized right now. Gold or crude trying to take a turn to the upside here. We're just beneath $83, trading 82.92. Dow seeing some more sellers. Nasdaq seeing some more sellers. S&P seeing some more sellers as well. We do have a tilt here in the Nasdaq of 75% short, so they are congruent. John, let's get a Delta update real quick while we have a chance. We are seeing some sell pressure here in the equities, guys. Gold taking a dip down lower too. I'm not sure what the correlations are right now. At least the equities are trading, are correlating together. Crude kind of doing its own thing. Gold taking a dip lower. What do we got for Delta there, John?
S&P is negative 5,900, NASDAQ negative 4,100. So still kind of congruent with direction, right?
It is. Yes, congruent with direction indeed. All right, gold seeing some more sellers here. Now trading 23.33. SSS says buy the ES at 86.5. 86.5. We still have some ways to go on that pullback. We'll keep that down. KV, your level of the NQ trading 17,620. 17,620. We are coming up to that. You want to see how the price reacts to 17,620?
Yep, we want to see how the price reacts there. Again, the way I see it, if that doesn't hold, there's not much support holding this until day low. Looks like a lot of people in the chat are short. Dakota is short as well.
Tilt is short. We are at 17,620 as we speak, even 17,620 even. We are trading now. All right, we just pushed through. We are trading 15s now. We pushed through KV. This is exactly what you're talking about. What kind of if we can get some downside conviction? What do we look at?
This is the way we look at the volume. We look at volume as well. Not volume profile, which you guys love, the candlestick volume, right? What have we seen, right? So we have influxes of volume on the sell-offs, and whenever we have pullbacks like this, look at how the volume dies down.
It's lower,
It shows you
right?
that the pullbacks, it just shows you that the pullbacks are not strong enough to actually make this reverse, right?
They're
So
feeble and
this is
weak.
just another indicator I use to actually understand, is it really a bounce or is it just a short-term pullback? If we had seen volume increase on the way up, maybe we could have been looking for another move up. We didn't see that. As it was moving up, volume was just dying down, and then the influx of volume came back in on this sell-off right here. So buyers not strong. It's just one of those liquidity bounces as well. Just like we've been seeing all day, right? That was the first thing we talked about when we started the session. just slow moves up, slow moves down. Same thing's happening right now. We're not getting those aggressive, candles that we usually get.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, KV, you did say
what
earlier
time
today.
frame is that chart?
Just going to ask that, John.
What happened? What was the question?
What time frame is the chart you're showing there?
1 minute. 1 minute. I have the 5 minute as well on the side, but what I'm showing here is the 1 minute. Yeah.
All right.
5 minute. Look, obviously the bigger the time frame, the better the confirmation. So I always like to have the 5 and the 15 and switch them. But for entries, I'm always on the 1 minute just because I need that perfect entry. I need that perfect entry.
That's
perfect entry. You say.
It's smart.
KV, what does the perfect entry look like exactly for those that have never experienced the perfect entry? What does that look like for a KV? What exactly does a perfect entry for the KV look like? Yes, talk to us.
The perfect entry, and again, I'm always looking at the risk, right? So the perfect entry is the entry where you're closest to your stop loss as possible, right? So
what do you mean? What do you mean? Wait, explain that.
Love that.
So for example, if I'm open trade right here on the longs, right? Mm-hmm. My stop loss maybe is going to be below 620, which we talked about. So let's say around here, right? So this is the distance between your entry and your stop loss. Not the best in my opinion. And then maybe if you had something like this, too wide as well. So we want to be as close as possible to your stop loss. That way you're always keeping your losses small. We took actually a NASDAQ play yesterday. This was with options, but we took basically going back to yesterday morning, we took this bounce right here. So the 951 bounce. And this was our entry. Like our entry was at the view up. So the stop loss was literally this here. So exactly at the stop loss, the upside was day high, which was 3x or probably 4x the stop loss. So like for me, this was enough. Like I was happy with this. We touched day high. We made a new day high actually, and we cut that view up bounce. Now the bad loss or a bad entry would be if I waited for a day high break, I entered somewhere up here, and then my stop loss was view up down here. Like that's a complete bad entry. And in this, in this example, yesterday it looks like it could have worked because it never went there, but it's just too wide. It's too wide. It doesn't make sense. So again, my perfect entry is the entry where you're as close to your stop loss as possible. That's the way I'll put it. Not focusing on a strategy or something that's just as close to your stop loss as possible. That will make that would help your account so much because again, you're eliminating the worst thing. You're eliminating the big losses. You have big wins. Well, we talked about as well. I think last week, big wins, small wins, and then small losses, and that's all you need. You don't eliminate small losses. You keep them there. It's your friend, the small losses.
Very good, excellent, John. You love that answer. Why'd you love it so much? I saw you nodding your head. You said, "I love it." Why'd you love it so much? Managing your risk, cheap trades. What made you love it so much?
Because he's right. I mean, KV. I mean, have you ever told people to think about the invalidation point for the trade and then put in your entry?
Yes, 100%. 100%.
Right.
If you don't, if you don't think of that, then you don't. Yeah, if you don't think of that, then you don't have a plan. The plan is not only the target points. That's half of the plan. So
I mean, that's
the problem. Everyone just focuses. Okay, I'm gonna enter here and then sell here, enter here, sell here, but you're missing the other half.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and
downside.
And I mean, you get better trade location when you focus on where the risk is. If price has to auction to this level to prove the trade wrong, where's the best place I can get in? Where's the closest place that I might be able to get into this trade? And you try and get it. If you miss it, you miss it. But I've missed a lot of good trades. But it's all about the risk.
Exactly. There's a question in the chat. What's this yellow line which we're bouncing off of? Which again was that 620 level we're talking about. This is one of the concepts that Brandon Shannon was talking about today. Actually, the anchored view up. This is, if I'm not mistaken, right now I think I've placed there a 2-day view up, so it's anchored either the day before or 2 days before. But yeah, it's like Brandon Shannon. I love Brandon Shannon as well. So It's the concept of anchored VWAP. Yep.
How
So
good was
that's
that?
it. Either, I mean, you can check it either a 2-day or a 1-day VWAP. It's the yellow one there.
Yes, how good was that? I'm glad you watched that, KV. You're watching all the way from Albania. We got Kevin watching us. John, did the books arrive? Did Amazon drop that off yet?
The doorbell went when Brian was speaking. I'm like, there it
Come
is.
on.
There it is.
Come on.
There's the book.
Yeah,
There it is.
I'm not kidding.
I don't like physical books, John, but I've read it on my
online
iBooks on my phone. Yeah, I have it as well. I actually got it exactly when it got published last year, literally on the first week it got published.
Oh, KV's trying to one-up us with when he read the book, John. KV got it first there. KV, do you ever do audiobooks? Just a side question. KV, do you believe in audiobooks? And if you do an audiobook, is that considered reading the book? What are your thoughts?
Honestly, I'm not a fan of it because I mean, I hear people say, okay, you're at the gym, put a podcast on or listen to an audiobook or while you're driving. I don't think you have your full attention. So in my opinion, I think it's just a waste of time. Maybe I'm going to get backlash for this, but I feel like it's a waste of time. I'd rather just listen to some music and enjoy my gym session than put an audiobook that I'd probably have to re-listen or reread when I get back home as well, because I probably only captured 1% of it.
Fair enough. Nice answer. Nice answer. All right, KV, we talked about the 17,620 level. We did take a dip beneath it, but we did find some buyers below. I don't know if those were stops getting triggered or what, but we do see that wick beneath the 620s. Now we're trading about 633, 632. So how do we digest this? Okay, so we saw how the market reacted to that level, and we're kind of just hovering around these 633s. What do we do next in terms of what would you be looking to do in order to execute a trade or get in the market or just sit on your hands for that matter?
Yep. Okay, so going back to the VWAP concepts as well, I talk about this a lot. Whenever you're on a one directional day, which that's what we have today mainly, it's still we have this rally, but I mean we're still downtrending overall. And then the VWAP rejection that we saw here as well just shows us that sellers are strong. I mean, this uptrend, if we actually held VWAP and broke, I mean, we could have seen day high very easily. But because we had this rejection here, this failure to continue higher, just shows me that sellers are in control right now. So would I be comfortable taking a bounce play because 620 held? Not that much. Again, if you want to test it out and enter with a light size, sure, right? But I wouldn't put this onto my A++ setups just because we're going against, the sellers, which sellers are dominant today. Again, could work. The zone is there. The demand is definitely there. I don't think we're going to get an aggressive move though. Even if we get an uptrend, it might just be one of those slow uptrends which we've had all day. And even this looks like it's already failing, right? I mean, nothing's happening. So I would prefer the upset. As much as I love that 620 area, because we have VWAP and then we had the morning demand there as well, like close here, right? 640. So this is it's a whole demand zone, 620 to 640.
Yes.
But still, I mean, it's not a buyer's day, unfortunately.
John, I think you would agree with that. I think you were saying you're looking more to the bearish side as well. Basically, I think it's kind of agreeing with what KV was saying there, John.
Yeah, 100%.
Okay. The VWAP is different, guys, on Topstep X, and there might be an update coming as well, because I keep the VWAP on regular trading hours, meaning it's connected on New York session only. Topstep X right now only has electronic hours, so it shows you, all markets, but I think there's an update soon coming where you can switch it on and off if you want to just see regular trading or also electronic hours. I prefer the New York session. If you, as the update is happening, the easiest thing you can do, guys, is Topstep X, go to the trading tools, which is similar to what you have here on Trading View. And there should be, where is it here? Somewhere here. So you should have this anchored VWAP tool right here, which you can do it manually. Click the anchored VWAP and then click it on the first candle of the day at 9:30 New York time, and you're going to get the same VWAP I see here as well. Okay, so as it's being updated.
Love that.
It's New York session.
Well, we are still
and we're
trading bit
failing to
sideways.
continue higher.
Yes.
We are getting the higher lows there, but again, it's just very, very slow. I couldn't imagine myself being in an open position right now. I just can't.
Well, if you want to know
It's
right
literally
now,
like it's literally like a Christmas tree. Green, red, green, red, green, red.
I like that. I
Right.
like that. Well, we got
And a
about 600
barcoding.
open positions. 600 open positions here in the Nasdaq, give or take. And 54% of them are short right now. So that is something to keep track of. But there are some open positions there based on the tilt. John, we're just hanging around 5100s. We are going to watch this 1620 level in the Nasdaq. We are trading 1640 right now. Maybe we're able to catch a long off of that. John, okay, let's talk about the from the previous segment or the power players segment. What are you looking forward to most getting out of this book, real quick? Because I'm super. People in the chat are wondering what book. Can you remind people what book you purchased, John?
Yeah, it's Brian Shannon's Maximum Trading Gains with Anchored VWAP. Anchored VWAP. So what do I want to get out of it? Well, I kind of collect trading books for one, but I am certainly going to read this because just the things that I've heard about it, the things I've learned about it. Anne Marie is a big fan of VWAP, and I figure the more I learn, the more I can get confluence with some of the other things that I look at, and I'm always looking to find those confluences. Anne Marie is saying right there, it's easily one of the best trading books she's ever read, and she's written a couple.
I agree.
So
I agree with
that
it.
says
I
a
agree
lot.
with it as
Wow,
well.
KV agrees. Wow.
I agree with it as well. I don't know. Maybe I'm gonna get backlash for this too, but I hate trading books. I hate them because there's two problems with it.
What is
Either
it?
one, it's a bunch of stories that will, it helps you a little bit understand the industry and so on, but doesn't help you in terms of execution. And two, the ones that talk about technical stuff just doesn't make sense either. There's no action steps there. And that's the reason I like that book, and the books that I've kind of written for the people that we mentor. I've tried to make as much as actionable steps as possible. And Ben Shannon's book does that as well. It shows you, okay, here's how this would work, here's how it would work, gives you charts, examples, all of it. There's not many books like that. It's not. I've read a lot, even before going to college. I mean, even on college, I took an options class back in college. There was nothing about it, how to trade options, or it was just some stuff that never actually even helped me, not whatsoever. I think, and I did good in college, guys. I did good in college. I think I got it like a 378 GPA.
Wow.
I finished, and options was I think one of my worst classes. I think I got a B+ in options because it was, I don't know, it didn't make sense whatsoever.
Slacking. You got a B+ in options. You were slacking, KV. What happened?
I literally got the class. I remember, class for an easy A because I was like, I'm already trading options. I know what the asset class is. I know how the Greeks move and how the premiums are moving and so on. Didn't make sense whatsoever what was being taught there. So again, there's a lot of good books out there. Will they help you with trading? Not a lot of them. There's just a lot of definitions, a lot of histories, a lot of, I don't know, but not actionable steps. That's the problem with it.
I love that. Well, this is what we do here at Topstep TV. We do bring you actionable steps with real trades, real P&Ls, real accounts, real traders. You're looking at some of the best real traders in the game right here. We got John Hoagland in the middle. We got KV up top there, who's visiting us from his home country, Albania. He called it in the green room, just a quick trip to Albania.
Quick trip. Yeah, I'm coming back to New York Tuesday, so it's a quick trip. It's not nothing's crazy.
Yes, you. Rockstar says KV is one smart guy. We got Gold Goblin saying everything KV says I agree with. Man, KV, they love you here, man. That's good stuff. Really like to see
I love you
John.
guys too.
You take a visit to the Adriatic while you're there, KV?
Ooh.
I wish I didn't have that much time. Plus, it's not summer period. If it was a summer, 100% yes. I mean, I'd probably be on Topstep TV with you guys on the beach right now. But
think the ladies would like that. The
not
ladies would like
the
that
time.
very
Maybe
much.
after a month or two.
Yes. KV, if you don't mind taking a quick look at the ES and pull up some levels for us as we head into power hour here. I'm going to buy some time while you do that. But yes, we got your NASDAQ levels here at 17,620. You're saying if we can break that and we can see a move down to 17,567, lows of the day. We are kind of dealing and chopping around that level trade 17,000. Get that out. 17,630. So we're going to look to see a break beneath 620. But if you wouldn't mind taking a look at the S&Ps, we are trading 5100s. There seems to be a big magnet on that level. Going into power hour, KV, what are you looking at going to S&Ps? Give us some levels. If we can break through level, what would you target from there?
Okay, so it looks like, what we've been doing lately is just bouncing up between these zones that I have here. So we had obviously New York session opening price, and then we had S1 and S2, which we kind of ranged here and then finally broke. Now we are again in this area. This is New York session view up right here. What I'm looking to see here is this. If we do have a 5-minute candle closing above this view up right here, I'd be more than likely to entertain the longs here on the ES. Give that a shot because the risk is very tight, right? So if a 5-minute candle closes above the view up, the risk should be the zone here. So S1, and I have this M level here, so maybe 5100. If it doesn't hold 5100, you're out. So you have a tight risk compared to the upside, which you might be going for these highs back to opening price. So that's the upside. And then downside, I would just say this low, which is again key for ES as well. It's the same low for NASDAQ. I think with this next trend that we're going to the downside right here, if that doesn't hold this time, which probability of that happening might be high because usually the second test is much weaker because liquidity has already gone a little bit here. So it's going to be much weaker the second time we retest it. So if we can actually break through that, not just retest and, oh my God, it tested this level, I'm getting it short.
Sure.
Actually wait for a confirmation and actually wait for a little bit of a drop. Next stop is obviously S2, which is the day low area. That's my two, first scenarios.
Right, so
I never tried to predict, so you gotta look at both sides.
No predictions. You see what happens when people predict like Jim Cramer, it just never really works out for you.
Yeah. Oh my God.
So I guess trade idea here is take a long above 5106, 5107 above VWAP with a stop around 5100s for move to the upside. Now since we're trading the lower end of this 5-minute range, perhaps a short beneath 5094 ish with a target to 5082. Am I summarizing that properly?
Yes, 5083, 5082. That's a zone at the bottom.
All right, great. So we got a trade idea from KV. Longs above 5106, above VWAP. Stop at 5100. Shorts beneath 5094, 5093. Great. I appreciate that, KV. All right, we got 5 minutes left here in Patience with KV. All right, let's remind everyone why this segment is called Patience with KV. KV, how many trades? I know you've been traveling this week. How many trades have you taken this week? How many trades have you and your group taken this week?
Yeah, it's not many. Like I only took 2 futures and 2 option trades this week.
Amazing.
I think that's enough, especially traveling. And again, the markets haven't been the best either, but it's been going well. As long as you're just waiting for those right opportunities and not just opening trades like a machine gun, out, and then it's crazy. And you look at your commission as well. TopstepX is better, obviously, but if you're trading like Tradeovate and you look at your commission, you're like, oh my God, what's going on?
Right. I'm sitting here
like
wondering.
when that happens. Sorry, Howard. When that happens,
okay.
Sometimes you end the day $200 up, and then you also pay $200 in commission as well. So like your profit is the same as the commission.
Yep. I'm sitting here wondering what kind of words you're going to give all our viewers at the end of the session today, because last week's was so good.
Right.
It was so good.
I don't think I have the same one as last week. Last week was
risk,
a one to remember.
Something about being wise. If you're wrong, you get wisdom. If you're right, you can get money or something like that. You get something like that. Yes, John, great callback.
Last week was take the risk. If you win, you're gonna be.
You'll
What
be
was
happy.
it? I even forgot it myself. Take the risk. If you lose,
Yeah.
you're gonna be wise. If you win, you'll be
You'll
happy.
be happy.
Something like that.
That's
Yeah.
it. That was,
Great
that's
stuff.
gonna be a tough one to beat.
Yes, it is, John. That was a great callback, John. Forgot about that one. Great callback. I forgot whoever our guest was following you. You even had his mind blown for the guest after that. So that was really cool. All right, KV, we got about 2-3 minutes left here in Patience with KV. Again, thank you for joining us way over in Albania. We really appreciate it. Have safe travels to London when you do venture on over there. Quick question. You said you got a new office location coming up. Where is the office going? Where was the office and where's the office going? Just general neighborhoods.
No, we're staying in New York. We're staying in New York, unfortunately. But it's an upgrade that needed to happen. I am another like let's end it this way. This session. So I am getting engaged in May. So it's a big move. Moving in with my fiance,
Congratulations.
new office, new apartment. It's a lot of things happening.
Wow. So wait, you are getting engaged or you are engaged? Does she know? Have you proposed to her? Have you proposed to her yet?
No, yes, that's done. Yeah, that's done.
Okay, that's done. She said yes. She said yes. Yes. Congratulations, KV. Big life changes. Moving on up. Everyone congratulate KV in the chat. The man is taken. Sorry, ladies. We'll have to move on to the next one. A smaller trader out of New York. Look at take the glasses off.
Talking about patience as well. And maybe this is a lesson to a lot of the people in the chat as well. I was in this relationship for 9 years before we actually made it. 9 years of
Pressure
patience.
was on. Pressure was on.
You beat me. I was in a relationship for 8 years before I got married, so I was
one year over.
Too. Yeah.
Well, congratulations. Both of those ladies were very lucky to marry and about to marry some very, very great guys. Congratulations, KV. John, thank you so much for joining me. Thanks for making me laugh in the green room with that Wisconsin joke. Much needed, man. Really appreciate that. We are moving on to Power Hour next. We got some trade ideas. KV, I think you left with some words of wisdom. John, I'm going to put you on the spot. Do we have any words of wisdom?
I'm ready for you.
Oh,
I'm ready
sweet.
for you.
Hit me.
A mind is like a parachute. It doesn't work if it's not open.
Wow. KV, he got you on that one. KV, that was pretty good.
I gotta come back. I gotta come back next week.
Well done. Well done. Thank you, gentlemen. I appreciate your time.
That's not mine. That's Frank Zappa. Frank Zappa said that.
Good music. Man. Good music. All right, we got Power Hour coming up with Coach Dakota coming up next. Thank you, gentlemen. We will see you guys in a few short minutes. Thank you. you know what time it is. It is Power Hour with one of the best traders, if not the best trader that you see on the top 10 live funded list there, Mr. Dakota. Coach Dakota, how are we doing today?
Good. I heard you you guys ended with words of wisdom on the last session. Is that right?
Yeah, how'd you like that? You have some?
Yeah, let's just start with some words of wisdom. Straight from me, no, not from anyone else. Best words of wisdom: do not bet on the Chicago Bears.
All right. You know what, dude?
Right.
Come on.
Thanks everybody for showing up. We're going to move on to the next segment. Yo, mother.
Man. Bears catching stray. The Bears are on the clock. First overall pick in the draft this Thursday. Will they get their new quarterback? It appears so. Okay, Dakota. Looking at you know what time. We got the house account. We got the house account pulled up again, baby. The house account is actually up $2,100, believe it or not. Amidst all the drama and the tension around and the figuring out the process, iterating, do this team trading. It can be difficult, right? This is real life stuff. Again, we're real life traders. We're trying to really do this. We're trying to build the play in there. Plain and simple. House account's up $2,100 off a VWAP play. Pretty good, pretty good. We're going to look to pull another house account trade. What kind of levels are we looking at here? We're coming up to 17,600 in the NASDAQ. Dolby time, we need your levels too. All hands on deck here. I know.
Which market do we want to do? Which market are we trying
Great
to
question.
what do we
Let's talk
think?
about it.
I haven't been watching. Like I said, I have a trade going on my live account here at TopStep. But other than that, nothing that I've been watching for the house account. I mean, I have not been paying attention to these other markets. Actually, you know what? I actually see a long here on the NASDAQ. I'm going to be honest. I'm pretty dang tempted right now to buy.
Well, yeah. Well, we'll lean on the 17,600s. Hey, if we can get that form up, I know we kept the form in queue here. We can pull the audience here. I see Rips. I see Nick T. I see you guys in the chat right now. Hey, holler some levels. We're gonna throw this form in the chat. But for you guys directly, I'd like you guys just to post your levels here in the chat if possible. Dolby's on range alert. I'm gonna watch this.
I just need a market to draw up on it. So I don't know, chat. Which markets? NQ. Okay.
It looks like it's going to be NQ. I think we got the most people watching the NQ. Nick T says, I actually agree with Dakota on a long down here. He actually agrees as opposed to not normally agreeing.
Yeah. That's supposed to be a surprise or something?
Yeah, not normally agreeing. Okay. I'm kidding.
Yeah, I'm long NQ at 618 and a quarter. Live account.
Right now?
Yep.
Yeah,
right here, right now.
He just hopped right in. Like that.
Yeah, he hopped right in. Didn't found his own level. If we reclaim 630, the longs look good. We reject 630s. Look for a low. 59. Okay, so 630s is the point. Damn it. See, we were pulling levels here. Dakota just gets to click bang, pull the trigger.
30s, I know. We got to faster.
This is
lightning fast. We have to anticipate.
These are the challenges of team trading.
I mean, I looked at it and it was.
Yeah, I saw exactly what you saw.
Make
an instant
decision.
I gotta pull levels left, right, and center before I pull the trigger here. But I did see what you said.
Put the order in. Why don't you just put it along at like 17,612 and see if we just catch a bid on the way back.
That got us in trouble earlier there, Dolby.
Which one?
Yeah, I think this is going to turn out to be a higher low, and we might run back up to 700. We'll see.
What a pop.
Man, I wish I would have got into 3 contracts. Typically, I hop into 3. I didn't have enough time. Like you said, it happened really quick. And you can see my entry here. As we were switching, you can see it says external. I entered on my phone. I went in and just buy market on my phone as I switched. I'm like, oh, get in because, you know, I don't want to miss the bus. And it didn't give me enough time to get into a full position of 3 contracts. So I'm only in 1 contract and that's it. We'll see where this thing goes. Maybe it sets up to where I could scale into it, or we just keep running.
Yeah. I mean, if we want to do some range stuff, I have a 15-minute range in the NQ.
We missed the trade. We missed that trade.
You could try a short if you want it 17,647 and a quarter. That's the top of my 15-minute range. Bottom of it is 17,609. You know, if chat likes that short, then we have to pull chat and see what chat says because they didn't participate.
Yeah. process is just a bit too time consuming, arduous, if you will, in real time moving markets. That seems to be the issue. Dakota, you took that trade. What do you
slow moving market?
Yeah, Dakota, what'd you take that trade at?
17, 6, 18 and a quarter. So 6, 18 and a quarter.
Entry. What a friggin' entry. All right, well, we missed that one. There's another bus coming around the corner. Hopefully.
Yeah, how many points did you get in like less than a minute on that one? So that was 1, 2,
20 points, just really
20
quick.
points in 2 minutes. Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
I mean, there's a good example where you just sometimes that has to happen, right? Where you just see it, get it, and sometimes you miss out. But other times it's probably more often than not, it's better to wait. I should have been sitting here watching it. And then get in, but I was paying attention to my gold trade. I closed out of my gold trade. Everybody's seen on the YouTube chat. I was posting in. I was short gold. I made about $1,000 on it.
Nice.
Yeah, it was a good trade. And then we hopped over here on the NASDAQ. We were talking about the house account. Immediately seen the setup and just pulled the trigger.
I love it. It's called conviction.
Well, we got a little bit of rejection off those. I mean, we did get rejection off 17,646, so we could have taken that short, but that happened in less than a minute. So gotta be fast. No, Pat, get
We're trying here. We're still gathering levels here, Dolby. We are still gathering levels. We are still gathering levels. We will gather levels. We will put those into a heat map. If they're put in a heat map, they will be presented to us. Hopefully by then the market hasn't run away from those levels. We're working on this process.
Ooh, someone in short got 17,635 on a short. You probably took some heat on that, unless you just got in that one.
6 levels.
Well, 5-minute range up here. So Dakota, what's your target for this trade?
I'm looking at it now. Like I said, it was kind of just to instantly get in. If you could see my charts, let me pull. Make sure we could see my charts. Okay, if you can see my charts, this is an hourly chart. You can see where we've started to transition into a bullish market since we've had a huge sell-off the past week or so. And I'm looking at this as a pullback. We had this pullback, and this is a great area to get in. And then if we zoom in, and if we zoom into a 5-minute chart, it's kind of some very basic technical analysis where this was the low, and we sold off, and we were kind of making a 3-bar reversal here on the 5-minute chart. And I'm like, there's a good chance that this can be a higher low, and then we'll look to make a possible higher high. Like that could be possible as we run up and we test 700, and maybe we go up and break above 700s during power hour.
Don't say that.
Maybe, like I said,
please don't say.
We never know. We never know what could happen. Wow. But if it does, I want to put myself in a position to take advantage of it.
Yeah, I mean, I have terrible luck trading the NASDAQ, so I feel like anything I say is just going to be terrible. Oh, look at this guy! Really nice push here, Dakota, to the upside. Really
well,
nice.
You guys wanted a house account trade. There you go. It just happened too fast. It just happened too fast.
I appreciate Dakota. Your levels have been spot on lately. Your levels have been spot on lately. Indeed. We will continue. We will carry on. We will trudge through this. We will carry on. Now trading 5104 in S&P is trading 17,650 NASDAQ. Get those levels in. We got 7 levels. We need 50. I'm told we need 50 levels before we execute it.
Do my levels count or no?
Yeah, they count to me.
I'll give you the count to you. I appreciate it, Trey. Thank you so much. Yeah, I mean, if I got 2 ranges. I got a 15-minute range right now, which is where we're at the top of. Then I have a 1-hour range, which is 17,609 to 17,701. There's a lot of options there.
Repeat that level. We got some shorts here. 17,630. I'm seeing we're above that, so that would have been stopped out.
Rips in the chat says 676.5 for his targets to the long. I'm assuming
7.6.5. Short 6.76.5. All right, that's one.
I'm just gonna let this trade run.
I would too if I were you. I would definitely let that trade run if I were you. I would.
I mean, you're in a great. Yeah. Are you at break even right now on this one? Or
70%.
I
Thank you,
mean, I'm
Eddie.
up 600
okay, that's not bad.
On a one lot.
How many?
on one lot. Yeah. It's one where I'm like, I really wish I would have got into my full position, but I can't complain, right? I got to be happy with what I have.
Absolutely. We're looking for
Imagine
trying
if
to
it
pull
was
some
10
more
lots?
levels here this afternoon. 17,650 trading in the Nasdaq's 5103 S&Ps. Dakota, we're going to let you manage that trade quite well. Are you still short the gold as well? Tell me you're short gold and
No,
long
I
Nasdaq.
closed out of that. Like as we were switching to talk about the house account and the Nasdaq, I just went ahead and closed out of my gold, and then I just switched over to the Nasdaq, and happened to see the setup and just push buy.
I would have taken a short. I think a short at 17,650 could have been a decent little scalperoonie right there. 15-minute range high.
Nothing better than a
Use
scalper Rooney here. Share your levels to the pin to the top of the chat here. We're going to see Dakota. Looking for an exit here, Dakota. You got? Have you determined your exit price yet?
My exit price is going to be above 700. I don't know. Jesus. Typically, if I was to get into multiple contracts, then I would look to scale out and immediately. I mean, this is hindsight trading now. The first area I look at is 676, which pretty much lines up with what Rip said. So 676 would be a good area, and then maybe if we get into the mid 650s, we did get up and broke 50, and then we pulled back. So yeah, 676 would be the area where I would say my first take profit would be, and then, to be honest, I'd like to trail my trades. So if we run, it's like I don't have a take profit. I don't want to cap off my winners and cut my winners short and just hold this baby. I mean, this power hour, we only have 52 minutes left, or 42 minutes left.
42 minutes. Yeah.
We do have a time constraint, right? We can't just hold this for overnight and for who knows how long. But yeah, maybe I'll just trail this up and see how high we could go.
I mean, maybe we can get a consensus from chat on at least longer shorts. I mean, I think that would be a good start. Kind of see what chat is feeling about the NQ. Are you bullish or bearish the NQ? And maybe if we can pick a side, that will help us get a direction for a trade.
Sit on hands, 17,680 short, long.
Yep.
I just want to fade chat right now, but that's me talking. I'm kind of bearish on this one.
Yeah, maybe this is just a pullback on a down continuation. I mean, you never know.
Cool,
but...
talk to me. Bullish NQ. Everyone in the chat. Bullish NQ. Why? Yes or no? I like that. Quick and easy. Quick. I will say yes. 65% why yes. 65% yes. Is this the pullback? Dakota is targeting 17,700. Boy, he is long from 18s. Should be long from 18s. We're gonna look for a pullback here. Let's look at some long 17,625. There's some levels here. 17,615. I mean, all these are great entries at this point. We're going to rock this. Rips, holler at me. Nick's looking at taking a short here. I got my other Nick here, Dick Dolby time.
My opinion doesn't matter in NASDAQ. I have no idea what's going on in this market ever. Looks like it's pushing higher, but who knows? Who knows? We're in a 1 minute consolidation.
Like we are pushing higher.
1 minute range, developing maybe a 5 minute range right now. If you're bullish, you would like to see us at least break 17,653. I think then we could get to 700s for sure.
Sam, there's two sides to every trade, right? And I was talking about that with Mark M in the chat and YouTube, where I was selling gold and he was bullish. There's two sides to every trade. That's the reality of the markets. Rips,
here we go. Rips break out of
658 and a half would
658.
confirm a
Like
long
it.
thesis. Yep.
Okay.
Would you
I
like
can
a
work
buy-
with that. I
buy
can work
stop
with
order?
that.
Buy stop order above 658.
I like that. I can work with that.
658.50. That gives us some time. You know,
Yeah,
we could
clear
put
and
that order in
concise.
and wait to get filled on it. Chat is bullish, it seems like. No? Yes? Chat, should we do a stop buy at Rips's level of 658.50?
I'm bullish, so you guys know my opinion.
Oh,
yeah, there's 67% yes. 67% yes on that. So we got the chat saying yes, bullish. We got Rips with the level here. Dakota's already long. Here's a pullback.
So the question would be then, how do you get in, right? Would that be the next question?
I mean, I would try to buy 17,640, bottom of the 1 minute range, and see if buyers step back in again.
I like that. With a stop of what, 20s? 17,620, 20s?
I don't know, it's a stop of $10,000, right? Isn't that what we're doing, 1-to-1?
Don't tempt me with a good time, Dolby. Do not tempt me with a good time.
I mean, sometimes the best is just to close your eyes and buy.
Click pray.
Buy it, 10,000 stop loss, 10,000 take profit.
Yeah.
Here, I'll be your devil on the shoulder, Andre.
I lied.
I kind of like Rips's, you know, we could do a buy stop at 658.
Good.
I mean, that's like the only chance we're going to have to catch a long unless we market it in
All
my
right.
opinion.
It looks like we might be getting a break here. Market's starting to test these highs. We're breaking into the 650 now. And if we do break and gain momentum, we could see a nice push to the long side.
Yes,
taking
we are
this
by
one?
the top of
There it is.
Now we're 4 points away.
68s. But if we buy the 58s, by 58s, we are going to take heat. It is inevitable. We are going to take heat on this. I got a ton lock queued up. The 58s. Stop of 58. It's called 20
Chat is bullish. Chat's bullish. Rips
Chat's
like
bullish.
658.
I like that. Dakota, yes, no. In.
Oh, we get filled?
Yeah, I
we're
got
up.
62. It's got 62. Hey, 62 quarters, 62 quarters, 10 times.
That's okay. That's
quarters.
okay. Slippage is in live accounts. That's the reality. And maybe 676. That's the next level, right? That's what we were looking.
Yeah.
Or were we going 1010 on this baby?
62. We're targeting 700. Targeting 700s. Targeting 700s. Catching the momentum here. There's some momentum here.
Go.
There we go. Up into the 70s.
We are pushing.
Wee.
I just peeled off 5 there. Let the other 5 run.
I'm good with that one.
Thank you, Dakota. Thank you,
buying
Rips.
it with the house account and push it up for me, please.
Oh, another 10? Did you grab it in the house? I did Rips. I did grab it in the house account.
Yeah.
Unrealized. We're looking at
beautiful
run here.
Right.
Pushing.
Our most profitable segment on TopStep
I would
TV.
say so. I would say so. Nice call there, chat. Where did we get long from? Long from 62 half. House counts long from 62 half.
I never would have taken that trade in a million years.
What's that?
Not a million years. I never would have taken that trade in a million years. That's so out of my system.
Oh,
That's one of those where it's hard psychologically, but the probabilities are they're pretty more than
95 lot here on the 70s, 670s, 95 lot in the 670s. That thing was filled. I see a bit of a retrace
I would hold
here.
for 700. I'd hold for 700.
I'm holding for 700. I'm holding for 700, or we're gonna blow this sucker out. No, I'm just kidding. That's very reckless. So there's just jokes. We don't mean that. We say target, yes, target 700s, Daniel. 700s. We got a stop of call it 49. Sorry, it's 42. 42 half. 42 half. Target 700. Stop 42 half. See if we can push this sucker. I'd like to just take 5 out of this trade. If we can take 5 out of this trade, get the house count up 5 grand. Yeah, I would be all things considered, I'll consider that a W. Considering how this day has proceeded. Dakota, I want you to ride this sucker to 700s. Dakota got long from 18, folks.
Slightly better.
That's what the ballers do, man. I'm out here. Take 5. I took 5 off. I took 5 off already, Rips. I'm long 5. Thank you, Rips.
What,
Of
a
these
little bit
trusted
of
traders. I got-
indecision cost us like 60 points on that one.
Yeah, he sure did. We're kind of petering out here. Kind of petering out.
Hold.
I think we're going
Push,
for
push,
push higher. Here we go. Here's the
push.
second run. There we go.
Push. Here we go. Here we go.
Gonna take a look at the 80s. Are we gonna take a look at the 80s?
Take a look at the 80s.
are
Say
knocking
hello,
at the door.
80s. Hello,
There's the
80s. Oh,
80.
hi, 80s. How are we? 80s. Good day. Good day. Out. All right, we're up 5,000.
Beautiful. I
on our
like
house
that
account.
sound.
Come out. We're flat.
Why? Why'd you get flat? What happened to
I got flat because the
700?
house account said $5,000. House account said $5,000. I was cool with it.
Trade
Nope.
your
That
P&L?
great trade.
All right.
That
I know.
was- It can't
we
get any better than that unless you get a better entry, and then you feel confident with trailing one or two, right? The market, and I like with you, Andre, and everybody in the chat.
Yeah.
The market will always leave you unsatisfied. That's the reality.
Yeah, it was a sweat stop too, a little bit, as Andy said. Still trying to hone in this process. Didn't have a real target, 700s, all things considered. Take it. Yeah, still trying to work this process out a little bit closer. You're right, Dolby. You're right.
Good news is, Dre, we are not limited to only one trade. So we can always take another one.
Yeah, there you guys. There we go.
Yeah.
We can always take another one. I would consider shorting 17,700 if it can consolidate up there a little bit.
Okay. That'll be the next trade. Yeah, I got out of VWAP. Thank you.
That's a good one. Speaking of VWAP, I had
VWAP.
Brian Shannon on. VWAP extraordinaire.
Yeah, it's a VWAP kind of day.
Fun. It is a VWAP kind of day. In honor of Brian, actually.
VWAP in the morning, VWAP in the afternoon.
Hey, and there's a perfect example, everybody. That's called slippage. This is a live account, and you get slippage. You don't get these perfect fills.
Oh, okay. So what's the next trade? What's the next trade, chat? Dial them up.
Long.
Oh, we're not
Buy
done
it.
yet.
Push it up some more for me, guys. I'm still sitting in at 618s.
It's because you're a boss.
I'm pushing.
Are we going to do it? We're holding into. We're testing the 80s again. 680s. Will we hold above 680s? If we hold above 680s, 700s is just right there.
So
Guys,
close.
good risk management suggestion from Robert. It's a practice what we preach and not lose more than half of that $5,000 on any pork that gets pulled.
I like that. Looks to be a pretty decent exit there. Up to bounce right off VWAP. We might see a pullback here, get long. I'm cool locking this account out. I ain't gonna lie. Take the $5,000. I think it was two well executed trades based on VWAP. It's a VWAP day. Shout out to Brian Shannon.
Yeah,
VWAP kind of day. It's the theme of the day. It was a hell of an exit.
Yeah,
if you don't
beautiful
mind.
trade.
That was a nice exit. Yeah, well done.
Mm-hmm.
What did you get out? You got into the 80s? You got out at the 80s?
Yeah.
Yeah.
80. Yeah.
Beautiful. We're right back down to where we entered, pretty much, or 60s.
All roads lead.
Would you ever hit the reverse button, Dre?
There's the question. That's my man right there. Dolby, I would. I really would. I'm not sure the house account is the place to be playing with the reverse button. I would. Person of Dolby, what are you doing to me, man? What are you trying to do to me? Dolby.
Just saying.
Reverse market. Market order.
I'll be
reverse.
banished
15
from
lots.
this. They'll never give me the keys to this thing again. Yeah, I'd hit the reverse. I would hit the reverse button. I definitely would reverse out.
I mean, that would have been pretty. That would have been great TV, though, Dre. You just called that VWAP right there. You smashed the reverse button. That would have been legendary.
What are you guys doing to me? You guys are more hairs.
We're trying to elevate you, Dre. We're trying to elevate you.
I mean, that could have. That might have been the pullback for people who missed that long opportunity. That very well could have been a pullback if we do get another continuation up in test the 80s. Now what?
Wait, nothing. We're just waiting.
Yeah, that's what now it's.
Get us a trade. Chat has to get us a trade again.
Yeah, I'm kind of. A lot of people saying lock it up, lock it up. I wouldn't mind taking a poll to lock it up. Then we can focus on you guys doing some of your personal trading. As we did execute the trade, we took levels from our trusted traders, Rips, Nick T, Chat, Dakota time. Dolby time with Coach Dakota. All give me good advice. Got out at VWAP. Well, it's been a VWAP kind of day. VWAP making us money today. Kind of goes. It is the theme of the day. VWAP.
I mean, chat wants you to
All
lock
right.
it up.
I'm
But
going to do a poll.
Please.
What?
Please do.
I'm just interested. You don't have to necessarily do it. See if we want to lock it up.
Thank you.
That's no fun. So many more opportunities to be had in the market.
Confident trade. Who is it?
Here's a question I have. Can we change the daily loss limit on the house account to lock in $2,500?
As like a risk?
We got to talk to Risk. I can't.
Okay.
Well, we could just set our stop in the right place.
Thanks, Jack.
It's not rocket surgery, boys.
Rocket surgery is right. Let it ride. Double or nothing full port, they say.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think we double down. Double down.
So some fine tuning to do here. Consider this day a blessing. I really do. I think we did follow the process. I think our logic was sound. We trusted the right sources, got out at the right places. VWAP was entry and exits. And our power player, good job, by the way, Dolby, with Brian Shannon there, talking about VWAP and why it's so damn important. I think we saw it in real time today. In fast markets, we saw it. In Power Hour, we saw the importance of VWAP. I think it was a great lesson we learned. That's the story of the day right there. VWAP. How about it? It worked out today.
Yep. It was solid. It wasn't an anchored VWAP, but it was a VWAP nonetheless.
Yeah, well,
we
that's
did get
true.
a little bit of rejection there, which is very cool. I still think we have room to the upside here for 30 more points. I would consider.
Yeah, beautiful trade. Like I liked it.
I mean, I would buy 17,663 if we're trying to get long again with the tight stop.
Hold on, we're pulling the. Yeah, you guys can get back to trading too. You know.
What are the
62% say lock it up?
62% say lock it up. We got 28 minutes left in the session. We just have some housekeeping to get to. We got some top quiz. We got some trade wins. Hashtag Power Hour Dolby. We got some hashtag Power Hour. Please tell me about that.
We do.
Are we getting any submissions for that?
I pulled one that was pretty cool. Nice. I don't know if anyone else, but hashtag Power Hour at Topstep on X. Apparently, no one's on Instagram anymore. So hashtag Power Hour on X, formerly known as Twitter. I did see one post which is pretty cool, which I did pull down. Chat, if you have something funny, something impressive, something you did today that you want to share with the world, please hashtag Power Hour on Twitter at Topstep, and I will take it and give it to the production team, and we're putting it on TV.
Nice.
Yeah.
So make it good because we have high standards.
The highest of standards. The highest of standards when it comes to trade entries.
Speaking
our
of
standards
high standards.
Yes.
I believe Danielle talked to you about this, Dakota, but your headshot, we're waiting to replace it, but it's looking a little wax-like. So I'm basically blaming this on. There we go.
Look at that. Look at that hunk. Those boys.
I think that was a meetup you had, right? That was one of your meetups.
Yeah, that was last night.
Okay.
The eyes are so real.
It's not. That was at like 1 a.m. I got a new camera and I just took a picture and threw it out there because the team was like, "Hey, we just need a picture." I'm like, "I don't have pictures of myself, so let me just randomly take something, put it in some online like photo fixer upper and send it off." And ever since, I haven't changed it. I'm not a picture taker.
Oh, Justin
You're
Davis.
a traitor.
Dakota looks like someone drew
grizzled
that
traitor
from memory. Oh, that is funny.
Hey, how'd that poll come back there, Jack? About locking it up.
I mean, I think it was 62% want you to lock it.
Fair enough.
38% of the 38% of rebels that want to see this show keep going.
Oh, the show will keep going. Just we could
all right.
Sans, we can do a Sans house account. We can do a Sans house account for the time being. We are up $5,000.
All right, same thing. Close your eyes and buy it. Let's make another run.
Yep. Option C, double down. Wasn't on there. I don't know why it wasn't on that poll.
I see it.
I mean, we might be getting ready for another run to the upside. I mean, we hesitated a little bit, and now we're preparing to make another run. That could be a possibility.
Yep.
Okay. What would
We have
that
to
price
decide
be?
very quickly.
Yeah, we do. I only need some levels. I got to pull Dakota. I need Dakota. I need Rips. I need Dolby.
Oh yeah.
Hoag, if you're out there, I know you are. You give me Delta readings. We pull those two. I guess the levels we pulled from about 30 minutes ago.
Maybe 50s, maybe 50. I'm looking at this,
good.
and there is some resistance at like maybe 58s where we broke out of, where we started that break. If we get down there.
Well, VWAP unwound. They got squeezed on the VWAP right there. Those were yes.
I mean, it didn't pull that far off of VWAP.
All right, you know what? I'm making an executive decision here. I'm gonna make an executive decision. I'm locking it up. I'm locking it up.
Come on.
I know.
We got
what kind of? Yeah, it's probably the right thing. The poll said do it. Chat saying do it. Consider it a blessing. We got some things to work on in this process. Go to my screen. I want to see this awesome feature right here. Yeah, I know, guys. I know it's weak, but you know it's not weak making $5,000. House count making $5,000 in 8 weeks. There we go. Yes. See how this? I want everyone to know this feature. It's a VWAP kind of day. Had one winner in the morning because of VWAP. Had one winner in the afternoon because of VWAP. Everyone hopefully paid attention to power players. Watch this. Let's lock me out. Boom. That was nuts.
I like it. I support that message. I support locking it up.
Thank you. So we're locked out for the day. All right, gentlemen, you guys get back to doing your trades. I hopefully met the quota today. I'd like to get over to house count now overall. Pretty sure
you missed $5,000 by $15. You didn't want to try to get that?
Oh, we're definitely up.
Yeah.
There was the one day where MP went a little ham that set us back, or else we'd be really up.
I've been executing. I like how I've been executing. I love the support and all the voices that I got here. You guys are great. But it's not about me. It's about the house. It's about your guys' levels. I'm just simply clicking. I'm clicking stuff. It's you guys. So let's get over back to my main screen so we can look at all the markets here. You guys get back in those markets. Let's trade this out. We got 20 minutes left in this power hour. Thank you, everyone in the chat. It's not good job me, man. It's good job levels. Good job from Dakota, Dolby, Jack, Robert, Rips. That's where the good job is. I simply just click. I'm like a robot around here, believe me. So we were all right. I'm gonna go back over to my.
That would have been a good long. Actually.
I just added to my long position.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, 1 minute range right there. Solid. Very solid. I think we're getting to 700s for sure.
That'd be sweet. For Dakota's sake, that'd be super sweet.
Like, here's the thing. Like, if you, Dakota, I'm not sure what time frame you took that trade on, but I saw that set up on a 1 hour, and it's easy to get kind of sucked into smaller time frames if you're trying to trade a larger time frame. So what happens in between on a 1 minute or 5 minute is not really relevant if you're trying to trade a large time frame like the 1 hour. This is all this price action is just a rounding error for what could eventually be a much larger move. Like, it might need to come down a little bit, might need to go up a little bit. But if you're going range to range and you're looking for 17,700, we just don't get to choose how it gets there as traders.
Yeah, I actually just flat. I'm flat now.
Okay.
That was a quick
profits.
$1,100. I'm gonna wait to see if we could get a little bit deeper of a pullback into the 50s. We might not get it. I'm fine with missing this out. I didn't like the price action right there.
Really?
Yeah, we'll see. I'm still bullish. I would much rather get in at a more consistent price for what I like.
What did you see that you didn't like? Actually, I'm curious.
Yeah, so just so you could see where I added. Let me see. I could zoom in a little bit better. So I added right here when we broke above this pivot, and immediately we rejected right back down to the 60s. I just didn't like it. I figured I could just lock in the profit, be done, and not over trade. We could very well, it could have just faked me out and we could break and just rally. If we do, there's nothing wrong with getting back into it. I say this all the time. It's cheaper to get out and then back in rather than to hold, waiting for it to turn around.
All right. Quick
said
tell
you
here. We
should
got
just close your eyes. Should just close your eyes.
70%.
Let it go.
Could have looked. Perhaps we might get a little push to the upside here, trading 17,671. 17,671.
Okay, I'm back in.
Wow,
Coda
really?
is back in, looking for another push to 17,000 evens, perhaps 17,000 evens. We got to do. We do have to break through that 17,680 level that we did see some resistance at when we did just give it a bit of a kiss at the 84s. To see it pull back down to 60 or right now. So Dakota's getting back in, looking for another run to the upside. We did get a delta update here from John. Thank you, John. Minus 400 ES. Oof, minus 4,300 NASDAQ. ES got squeezed there a little bit. NASDAQ still staying short, maybe taking some heat.
Yeah, this might be a quick trade for me. I'm going to watch quick in and out. Very little risk in terms of nothing like I did down there. I'm not as confident, obviously, but we'll see if we could get a break.
Because your eyes are open, Dakota.
What's that?
Because your eyes are open. That's the problem. Close your eyes, then.
Or keep your third eye open. Either way, straight to sucker. Oh, my man.
Here we go. Here we go.
Let's push.
Now we're starting
Let's push. Push for Dakota. Push.
No, we need we need the house account to buy it up for me.
Don't. You find this
That's
humorous,
what I
don't
was
you, Dakota?
waiting on. I'm like, if I could just get in now, and then I'll convince you guys to just buy the house account and pump it.
I'm glad you're amused with all this, Dakota. I really am glad you're amused. Okay.
We're going to 7.
Really quick, while we do mine, we got about 18 minutes left in this power hour. We are joined by Coach Dakota, number 1 on the live funded traders. Coach Dakota, watch in a trade as we speak. We'll let him monitor that trade. In the meantime, we got some quiz winners and maybe some trader wins. Am I hearing that correctly, James?
We sure do. Trader wins.
Yeah, we'll start with some trader wins. We got some more postings of payouts from our Discord. Always good to see.
Oh, snap.
Yeah, there's some big ones there. Jerry
snap.
popping off.
20.
I'm not sure if that's like a typo or we actually pulled out
twice
60 Gs, or is that like an accident and it was
Sometimes.
repeated twice? I'm not sure, but that's very impressive regardless.
Those are Dakota
Let's
numbers.
see.
Right there.
2 XFAs.
Yeah,
2 accounts.
Damien?
Oh, yeah, it could
yeah,
be.
Damien Puka.
Yeah, 2 accounts, couple there. Yeah, I love seeing just traders take payouts, everything from 400 to 20,000. Awesome to see. We do post those live in the Topstep Discord, which is pretty awesome. Is there any other stuff from Trader Wins?
Yeah, we got this one that one of our traders tagged us in on Twitter.
Cool.
They already had their
awesome.
famous
Very
book.
cool.
From Coop. I believe Coop is typically in chat, so very, very cool. Looks like a hell of a setup, too. Is that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 monitors in there? So, and I see TopstepTV in the upper left, so love seeing it.
Oh, very cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, there we are.
Awesome. Nice setup.
It's a VWAP kind of day.
For quiz
It's
winners.
it's a VWAP kind of day. Jack.
Here's your quiz winners. Billy Bob, Alan Hulk. What's a good one? I always try and Hammer Doji. I like.
Okay.
Hammer
I always
Doji. Nice.
point-
That's a fun one.
Somebody
I
had
like
the name, I
love.
believe, like Big Tick. And I just want to say that just to let you know the sort of things that will get through and where the
Yeah.
line is. The line is not there. So if you get blacked out, it ain't good.
What is 01001010? I don't trust that. I don't know what it
A
is.
pain in
but-
my
yeah,
ass.
some
because
binary.
Look what it's doing to my spreadsheet.
Yeah.
It's
Let's
a
see.
number.
Vendor.
It's a number.
Futurama.
Yeah, quit that, guys.
I'm going to see what that means. 0100.
It's only going to be like a letter or two. Maybe just
Yeah,
one.
right?
Just a couple of guys speaking binary code here on Topstep TV.
What we do.
And the power hour is exactly what we do. Dakota, you're in this long still.
No, I closed it for scratch.
Oh, you did? Okay.
Yeah, I think I'm going to be close to being done. We only have 15 minutes left for power hour. I made my $1,100 on that one contract. I'm not going to force any more. You made money on the house account and you got out right there at the top, right? 680s and
Yeah, that was an insane exit.
VWAP. Lesson today is VWAP. The importance of VWAP. VWAP in the morning. VWAP during power players. VWAP during power hour. That seems
VWAP
to
at
be
supper
that's
time.
the most. What's that?
You're doing the Bagel Bite song with there.
Yeah, it seems to be the level of all levels, that VWAP. So when we're pulling levels, keep in mind VWAP. That is the level.
Might even have VWAP on Saturdays and Sundays.
Hey, they're talking. Yeah, they're talking about 24/7, right? I saw Duffy on
24/7
TV.
VWAP.
Oh boy, that's exactly what we need. Is more Saturday, Sunday trading. Hopefully,
You know what they should do instead is just reduce trading to just 1 hour per week, like a real power hour. Release all the numbers at 5-minute increments, and hell yeah, would that be awesome?
Let hell ensue. Let hell ensue. Then the Diablo, Mr. Dolby himself, will really be chirping in everyone's ear.
Well, what did I do?
Buy more. Buy more.
Hey,
I
I'm
might
just
be
trying to
looking at-
offer entertainment for the people.
No, entertaining it is.
They want pulled pork. That is the feedback I get from chat. They want to see pulled pork. They want 15 lots. They want 10 lots. I don't make the rules.
All right, we are coming up 14 minutes left in this power hour. Eddie, keep us posted on any MOC. After the bell today, we do have Meta. We do have IBM. After the bell, let's not forget about that. So we might kind of see some sideways trade. I haven't taken a look at the earnings calendar for tomorrow morning just yet. We do have IBM. We do have Meta after the bell. I haven't looked at those charts today. Here we go.
There's the rally.
Pop.
I do enjoy seeing momentum traders in action. It is like such the antithesis of how I trade, and it's cool to see momentum traders make money because it's just out of my wheelhouse completely.
I watch Dobie in the mornings, my trading buddy, or not Dobie, Rips, and man, it's impressive watching that type of trading. I couldn't do it.
No, I mean you kind of did it though, didn't you? A little bit, not as fast as Rips, but
I mean,
you still bought.
I got in and I held through the momentum, and you guys brought the momentum. Helped me make some money. Then you had to close out and do the top. You closed the top. You made the top.
Yeah, well, VWAP's, if you're paying attention to power players, Brian Shannon told you what VWAP does. So, more VWAP. Let us know. We should start a drinking game. Every time we say VWAP, someone takes a shot. Hey, we got over 2,700 people watching us here during Power Hour. Please click like. Please click subscribe. A little slow on the subscriptions today.
So we have what Meta earnings after this
and IBM. VWAP. Thank you, Johnny. Drink. That's 5 shots right there. Look, Kentucky snow cone, Hoag style. Hopefully he has a couple when his good buddy comes in town. Old trading buddy. Maybe we get him on the show. John he is a vegan. He is a vegan now.
Oh, Hoagland's a vegan now?
No, his buddy coming to visit him.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, troll trader. I'm trying to get him on the show. Tell some old stories if there's time. Oh, AJ Shaw. I want to see. Not a chance. So I want to see.
I'm going to try a momentum trade.
All right.
I'm going to try a 1-lot momentum trade in my live account.
Cool.
All right. Talk us through it.
I'm going to be buying this break above 80s.
All right, that is a momentum trade. Here we go.
Okay, I'm long one contract, 680.25.
All right,
this is me purely trying a momentum trade in a live account to see if we can make a run into the 90s.
Pushing.
Yeah, are we gonna hit 700s? I think we're hitting 700s easy.
Hundreds. I think we're gonna hit 700s.
What does chat think? Does chat think we're gonna hit 700?
Now remember, I'm not a momentum trader. We'll see how this goes. Typically, the way I look at these breaks is I usually give it a time, like you have a period of time for this breakout to work, and then I'm going to close it.
Right up against VWAP here. Right up against VWAP here. Dakota, 17,684 is VWAP. We are pushing through 17,686 to the upside here.
And one more push higher. I'm going to slap the ask.
That was too smooth. Too smooth there. Great poll question. While we do get a push here, can vegans trade lean hogs? Nick T. Great question. Question of the day. Question of the day.
I'm gonna say yes. Actually,
I said yes too, because technically it's a yes. But if you're in on the joke, you say no.
I think I can.
Hits 90. I'm up 5K long. Gold seeing some sellers here. Trading 23.31. Low of the day, about $1 off the low.
Okay, we'll see if we can get this push. If not, I'm out of this.
You see how cool.
Oh, Nick got a really good fill. On a short.
All right, we got our MOC imbalance, boys and girls. MOC imbalance 1.1 billion to the sell side.
Nice. Ooh, 1.1 billion.
That's a big number here.
Yes, it
That's
is.
a big one. That is a big number.
Gold seeing
Does
some
that mean we
sellers.
should be
That's for
going
certain.
down?
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Good question. If it absorbs, if the MOCs get all get absorbed there, Dakota, you'll see a push to the upside. It looks like they were absorbed. We got one more liquidity injection here, 5 minutes. That all it looks like it got absorbed pretty well, as we've seen the S&Ps catching a bid kind of in this 5-minute candle.
All right.
Just opened up.
I've had enough. That was a big
You
fat
over it?
nothing.
Are you over it?
I'm over that. Turns out I can't momentum trade.
Well, you need momentum first. Yes, you can. You actually just need the momentum.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, well, we had
Not
the
you.
momentum for like 4
No,
seconds, and then
I'll
it
compare
was
it to
gone.
this. It's like surfing, right? It's like surfing. You need the waves. You need the waves in order to surf. If there's no waves, there's no surfing. You're just paddling, waiting for the wave to come in. If there's no wave, you can't go surfing. If there's no momentum, you can't momentum trade. Then you range trade it like Dolby does. So, we saw the
Love
pop
me a
there.
good
Really.
range trade.
Yeah, it would.
So minus 150 on that one. Actually 160. So
couch change. That's couch change for Dakota.
Yeah, Dolby, wasn't it David Green that said he doesn't even pay attention to the MOC unless it's over like 2 billion?
Something like
'Cause
that.
remember, those are orders from stocks, right? So what's 2 billion? The market cap of the S&P 500 is $42 trillion, right?
Yeah.
It's
That's when they start paying attention, is when it's over 2. That's where Peter Tuchman operates primarily. It's in the MOC area. Like almost exclusively, actually. That's all he deals with is MOC.
I got a question here, guys. We're talking about vegans and so forth. No animal products, right? Is that correct?
Yeah. From what I understand,
I mean,
so.
if they're trading for money, did you know that the U.S. currency is composed of 25% linen, 75% cotton?
Ooh.
Hmm.
Where are you going with that, Eddie? What are you trying to say, Eddie?
Credit cards are for.
Is it linen made from
There
cotton?
there is some wool in the older money.
Oh, I didn't know that. I just send people money with Venmo. Money's not even real anymore.
Coins would be okay, though, right?
Digital.
Yeah, I'm sure you can find some
Any
animal
animal
product.
parts making like quarters? I don't think so.
Could find something in there, Eddie.
money is made out of linen. Is that what I just heard?
Cash.
25% the new bills and 75% cotton.
Yeah, the bills they
It's a
release
nice
during
little,
the summer
quiz
are
fact.
linen.
Wow, we are just letting it rip today. Jack liked that one.
Yeah,
I can't see your
nighttime-
face, Jack.
nighttime made out of what?
I can't see your face, but
Soap?
I know you're laughing at your own joke there.
Hey man, it was good.
It was good. It got me. Dow catching a bid here as NASDAQ stays offered. It's catching a bit of a bid. 10-point pop there.
What's your guys' thoughts on earnings coming out? Do you guys pay attention to earnings? What's
Oh, yeah.
like?
Who cares? Was it Meta?
We
I
do.
gave up on Meta when I had to deal with MetaSuite when I was doing social media for TopStep, and that billion-dollar company has the most garbage user interface I've ever seen. It's
Wow.
awful.
I think
don't
if
know
they say
what's that.
AI enough in their earnings call, you'll see a pop in their stock.
I mean, that's kind of what
That's exactly
Tesla did, right? Where they had like
Uh-huh.
horrible numbers, but then Elon Musk came and just like AI and cars
Yeah,
early,
this.
and they
AI that.
rallied.
A little AI here, a little AI there. Oh, stock popped. No. Yes. I think they're both super strong companies. I mean, Meta's user base is ridiculous. That's not going away. IBM's been investing heavily in AI. That's not going away. They're blue chip companies. So I think, I don't know if they're going to beat.
For boomers.
Oh, Meta's for boomers. What's IBM? Holy moly! If Meta's for boomers, what's IBM?
Oh,
That's for baby
people who are in the grave. No, they're for
Yeah,
people in the grave.
absolutely. So
IBM?
yes, if they,
What is it? What is
if they
what does
say
it even
AI
do?
enough. All right, guys, coming up to 55 here. Boom, we just hit it.
Oh, okay. I got triggered into a long. I'm trying this
Oh, okay.
again. Long 673. We're gonna try this momentum trade. I'm trying to get it. We'll see.
Okay.
Oh, we didn't get a poll
673.
in time for chat. You think
Let's
we
see
can
if
hit
this momentum trade will
17,700?
work.
Yes, here we go.
See if I can make up some. I'm looking for 700. That's what I'm just some type of big push. Well, we have 5 minutes left, so this needs to be a fast trade for me.
5 minutes is like an eternity.
So one more push higher, then I'm out.
Okay.
So that
you heard it, folks.
We'll see if this is.
Why are you
gonna have 2 momentum trades failed in a row. Let's
no.
see.
No.
This is how you momentum trade, I think. I've been watching grips, so
yeah. I've been listening.
That
to
was
rips.
the initial
you watch
push,
rips, I'm
and then the
listening to rips.
breakout and the continuation. In theory, right, should be coming right now.
I think you might be onto something. Here we go. Here we go. S&P's
say
pushing
AI
high.
3 times in a mirror. It just you get 40 points in the NASDAQ immediately.
You get a bump in the NASDAQ.
Yeah, try it. Everyone go to the bathroom, say AI 3 times in a row, and then we'll hit 700s. Not that hard.
I think you're onto something.
We'll see.
Sort of like Beetlejuice, right, Dolby?
No, there's a new Beetlejuice coming out. You guys, you see that? I'm excited for it.
Dakota, when you say Beetlejuice, I'm old enough to know this gentleman that used to come on to Howard Stern, not named Beetlejuice. That's the Beetlejuice that.
Not him.
Oh yeah,
no, not him. That's my guy. Sorry.
Yeah, not him.
No. Different.
Great. That was 3 times.
That was my guy, man. Still alive somehow.
This momentum trade.
You just hanging around, Andre?
Working out.
Just hanging around. You get it. Oh, I love that guy, man. Who, me? You get it.
Didn't he box someone?
Yeah, Dominic. Yeah, he's let's not get too far into Beetlejuice stuff.
I don't know where this is going.
Yeah, it's 2024 now. That was many moons ago, and it was a different time. It was a different time. Here we go. We got about 2.5 minutes left in the trade. Don't forget, we got Meta.
All right.
IBM.
There's
after about Dakota. No momentum.
Minus $20.
Yeah.
Oh, there's one Chipotle bowl down the drain.
Yeah, it's a vegan bowl, of course. Can you get a vegan bowl at Chipotle?
Oh yeah. Yeah, of course.
Beetlejuice. The juice is loose. That's
sure you can.
Okay, here we go. 2 minutes. Did try to make a push to the upside. Kind of got rejected. It's getting thin here. It kind of seems like everyone's exhausted. Buyers and sellers going into this bell. It's been a hell of a day. The volatility's been there. It moves to the downside, moves to the upside. Like KV was saying in Patience with KV, the trends, I mean, there have been trends today. You're not holding them forever. The hold times have been longer a little bit. But yeah, it was been an interesting day. The volatility's definitely been there. I don't know about how the volume's been. Volume's decent, I would say. But yeah, hell of a day. Hell of a day. A lot to learn from today. 90 seconds.
So it turns out I'm not a momentum trader.
Well, you'll
neither am I. I don't get it.
Based
what
on
are you? You're a breakout trader. You're a breakout trader then, right?
What are you?
I'm just a normal trader. Not momentum, not price action. Let's just say price action. I don't know.
Okay.
Slow markets.
Hey, yeah, promote slow markets real quick. We got 1 minute here. Dakota, tell us about slow markets. 8 p.m. Central. Tell us about it.
Well, if you guys were watching, you hear that this risk manager's been kind of ripping me apart a little bit. And there's always drama stirring in the YouTube chat, which is normal. Humans are very emotional creatures. And last night, everyone got to see my live statistics, and I showed everybody everything. Maybe a little too much. I don't know. But it's all recorded. It's on YouTube. Feel free to go back and watch last night's recording. I basically just logged into my account and showed everybody everything outside of my password. So they got to see all the statistics, all the ugly down days, and me hitting my daily loss limit from when I started in combines and XFAs to where I'm at now.
Incredible.
So you
Incredible.
guys got to see everything.
Incredible. Where else do you get that transparency? Where else? Mad respect to Dakota for that, man. Make sure to tune in this evening. Slow markets. 3, 2, 1. You got it. Dolby time. Appreciate you so much, man. Thanks for covering for me during Power Players today, and always joining me, being my partner here on Power Hour. You are the man, Dakota. Kick-ass trading, great levels. Let's do this again tomorrow. Eddie, please take it away, man.
Thank you, Andre, and thank you, guys. And of course, I'd like to thank our chat, and of course, those that did participate in sharing levels. Tomorrow, there is a little meat on the bone for breakfast. We're going to be having a 7:30 festivity, so the buffet will be open right before that. So we do have 7:30 continuous jobless clams, as Hoag calls it. We also got our GDP. We also do have initial jobless claims, and scrolling down here, 7:30 also retail inventories. Up at 9 o'clock, pending home sales. And we will be having a 4-week bill auction, 8-week bill auction at 12 o'clock, high noon. Don't go away. I'm not done yet. I'm sorry, that's a 7-year note auction. Our 4-week and 8-week is at 10:30. We do have a Fed balance sheet later in the day, and later that evening, reserve balance with the Federal Reserve banks. Now for our wonderful cast, all-star cast tomorrow. I'm going to start this first. Don't forget, we've got our Discord and YouTube coaches here tonight at 8 o'clock. As Dakota mentioned, we will be having our YouTube slow markets. 7 o'clock, Vince will be on here for the Discord coaching. We'll have Ray at 6. And right after this, we do have our At the Buzzer with Coach Jay and Coach Paul. Now, tomorrow, get here early. 8 o'clock, we'll fire up the machine, Hoag and myself. Fast Markets, Andre, JD, Jack, Hoag, and Anne-Marie. We also do have power players, Andre, Dolby, and Heather is going to be with us. TopQuiz, Jack and Vanessa. I'm going to be talking to Mick here with Shoulder Tap, JD and Hoag for group coaching. Also, we do have Coaches Takeover again. I really enjoyed that last week, and I'm glad that we're doing it again this week. JD is going to be driving, Coach Jay, Coach Paul, Coach Vince, and to end the wonderful Thursday, remember the 25th, is the NFL Draft Day. Power Hour, the dynamic duo Andre and Dolby will be trading with Hoag. So there you have it, boys and girls. Hope that you had a good time. We love having you here. We love seeing you participate. We love seeing you be part of the community. Don't be shy. Even though you give us good numbers, bad numbers, let us know what you're seeing in these markets. And, we might learn from something. Learn from each other. So hopefully you did learn something today. You're moving forward in your trading if you did. Only one thing, you're still moving forward. So let's get some rest. Remember, it's family time now. Log out and do your thing with your family. Of course, they are there for you always. Re-energize. Have a fantastic rest of your day. Stay safe. Stay healthy. Until we meet again, I'm Eddie Horn, and this has been Top Step TV.